Section 1 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Peter's Parentage. Part 1. Early one summer morning in England, in the year 1893, in the reign, which seemed in those days to have been going on forever and to likely go on forevermore, of Queen Victoria, there was a boy named Peter. Peter was a novel name then. He was before the great crop of Peters who derived their name from Peter Pan. He was born with some difficulty. His father, who had not been to bed all night, for the trouble of the birth had begun overnight at about 9 o'clock, was walking about the garden at dewy dawn, thinking the world very dreadful and beautiful, when he first heard Peter cry. Peter, he thought, made a noise like a little frightened hen that something big had caught. Peter's mother had been moaning and now moaned no more, and Peter's father stood outside and whispered, "Oh, God, oh, damn them and damn them. Why don't they tell me?" Then the nurse put her head out the window, it was a casement window with white roses about it, said, "Everything's all right. I'll tell you when to come in," and vanished again. Peter's father turned about very sharply, so that she should not see he was fool enough to weep, and went along the flagged path to the end of the garden, where was the little summer house that looked over the weald. But he could not see the weald because his tears blinded him. All night Peter's father had been thinking what an imperfect husband he had always been, and how he had never really told his wife how much he loved her, and how indeed, until now, he had never understood how very much he loved her, and he had been making good resolutions for the future, in great abundance, in enormous abundance, and most remarkable good resolutions. And one waking nightmare after another had been chasing across his mind, nightmares of a dreadful dark grey world in which there would be no dolly at all, anywhere, even if you went out into the garden and whistled your utmost, and he would be a widower with only one little lonely child to console him. He could not imagine any other woman for him but Dolly. The last trailing vestige of those twilight distresses vanished when presently he saw Dolly looking tired indeed, but pink and healthy, with her hair almost roguishly astray, in the room full of warm daylight from the dawn-flushed sky, full of fresh southwest air from the Sussex downs, full of the sense of invincible life, and young Master Peter, very puckered and ugly, and red, and pitiful, in a blanket in the nurse's arms, and Dr. Firmison smirking behind her, entirely satisfied with himself and the universe and every detail of it. When Dolly had been kissed and whispered to, they gave Peter to his father to hold. Peter's father had never understood before that a baby is an exquisite thing. Part 2. The parents of Peter were modern young people, and Peter was no accidental intruder. Their heads were full of new ideas, new, that is, in the days when Queen Victoria seemed immortal, and the world settled forever. They put Peter in their two sunniest rooms. Rarely were the windows shut. His nursery was white and green, bright with pretty pictures, and never without flowers. It had a cork carpet and a rug displaying amusing black cats on pink. He was weighed carefully first once a week, and then once a month until he was 4 years old. His father, who everybody called Stubbo, came of an old Quaker stock. Quakerism, in its beginning, was a very fine and wonderful religion indeed, a real research for the kingdom of heaven on earth, a new way of thinking and living, but weakness of mind and spirit brought it back very soon to a commoner texture. The Stubland family was among those which had been most influenced by the evangelical wave of the Wesleyan time. Peter's great-grandfather, old Stubland, the West of England cloth manufacturer, was an emotional person with pietistic inclinations that nearly carried him over at different times to the Plymouth Brethren, to the Wesleyan Methodists, and to the Countess of Huntington's connection. Religion was his only social recreation. Most other things he held to be sinful, and his surplus energies went all into the business. He had an aptitude for mechanical organization and started the Yorkshire factory. His son, still more evangelical and still more successful, left a business worth well over £200,000 among 13 children, of whom Peter's father was the youngest. Stublands became a limited company with Uncles Rigby and John as directors, and the rest of the family was let loose, each one with a nice little secure 600 a year or thereabouts, from Stubland debentures and Stubland ordinary shares, to do what it liked in the world. It wasn't, of course, told that it could do what it liked in the world. That it found out for itself, and the teeth of much early teaching to the contrary. That early teaching had been predominantly prohibitive. There had been no end of thou shalt not, and very little of thou shalt, an irksome teaching for young people destined to leisure. Mankind was presented waiting about for the judgment day, with Satan as busy as a pickpocket in a crowd. Also, he offered roundabouts and coconut shies. This family doctrine tallied so little with the manifest circumstances and natural activity of the young Stublands that it just fell off their young minds. The keynote of Stubbs' upbringing had been a persistent unanswered, "Why not?" to all the things he was told not to do. Why not dance? Why not go to the theaters and music halls? Why not make love? Why not read and quote this exciting new poetry of Swinburne's? The early 90s were a period of careless diastole in British affairs. There seemed to be enough and to spare for every one, given only a little generosity. Peace dwelt on earth forever. It was difficult to prove the proprietorship of Satan in the roundabouts and the coconut shies. There was a general belief that one's parents and grandparents had taken life far too grimly and suspiciously, a belief which, indeed, took possession of Stubbo before he was in trousers. His emancipation was greatly aided by his elder sister Phyllis, a girl with an abnormal sense of humor. It was Phyllis who brightened the Sunday afternoons, when she and her sister Phoebe and her brothers were supposed to be committing passages of Scripture to memory in the attic, by the invention of increasingly irreligious limericks. Phoebe would sometimes be dreadfully shocked and sometimes join in with great vigor and glory. Phyllis was also an artist in misquotation. She began by taking a facetious view of the ark and Jonah's whale, and as her courage grew, she went on to the resurrection. She had a genius for asking seemingly respectful but really destructive questions about religious matters, and made her parents shy of instruction. The Stubland parents had learnt their faith with more reverence than intelligence from their parents, who had had it in a similar spirit from their parents, who had had it from their parents, so that nobody looked into it closely for some generations, and something vital had evaporated unsuspected. It had evaporated so completely that when Peter's father and Peter's aunts and uncles came in their turn as children to examine the precious casket, they not only perceived that there was nothing in it, but they could very readily jump to the rash conclusion that there had never been anything in it. It seems just an odd blend of empty resonant phrases and comical and sometimes slightly improper stories that lent themselves very pleasantly to facetious illustration. Stubbo, as he grew up under these circumstances, had not so much taken on the burthen of life as thrown it off. He decided he would not go into business. Business struck him as a purely avaricious occupation, and after a pleasant year at Cambridge he became quite clear that the need of the world and his temperament was art. The world was not beautiful enough. This was more particularly true of the human contribution. So he went into art to make the world more beautiful, and came to London to study and to wear a highly decorative blue linen blouse in private and to collect posters. People then were just beginning to collect posters. From the last stage of Quakerism to the last extremity of decoration is but a step. Quite an important section of the art world in Britain owes itself to the Quakers and Plymouth Brethren, and to the drab and grey disposition of the sterner evangelicals. It is as if that elect strain in the race had shut its eyes for a generation or so, merely in order to open them again and see brighter. The reaction of the revolting generation has always been toward colour. The pyrotechnic display of the Omega workshops in London is but the last violent outbreak of the Quaker spirit. Young Stubland, a quarter of a century before the Omega enterprise, was already slaking a thirst for chromatic richness behind the lead of William Morris and the pre-Raphaelites. It took a year or so and several teachers and much friendly frankness to persuade him he could neither paint nor draw, and then he relapsed into decoration and craftsmanship. He beat out copper into great wheels of pattern, and he bound books grossly. He spent some time upon lettering and learnt how to make the simplest inscriptions beautifully illegible. He decided to be an architect. In the meantime, he made the acquaintance of a large circle of artistic and literary people, became a Fabian socialist, abandoned Stubland tweeds for fluffy artistically dyed garments, bicycled about a lot, those were the early days of the bicycle before the automobile robbed it of its glory, talked endlessly, and had a very good time. He met his wife and married her, and he built his own house as a sample of what he could do as an architect. It was, with one exception, the only house he ever built. It was quite original in design and almost indistinguishable from the houses of around a dozen contemporaries of Mr. Charles Voysey. It was a low-browed white house with an enormous and very expensive roof of green slates. It had wide, mullioned casement windows. Its rooms were 8 feet high, and its doors 5'7", and all about it were enormous buttresses, fit to sustain a castle. It had sun traps and verandas, and a terrace, and it snuggled into the ruddy hillside and stared fatly out across the weald from beyond Limpsfield. And it was quite a jolly little house to live in, when you had learnt to be shorter than 5 feet 7 inches, and to dodge the low bits of ceiling and the beam over the inglenook. And therein, to crown the work of the builder, Peter was born. Part 3. Peter's mother came from a quite different strand in the complicated web of British life. Her people, she was brought up to call them that, were country people, but old-fashioned and prolific, and her father had been the 6th son of a 3rd son and very lucky to get a living. He was the vicar of Long Downport and an early widower. His 2 sons had gone to Oxford with scholarships, and Dolly had stayed at home, a leggy, dark-eyed girl with a skeptical manner, much given to reading history. One of her brothers passed from Oxford into the higher division of the civil service, and went to India. The other took to scornful reactionary journalism, dramatic criticism, musical comedy lyrics, parody, and drink, which, indeed, is almost a necessity if a man is to stick to reactionary journalism. This story will presently inherit Joan from him. She had a galaxy of cousins, who were parsons, missionaries, schoolmasters, and soldiers. One was an explorer, not one was in business. Her father was a bookish, inattentive man, who had just missed a fellowship because of general discursiveness. If he could have afforded it, he would have been very liberal indeed in his theology, and like grains of pepper amidst milder nourishment, there were all sorts of skeptical books about the house. Renan's Life of Christ, Strauss's Life of Christ, Gibbon, various 18th century memoirs, Huxley's essays, much Victor Hugo, and a collected Shelley. Books that his daughter read with a resolute frown, sitting for the most part with one leg tucked under her in the chair, her chin on her fists, and her elbows on either side of the volume, undergoing assimilation. Her reading was historical, and her tendency romantic. Her private daydream through some years of girlhood was that she was Caesar's wife. She was present at all his battles, and sometimes, when he had another of his never altogether fatal wounds, she had led the army. Also, which was a happy thought, she stabbed Brutus first, and so her Caesar, contrariwise to history, reigned happily with her for many, many years. She would go to sleep of a night, dreaming of Mr. and Mrs. Imperator, driving in triumph through the gates of Rome, after some little warlike jaunt. Sometimes she drove, and also they came to Britain to drive out the Picts and Scots, and were quartered with her father in Long Downport, conquering Picts, Scots, Danes, and the most terrific anachronisms, and with an equal stoutness and courage. The private title she bestowed upon herself, and never told any human being, was the Imperatrix. As she grew up, she became more desirous of more freedom and education. After much argument with her father, she came up to an aunt in London, and went to study science in the Huxley days as a free student at the Royal College of Science. She saw her future husband at an art student soiree. He looked tall and bright and masterful. He had a fine profile, and his blonde hair poured nobly off his forehead. She did not dream that Peter's impatience for incarnation put ideas into her head. She forgot her duty to Caesar, and imagined a devotion to art and beauty. They made a pretty couple, and she married amidst universal approval. After a slight dispute whether it was to be a religious or civil marriage, she was married in her father's church. In the excitement of meeting, appreciating, and marrying Stubbo, she forgot that she had a great pity and tenderness and admiration for her shy and impulsive cousin, Oswald Sydenham. With his glass eye and cruelly scarred face, he had won the V.C. before he was 20 at the bombardment of Alexandria, and who had since done the most remarkable things in Nyasaland. It had been a quite typical heroism that had won him the V.C. He had thrown a shell overboard, and it had burst in the air as he threw it, and pulped one side of his face. But when she married, she had temporarily forgotten cousin Oswald. She was just carried away by Arthur Stublands' profile, and the wave in his hair, and life. Arthur was Stubbo's Christian name because he had been born under the spell of the ideals of the king. Afterwards, when Oswald came home again, she thought the good side of his face, the side of his face that hadn't been seriously damaged by the Egyptian shell, looked at her rather queerly, but the wounded side remained a sphinx-like mask. "Congratulations," said Oswald, fumbling with the word. "Congratulations. I hope you'll be happy. Dolly." She was far gone in rationalism before she met Arthur, and he completed her emancipation. Their ideas ran closely together. They projected some years of travel before they settled down. He wanted to see medieval Italy thoroughly, and she longed for imperial Rome. They took just a couple of rooms in South Kensington and spent all the rest of their income in long stretches of holiday. They honeymooned in pleasant inns in South Germany. They did some climbing in the Tyrol and the Dolomites. She had a good head. They had a summer holiday on the Adriatic coast, and she learnt to swim and dive well. And they did one long knapsack tramp round and along the Swiss-Italian frontier, and then another through the Apennines to Florence. It was a perfectly lovely time. Everything was bright and happy, and they got on wonderfully together, except that there was a shadow for her. She found it difficult to say exactly what the shadow was, and it was still more difficult for the historian to define it. She dismissed the idea that it had anything to do with Cousin Oswald's one reproachful eye. She sometimes had a faint suspicion that it was her jilted Caesar asking for at least a Rubicon to cross, but it is doubtful that she ever had any suspicion of Peter waiting outside the doors of life. Yet the feeling of something forgotten, of something left out, grew throughout those sunny days. It was in some sweet meadows, high up on the great hills above Fiesole, that she tried to tell Arthur of this vexatious feeling of deficiency. Manifestly she puzzled him, which was not to be wondered at, since the feeling puzzled her, but it also had a queer effect of irritating him. "Arthur, if you always say, 'I don't love you,'" she said, "when I tell you anything, then how can I tell you anything at all?" "Aren't we having the loveliest times?" he asked. "Yes," she said, without complete conviction. "It isn't that. You admit you love me. You admit you're having the loveliest time." She sat up with her elbows on her knees and her knuckles pressing her round, firm chin. "It's just all one holiday," she said. "I did some work last month." He had planned 3 impossible houses and made a most amusing cardboard model out of one of them. She disregarded this plea. "When we came up here, people were working in the fields. Even that pretty little girl among the bushes was looking after sheep. By Jove, I wish I could paint her, and those Holman Hunt-faced sheep of hers. It's tantalizing to be able to see, yet not have the expressive gift. Things are going on now, Arthur. Down there in the valley, along the white road, people are going and coming. There's a busy little train now. Things are happening. Things are going to happen. And the work that goes on, the hard work. Today, there are thousands and thousands of men and minds out of this sunshine." There was an interval. Arthur rolled over on his face to look at the minute railway and road and river bed far below at the bottom of a deep lake of pellucid blue air. "I don't agree with you," he said at last. "Too much is happening," he said. "Noisy, vulgar fuss. Commercialism, competition, factory production. Does it make people happy? Look at that horrid little railway disturbing all the beautiful, simple Tuscan life." Another long pause. She made a further step. "But if something beautiful is being destroyed," she tried, "we ought not be here." That also took a little time to soak in. Then he stirred impatiently. "Don't we," he asked, "protest for the mere act of living our own lives? Don't I, in my small way, try to do my share in the restoration of craftsmanship? Aren't people of our sort doing something a little too unpretending to be obvious, to develop the conception of a fairer and better, a less hurried, less greedy life?" He raised an appealing face to her. She sat with knitted brows. She did not assent, but it was difficult to argue her disaccord. He took advantage of her pause. "Confess," he said, "you would like to have me a business manager of some big concern, or a politician. You want me to be in the scrimmage. No, lording it over the scrimmage. The real things aren't done like that, Dolly. The real things aren't done like that." She put her next thought out in stark simplicity. "Are we doing any real thing in the world at all?" He did not answer for some seconds. Then he astonished her by losing his temper. It was exactly as if her question had probed down to some secret soreness deep within him. "Oh, damn," he shouted, "and on this lovely morning. It's too bad of you, Dolly." It was as if he had bit upon a tender tooth. Perhaps a fragment of the stopping had come out of his nonconformist conscience. He knelt up and stared at her. "You don't love this, anyhow, whether you love me or not." He tried to alter his tone from a note of sheer quarrelsomeness to badinage. "You blue conscience, you gnawing question. Are we doing anything real at all, you say? Is no one, then, to stand up and meet the sunlight for its own sake, when God sends it to us? No, you can't unsay it now. Though she was not unsaying it, she was only trying for some more acceptable way of saying it over again. My day is spoilt. You've struck a fever into me. He looked about him. He wanted some vivid gesture. Oh, come on, he cried. He sprang up. He gesticulated over her. He banished the view with a sweep of rejection. Let us go back to the inn. Let us take our traps back to stuffy old Florence. Let us see 3 churches and 2 picture galleries before sunset, and take our tickets home. We aren't rushing, and we ought to rush. Life is a rush. This holiday has lasted too long, Dolly. Life is real. Life is earnest. Simple joys are not its goal. Oh, my Dolly, if only this afternoon we could find some serious lecture down there, or an election. You would love an election. And anyhow, it's nearly lunchtime. She knelt, took his hands, and stood up. You mock, she said. But you know what I want to say, isn't that? Section 4. He did know. But all the way back to England, he was a man with an irritating dart sticking in his mind, and the discussion she had released that day worried him for months. He wanted it to be clear that their lives were on a very high level indeed. No mere idlers were they. Hitherto, he said, they had been keeping honeymoon. But that was only before they began life in earnest. Now they were really going to begin. They were going to take hold of life. House and Peter followed quite logically upon that. How easy was life in those days, at least for countless thousands of independent people. It was the age of freedom for the independent. They went where they listed. The world was full of good hotels, and every country had its Baedeker well up to date. Every cultivated home had a little corner of weather-worn guidebooks, a nest of memories, an Horatio, an Indicateur, or a Continental Bradshaw. The happy multitude of the free traveled out to beautiful places and returned to comfortable homes. The chief anxiety in life was to get good servants, and there were plenty of good servants. Politics went on, at home and abroad, a traditional game between the ins and outs. The world was like a spinning top that seemed to be quite still and stable. Yet youth was apt to feel, as Dolly felt, that there was something lacking. Arthur was quite ready to fall in with the idea that something was lacking. He was inclined to think that one got to the root of it by recognizing that there was not enough craftsmanship, and too much cheap material, too much machine production, and, more especially, too much aniline dye. He was particularly strong against aniline dyes. All Britain was strong against aniline dyes. And so that trade went to Germany. He reached socialism by way of aesthetic criticism. Individual competition was making the world hideous. It was destroying individuality. What the world needed was non-competitive communism, for the collective discouragement of machinery. Meanwhile, he bought a bicycle. He decided that his modest $600 a year was all that he and Dolly needed to live upon. He would never work for money. That would be sordid. But for the joy of work, and on his income they would lead a simple working man's existence, free from the vulgarities of competition, politics, and commercialism. Dolly was fascinated, delighted, terrified, and assuaged by Peter. And Peter, and a simple house, free from the vulgarities of modern mechanism, kept her so busy, with only one servant to help her, that it was only in odd times, in the late evening, when the sky grew solemn, or after some book had stirred her mind, that she recalled that once oppressive feeling of something wanting, something that was still wanting. End of Section 1. Recording by Jordan Russell.
Chapter 2 of Joan and Peter, Stublands in Council. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gary Conover, Windham, Maine. Joan and Peter, The Story of an Education by H.G. Wells. Chapter 2, Part 1. But although Dolly did not pursue her husband with any sustained criticism, he seemed now to feel always that her attitude was critical and needed an answer. The feeling made him something of a thinker and something of a talker. Sometimes the thinker was uppermost, and then he would sit silent and rather in profile. His profile, it has already been stated, was a good one, and much enhanced by a romantic bang of warm golden hair that hung down over one eye. very picturesque in his beautiful blue linen blouse, listening to whatever was said, and sometimes he would turn upon the company and talk with a sort of experimental dogmatism, as is the way with men a little insecure in their convictions, but quite good talk. He would talk of education, work, and Peter, and of love and beauty, and the finer purposes of life, and things like that. A lot of talk came the way of Peter's father. Along the Limpsfield Ridge, and away east and west and north, there was a scattered community of congenial intellectuals. It spread along the ridge beyond Dorking, and resumed again at Haslemere and Hindhead, where Grant Allen and Richard Le Gallienne were established. They were mostly people of the same detached and independent class as the Stublands. They were the children of careful people who had created considerable businesses, or the children of the more successful of middle Victorian celebrities, or dons, or writers themselves, or they came from Hampstead, which was in those days a nest of considerable people's children, inheritors of reputations, and writers of memoirs. An hour's bus drive from London, and outside the cab radius, a thin flavor of Hampstead spread out. Indeed, over all Surrey. Some of these newcomers lived in old adapted cottages. Some of them had built little houses after the fashion of the Stublands. Some had got into the real old houses that already existed. There was much Sunday walking and dropping in, and long evenings and suppers. Safety bicycles were coming into use and greatly increasing intercourse. There was coming and going of Stublin aunts and uncles, and of St. M's and Dolly's people. Nearly all were youngish folk. It was a new generation and a new sort of population for the countryside. They were dotted among the farms and the estates and preserves and places of the old county family pattern. The county wondered a little at them, kept busy with horse and dog and gun, and, except for an occasional stiff call, left them alone. The church lamented their neglected Sabbaths. The doctors were not unfriendly. One of their frequent visitors, indeed, at the Inglenook, that was the name of Peter's birthplace, was Dr. Fermisson, the local general practitioner. He was a man, he said, who liked ideas. The aborigines lacked ideas, it seemed, but Stublin was a continual feast of them. The doctor's diagnosis of the difference between these new English and the older English of the country rested entirely on the presence or absence of ideas. But there he was wrong. The established people were people of fixed ideas. The immigrants had abandoned fixed ideas for discussion. So far from their having no ideas, those occasional callers who came dropping in so soon as the Stublands were settled in the Inglenook before Peter was born, struck the Stublands as having ideas like monstrous and insurmountable cliffs. To fling your own ideas at them was like trying to lob stones into Zermatt from Macugna. One day, when Mrs. Darcy, old Lady Darcy's daughter-in-law, had driven over, some devil prompted Arthur to shock her. He talked his extremist Fabianism. He would have the government control all railways, land, natural products. Nobody should have a wage of less than £2 a week. The whole country should be administered for the universal benefit. Everybody should be educated. "I'm sure the dear old Queen does all she can," said Mrs. Darcy. "I'm a Democratic Republican," said Arthur. He might as well have called himself a Christendelphian for any idea he conveyed. Presently, seized by a gust of unreasonable irritation, he went out of the room. "Mr. Stublin talks," said Mrs. Darcy. "Really?" She paused. She hesitated. She spoke with a little disarming titter, lest what she said should seem too dreadful. "He says such things. I really believe he's more than half a liberal. There, you mustn't mind what I say, Mrs. Stubland." Dolly, by virtue of her vicarage training, understood these people better than Peter's father. She had read herself out of the great Anglican culture, but she remembered things from the inside. She was still in close touch with numerous relations who were quite completely inside. Before the little green gate had clicked behind their departing backs, Arthur would protest to her in heaven that these visitors were impossible, that such visitors could not be. They were phantoms or bad practical jokes, undergraduates dressed up to pull his leg. "They know nothing," he said. They know all sorts of things you don't know, she corrected. What do they know? There isn't a topic one can start in which they are not just blank. You start the wrong topics. They can tell you all sorts of things about the dear Queen's grandchildren. They know things about horses, and about regiments and barracks. Tell me, Arthur, how is the charming young Prince of Bulgaria, who is just getting married, related to the late Prince Consort? Damn their royal marriages. If you say that, then they have an equal right to say, damn your Wildes and Beardsleys and William Morrises and Swinburnes. They read nothing. They read Mrs. Henry Wood. They read lots of authors you have never heard of, nice authors. They read so many of them that for the most part they forget their names. The bold ones read Ouida, who isn't half bad. They read every scrap that they can find about the marriage of the Princess Marie to the Crown Prince of Romania. Mrs. Bagshot Fawcett talked about it yesterday. It seems he's really a rarer and better sort of Hohenzollern than the young German emperor. Our sailor grandson, that is. She isn't very clear about it, but she seems to think that the Prince of Hohenzollern ought rightfully to be German emperor. Oh, what rot! But perhaps she's right. How do you know? I don't. She takes an almost voluptuous delight in the 2 marriage ceremonies. You know, I suppose, dear, that there were 2 ceremonies, a Protestant one and a Catholic one, because the Romanian Hohenzollerns are Catholic Hohenzollerns. Of course, the dear princess would become a Catholic. Oh, don't, cried Peter's father. Don't. I had to listen to 3/4 of an hour of it yesterday. Such a happy and convenient occurrence, princess's conversion. But archly, of course, my dear. I suppose there's sometimes just a little persuasion in these cases. Dolly, you go too far. But that isn't, of course, the great interest just at present. The great interest just at present is George and May. You know they're going to be married. Arthur lifted a protesting profile. My dear, who is May? He tenored. Affected ignorance. She is the Princess May who was engaged to the late Duke of Clarence, the Princess Mary of Teck, and now he's dead. She's going to marry the Duke of York. Surely you understand about that. He is your future sovereign. Mrs. Bagshot Fawcett gets positively lush about him. It was George she always loved, Mrs. Bagshot Fawcett says, but she accepted his brother for reasons of state. So, after all, it's rather nice and romantic that the elder brother— Arthur roared and tore his hair and walked up and down the low room. What are these people to me? He shouted. What are these people to me? But there is 20 times as much about that sort of thing in the papers as there is about our sort of things. There was no disputing it. We're in a foreign country, cried Arthur, going off at a tangent. We're in a foreign country. We English are a subject people. Talk of home rule for Ireland. Why are there no English nationalists? One of these days I will hoist the cross of St. George outside this cottage, but I doubt if anyone in this countryside will know it for the English flag. Part 2. Whatever is seems right, and it is only now, after 25 years of change, that we do begin to see as a remarkable thing the detached life that great masses of the English were leading beneath the canopy of the Hanoverian monarchy. For in those days the court thought in German, Teutonized Anglicans, sentimental, materialistic, and resolutely loyal, dominated society. Gladstone was notoriously disliked by them for his anti-German policy and his Irish and Russian sympathies, and the old Queen's selection of bishops got it feeling in the way it ought to go. But there was a leakage among the less. More and more people were drifting out of relationship to church and state, exactly as Peter's parents had drifted out. The court dominated, but it did not dominate intelligently. It controlled the church to no effect. Its influence upon universities and schools and art and literature was merely deadening. It responded to flattery, but it failed to direct. It was the court of an alien-spirited old lady, making much of the pathos of her widowhood and trading still on the gallantry and generosity that had welcomed her as a girl queen. The real England separated itself more and more from that superficial England of the genteel that looked to Osborne and Balmoral. To the real England, this sentient England, court taste was a joke. Court art was a scandal. Of English literature and science, notoriously, the court knew nothing. In the huge pacific industrial individualism of Great Britain, it did not seem a serious matter that the Army and Navy and the Indian administration were orientated to the court. Peter's parents and the large class of detached people to which they belonged were out of politics, out of the system, scornful or facetious and aloof. Just as they were out of religion, these things did not concern them. The great form of the empire contained three indifferents. The great roof of church and state hung over them. Royal visits, diplomatic exchanges, and the like passed to and fro, alien, uninteresting proceedings. Heligoland was given to the young Emperor William II by Lord Salisbury, the old Queen's favorite prime minister. English politicians jostled the French in Africa as roughly as possible to learn them to be republicans, and resisted the Home Rule aspirations and the ill-concealed republicanism of the Celtic fringe. One's Anglican neighbors of the ruling class went off to rule India and the empire with manners that would have maddened Job. They stood for Parliament and played the game of politics upon fictitious issues. Sir Charles Dilke, the last of the English republicans, and Charles Stuart Parnell, the uncrowned King of Ireland, had both been extinguished by opportune divorce cases. Liberal opinion, it was felt, must choose between the private and the public life. You could not have it both ways. It did not seem to be a state of affairs to make a fuss about. The general life went on comfortably enough. We built our pretty, rough-cast houses, taught Shirley poppies to spring artlessly between the paving stones in our garden paths, begot the happy children who were to grow up under the roof of a dynastic system that was never going to fall in, because it never had fallen in. Never before had nurseries been so pretty as they were in that glowing pause at the end of the 19th century. Peter's nursery was a perfect room in which to hatch the soul of a little boy. Its walls were done in a warm cream-colored paint, and upon them Peter's father had put the most lovely pattern of trotting and jumping horses, and dancing cats and dogs and leaping lambs, a carnival of beasts. He had copied these figures from books, enlarging them as he did so. He had cut them out in paper, stuck them on the wall, and then flicked bright blue paint at them until they were all outlined in a penumbra of stippled blue. Then he unpinned the paper and took it on to another part of the wall, and so made his pattern. There was a big brass fire guard in Peter's nursery that hooked onto the jambs of the fireplace, and all the tables had smoothly rounded corners against the days when Peter would run about. The floor was of cork carpet, on which Peter would put his toys, and there was a crimson hearth rug on which Peter was destined to crawl, and a number of stuffed dogs and elephants whose bead eyes had been carefully removed by Dolly and replaced with eyes of black cloth that Peter would be less likely to worry off and swallow, awaited his maturing clutch. But there were no teddy bears yet. Teddy bears had still to come into the world. America had still to discover the charm of its teddy. There were scales in Peter's nursery to weigh Peter every week, and tables to show how much he ought to weigh and when one should begin to feel anxious. There was nothing casual about the early years of Peter. Peter began well, a remarkably fine child, Dr. Fremison said, of 9 pounds. Although he was born in warm summer weather, we never went back upon that. He favored his mother, perhaps more than an impartial child should, but that was at any rate a source of satisfaction to Cousin Oswald, of the artificial eye. Cousin Oswald was doing his best to behave nicely and persuade himself that all this show had been got up by Dolly and was Dolly's show, and that Arthur just happened to be about. "Look at him," said Cousin Oswald, as Peter regarded the world with unwinking intelligence from behind an appreciated bottle. "The luck of him. He's the heir of the ages. Look at this room and this house and every one about him." Dolly remarked foolishly that Peter was a niddledarum. "He deserves it tall, neverthing." "The very sunshine on the wall looks as though it had been got for him specially," said Cousin Oswald. It was gut for him specially, said Dolly, with a light of amusement in her eyes that reminded him of former times. This visit was a great occasion. It was the first time Cousin Oswald had seen either Arthur or Peter. Almost directly after he had learned about Dolly's engagement and jerked out his congratulations, he had cut short his holiday in England and gone back to Central Africa. Now he was in England again, looked baked and hard, and his hair, which had always been stubby, more stubby than ever. The scarred half of him had lost its harsh redness and became brown. He was staying with his aunt, Dolly's second cousin by marriage, Lady Charlotte Sydenham, not 10 miles away towards Tunbridge, and he took to bicycling over to the Inglenook every other day or so and gossiping. These bicycles, he said, are most useful things, wonderful things. As soon as they get cheap, bound to get cheap, they will play a wonderful part in Central Africa. But there are no roads in Central Africa, said Arthur. Better. Foot tracks padded by bare feet for generations. You could ride for hundreds of miles without dismounting. Compared with our little black babies, said Cousin Oswald, Peter seems immobile. He's like a baby on a lotus flower, meditating existence. Those others are like black India rubber kittens, all a crawl, but then they've got to look sharp and run for themselves as soon as possible, and he hasn't. Things happen there. I wonder, said Arthur in his lifting tenor, how far all this opening up of Africa to civilization and gin and Bibles is justifiable. The one living eye glared at him. It isn't exactly like that, said Oswald stiffly, and offered no occasion for further controversy at the moment. The conversation hung for a little while. Dolly wanted to say to her cousin, he isn't thinking of you. It's just his way of generalizing about things. Anyhow, this young man has a tremendous future, said Oswald, going back to the original topic. Think of what lies before him. Never has the world been so safe and settled, most of it, that is, as it is now. I suppose, really, the world's hardly begun to touch education. In this house, everything seems educational. Pictures, toys, everything. When one sees how small niggers can be molded and changed even in a missionary school, it makes one think. I wish I knew more about education. I lie awake at nights thinking of the man I might be, if I knew all I don't know, and of all I could do if I did, and it's the same with others. Everyone who seems worth anything seems regretting his education wasn't better. Hitherto, of course, there's always been wars, interruptions, religious rows. The world's been confused and poor, a thorough muddle. There's never been a real planned education for people, just scraps and hints, but we're changing all that. Here's a big safe world at last. No wars in Europe since '71, and no likelihood in our time of any more big wars. Things settle down, and he comes in for it all. I hope all this settling down won't make the world too monotonous, said Arthur. You artists and writers have got to see to that. No, I don't see it getting monotonous. There's always differences of climate and color, temperament, all sorts of differences. And nature, said Arthur profoundly. Old Mother Nature. Have you christened Peter yet? Oswald asked abruptly. He's not going to be christened, said Dolly. Not until he asks to be. We've just registered him. He's a registered baby. So he won't have 2 godfathers and a godmother to be damned for him. We've weighed the risks, said Arthur. He might have a godfather. Just poor rear, said Oswald. That's different, Dolly encouraged promptly. We must get him one. I'd like to be Peter's godfather, said Oswald. I will deny him no advantage, said Arthur. The ceremony shall be a simple one, godfather. Peter, godfather, Peter, my son, salute your godfather. Oswald seemed trying to remember a formula. I promise and vow 3 things in his name. First, a beautiful mug. Secondly, that he shall be duly instructed in chemistry, biology, mathematics, the French and German tongues, and all that sort of thing. And thirdly, what is thirdly? That he shall renounce the devil and all his works. But there isn't a devil nowadays. Peter, having consumed his bottle to the dregs and dreamt over it for a space, now thrust it from him and, turning towards Oswald, regurgitated, but within the limits of nursery good manners. Then he smiled a toothless, slightly derisive smile. "Intelligent he is," crooned Dolly. "Understand everything he does." Part 3. This conversation about Peter's future, once it had been started, rambled on for the next 3 weeks, and then Oswald very abruptly saw fit to be called away to Africa again. Various interlocutors dropped in while that talk was in progress. Arthur felt his way to his real opinions through a series of experimental dogmas. Arthur's disposition was towards an extreme Rousseauism, is the tendency of the interrogative class in all settled communities. He thought that a boy or girl ought to run wild until 12 and not be bothered by lessons, ought to eat little else but fruit and nuts, go bareheaded and barefooted. Why not? Oswald's disposition would have been to oppose Arthur anyhow, but against these views all his circle of ideas fought by necessity. If Arthur was Ruskinite and Morrisite, Oswald was as completely Huxleyite. If Arthur thought the world perishing for need of art and nature, Oswald stood as strongly for the saving power of science. In this matter of bare feet, "There's thorns, pins, snakes, tetanus," reflected Oswald. "The foot hardens. Only the soul," said Oswald, "and not enough." "Shielded from all the corruptions of town and society," said Arthur presently. "There's no such corrupter as that old Mother Nature of yours. You daren't leave that bottle of milk to her for half an hour but what she turns it sour or poisons it with one of her beastly germs." "I never approved of the bottle," said Arthur, bringing a flash of hot resentment into Dolly's eyes. Oswald regretted his illustration. "Old Mother Nature is a half-wit," he said. "She's distraught. You overrate the jade. She's thinking of everything at once. All her affairs got into a hopeless mess from the very start. Most of her world is desert with water running to waste. A tropical forest is 3/4 death and decay, and what is alive is either murdering or being murdered. When you come to artificial things, such as a plowed field, for example, that you get space and health and every blade doing its best." "I don't call a plowed field an artificial thing," said Arthur. "But it is," said Oswald. Dr. Firmison was dragged into this dispute. "A plowed field," he maintained, "is part of the natural life of man, like boots and reading." "I wouldn't say that," said Dr. Firmison warily. He had the usual general practitioner's belief that any education whatever is a terrible strain on the young, and he was quite on the side of Rousseau and Arthur in that matter. Moreover, as a result of his professional endeavors, he had been forced to a belief that nature's remedies are the best. "I'd like to know just what does belong to the natural life of man and what is artificial," said Oswald. "If a plowed field belongs, then a plow belongs. And if a plow belongs, a foundry belongs, and a coal mine. And you wouldn't plow in bare feet, not in these wheeled clays down there. You want good stout boots for those. And you'd let your plowman read at least a calendar? Boots and books come in, you see." "You're a perfect lawyer, Mr. Sydenham," said the doctor, and pretended the discussion had become fanciful. "But you'll not leave him to go unlettered until he's half grown up," said Oswald to Dolly in real distress. "It's so easy to teach him to read early and so hard later. I remember my little brother." "I am the mother, and I muff," said Dolly. "When Peter displays the slightest interest in the alphabet it shall be." Oswald felt reassured. He had a curious confidence that Dolly could be trusted to protect his godchild. Part 4. One day, Aunt Phyllis and Aunt Phoebe came down. Both sisters participated in the Stubland break back to color. But while Aunt Phyllis was a wit and her hats a spree, Aunt Phoebe was fantastically serious, and her hats went beyond a joke. They got their stuffs apparently from the shop of William Morris and Company. They had their dresses built upon pre-Raphaelite lines. They did their hair plainly and simply, but very carelessly, and their hats were noble brimmers or extravagant toques. Their profiles were as fine almost as Arthur's, a type of profile not so suitable for young women as for golden youth. They were bright-eyed and a little convulsive in their movements. Beneath these extravagances and a certain conversational wildness, they lived nervously austere lives. They were greatly delighted with Peter, but they did not know what to do with him. Phyllis held him rather better than Phoebe, but Phoebe, with her chatelaine, amused him rather more than Phyllis. "How happy a tinker's baby must be," said Aunt Phoebe, rattling her trinkets or a tinsmith's. "I begin to see some use in a Hindu woman's bangles," said Aunt Phyllis, "for in that clatter machine of yours, Phoebe, every young mother should rattle. Make a note of it, Phoebe dear, for your book." "Whatever you do with him, Dolly," said Aunt Phoebe, "teach him anyhow to respect women and treat them as his equals, from the very first." "Meaning votes," said Aunt Phyllis. "Did'ums want'ums, mummy a vote then?" "Never let him touch butcher's meat in any shape or form," said Aunt Phoebe. "Once a human child tastes blood, the mischief is done." "Avoid patriotic songs and symbols," prompted Aunt Phyllis, who had heard these ideas already in the train coming down. "And never buy him toy soldiers, drums, guns, trumpets. These things soak deeper into the mind than people suppose. They make wickedness domestic. Surround him with beautiful things. Accustom him." She winced that Arthur should hear her, but she spoke as one having a duty to perform. "Accustom him to the nude, Dolly, from his early years. Associate it with innocent amusements. Retrieve the fall. Never let him wear a hat upon his head nor boots upon his feet. As soon tie him up into a papoose. As soon tight lace. A child's first years should be one long dream of loveliness and spontaneous activity." But at this point Peter betrayed signs that he found his aunt's overstimulating. He released his grip upon the thimble case of the chatelaine. His face puckered. Ridges and waves and puckers of pink fatness ran distractedly over it, and he threw his head back and opened a large, square, toothless mouth. "Mary!" cried Dolly, and a comfortable presence that had been hovering mistrustfully outside the door ever since the aunts appeared, entered with alacrity and bore Peter protectingly away. "He must be almost entirely lungs," said Aunt Phoebe, when her voice could be heard through the receding ball. "Other internal organs no doubt develop later." "Come out to the stone table under the roses," said Dolly. "We argue there about Peter's upbringing almost every afternoon." "Argue, I grant you," said Aunt Phoebe, following her hostess and dangling her chatelaine from one hand as if to illustrate her remarks, "but argue rightly." When Oswald came over in the afternoon, he was disposed to regard the two aunts as serious reinforcements to Arthur's educational heresies. Phyllis and Phoebe were a little inclined to be shy with him as a strange man, and he and Arthur did most of the talking, but they made their positions plain by occasional interpolations. Arthur, supported by their presence, was all for letting Peter grow up a wild, untrammeled child of nature. Oswald became genuinely distressed. "But education," he protested, "is as natural to a human being as nests to birds." "Then why force it?" said Phyllis with dexterity. "Even a cat boxes its kitten's ears." "A domesticated cat," said Phoebe, "a civilized cat." "But I've seen a wild lioness." "Are we to learn how to manage our young from lions and hyenas?" cried Phoebe. They were too good for Oswald. He saw Peter already ruined, a fat, foolish, undisciplined cub. Dolly, with sympathetic amusement, watched his distress, which his living half-face betrayed in the oddest contrast to his left-hand calm. Arthur had been thinking gracefully while his sisters tackled their adversary. Now he decided to sum up the discussion. His authoritative manner on these occasions was always slightly irritating to Oswald. Like so many who read only occasionally and take thought as a special exercise, Arthur had a fixed persuasion that nobody else ever read or thought at all, so that he did not so much discuss as adjudicate. "Of course," he said, "we have to be reasonable in these things. For men, a certain artificiality is undoubtedly natural. That is, so to speak, the human paradox. But artificiality is the last resort. Instinct is our basis. For the larger part, the boy has just to grow. But we watch his growth. Education is really watching, keeping the course. The human error is to do too much, to distrust instinct too much, to overteach, over-legislate, over-manage, over-decorate. "No, you don't, my gentleman," came the voice of Mary from the shadow under the old pear tree. "Now I wonder," said Arthur, craning his neck to look over the rose bushes. "Did-ums then," said Mary. "Went I let 'em put titty in his mouth." "Ooh." "Trust her instinct," said Dolly, and Arthur was restrained. Oswald took advantage of the interruption to take the word from Arthur. "We joke and sharpen our wits in this sort of talk," he said, "but education, you know, isn't a joke. It might be the greatest power in the world. If I didn't think I was sort of a schoolmaster in Africa, that's the only decent excuse a white man has for going there. I'm getting to be a fanatic about education. Give me the schools of the world, and I would make a millennium in half a century. You don't mean to let Peter drift. You say it, but you can't mean it. Drift is waste. We don't make half of what we could make of our children. We don't make a quarter, not a tenth. They could know ever so much more. Think ever so much better. We're all at 6s and 7s. He realized that he wasn't good at expressing his ideas. He had intended something very clear and compelling, a sort of ultimatum about Peter. "I believe in Sir Francis Galton," Aunt Phoebe remarked in his pause, saying with stern resolution things that she felt had to be said. They made her a little breathless, and she fixed her eye on the view until they were said. "Eugenics. It is a new idea, a revival. Plato had it. Men ought to be bred like horses. No marriage or any nonsense of that kind, just a simple scientific blending of points. Then everything would be different. Almost too different," Arthur reflected. "When I consider Peter and think of all one could do for him," said Oswald, still floundering for some clenching way of putting it. Section 5. One evening Dolly caught her cousin looking at her husband with an expression that stuck in her memory. It was Oswald's habit to sit, if he could, in such a position that he could rest the obliterated cheek of his face upon a shadowing hand, his fingers on his forehead. Then one saw what a pleasant-faced man he would have been if only he had left that Egyptian shell alone. So he was sitting on this occasion, his elbow on the arm of the settle. His brow was knit, his one eye keen and steady. He was listening to his host discoursing upon the many superiorities of the artisan in the Middle Ages to his successor of today, and he seemed to be weighing and estimating Arthur with some little difficulty. Then, as if it was a part of the calculation he was making, he turned to look at Dolly. Their eyes met. For a moment he could not mask himself. Then he turned to Arthur again with his expression restored to polite interest. It was the most trivial of incidents, but it stayed a mental burr. Part 6. A little accident, which happened a few weeks after Oswald's departure, put the idea of making a will into Arthur's head. Dolly had wanted to ride a bicycle, but he had some theory that she would not need to ride alone, or that it would overexert her to ride alone, and so he had got a tandem bicycle instead, on which they could ride together. Those were the days when all England echoed to the strains of "Daisy, Daisy, tell me your answer true. I'm orf crazy, all for the love of you. You'd look sweet upon the seat of a bicycle made for two." A wandering thrush of a cockney whistled it on their first expedition. Dolly went out a little resentfully with Arthur's broad back obscuring most of her landscape, and her third ride ended in a destructive spill up down Ippenhanger Hill. The bicycle brake was still in a primitive stage in those days. One steadied one's progress down a hill by the art, since lost to mankind again, of backpedaling, and Dolly's feet were carried over and thrown off the pedals, and the machine got away. Arthur's nerve was a good one. He fought the gathering pace and steered with skill down to the very last bend of that downland descent. The last corner got them. They took the bank and head sideways, and the crumpled tandem remained on one side of the bank, and Arthur and Dolly found themselves torn and sprained, but essentially unbroken, in a hollow of wet moss and marshmallows beyond the hedge. The sense of adventure helped them through an afternoon of toilsome return. "But we might both have been killed that time," said Arthur, with a certain gusto. "If we had," said Arthur, presently expanding that idea, "what would have become of Peter?" They had both made simple wills copied out of Whitaker's Almanac, leaving everything to each other. It had not occurred to them before that two young parents who cross glaciers together, go cycling together, travel in some trains, cross the seas in the same boats, might very easily get into the same smash. In that case, the law, it appeared, presumed that the wife, being the weaker vessel, would expire first, and so Uncle Rigby, who had relapsed more and more stuffily into evangelical narrowness since his marriage, would extend a dark protection over Peter's life. Lucy wouldn't even feed him properly, said Dolly. She's so close and tirelessly inhuman, I can't bear to think of it. On the other hand, if by any chance Dolly should show a flicker of life after the extinction of Arthur, Peter and all his possessions would fall into the hand of Dolly's shady brother, the failure of the family, a being of incalculable misdemeanors, a gross, white-faced literary man, an artist in parody, itself a vice, who smelt of tobacco always, and already at 38, it was but too evident, preferred port and old brandy to his self-respect. We ought to remake our wills and each appoint the same guardian, said Arthur. It was not very easy to find the perfect guardian. Then, as Arthur sat at lunch one day, the sunshine made a glory of the little silver tankard that adorned the Welsh dresser at the end of the room. Dolly, he said, old Oswald would like this job. She had known that by instinct from the first, but she had never expected Arthur to discover it. He's got a sort of fancy for Peter, he said. I think we could trust him, said Dolly temperately. Poor old Oswald, said Arthur. He's a tragic figure. That mask of his cuts him off from so much. He idolizes you and Peter, Dolly. You don't suspect it, but he does. He's our man. End Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gary Conover, Windham, Maine. Joan and Peter, The Story of an Education, by H.G. Wells. Chapter 3. Destiny is at times a slashing sculptor. At first, Destiny seemed to have intended Oswald Sydenham to be a specimen of the schoolboy hero. He made record scores in the school matches, climbed trees higher than anyone else did, and was, moreover, a good all-around boy at his work. He was healthy, very tall but strong, dark, pleasant-looking, and popular with men and women, and he was quite aware of these facts. He shone with equal brightness as a midshipman. He dared, he could lead. Several women of 30 or thereabouts adored him, before it is good for youth to be adored. He had a knack of success. He achieved a number of things. He judged himself and found that this he had done pretty decently, and that passing well. Then Destiny decided apparently that he was not thinking as freshly or as abundantly as he ought to. A healthy, successful life does not leave much time for original thinking, and smashed off the right side of his face. In a manner, indeed, quite creditable to him, it was given to few men in those Pacific days to get the V.C. before the age of 21. He lay in hospital for a long spell, painful but self-satisfied. The nature of his injuries was not yet clear to him. Presently he would get all right again. V.C., he whispered, at 20, pretty decent. He saw himself in the looking-glass with half his face bandaged, and there was nothing very shocking in that. Then one day came his first glimpse of his unbandaged self. One must take it decently, he said to himself again and again through a night of bottomless dismay. And how can I look a woman in the face again? He stuck to his bandages as long as possible. He learnt soon enough that some women could not look him in the face anyhow, and among them was one who should have hidden her inability from him at any cost. And he was not only disfigured, he was crippled and unserviceable. So the Navy decided. Something had gone out of his eyesight. He could no longer jump safely nor hit a ball with certainty. He could not play tennis at all. He had 10 minutes of humiliation with one of the nurses, protesting all the time. Give me another chance and I'll begin to get into it. Let me get my eye in. My only eye in. Oh, the devil. Give a chap a chance. Sorry, nurse. Now. Damn! It's no good. Oh, God, it's no good. What shall I do? Even his walk had now a little flavor of precaution, but he could still shoot straight up to 200 or 300 yards. These facts formed the basis for much thinking on the part of a young man who had taken it for granted that he was destined to a bright and leading role in the world. When first he realized that he was crippled and disabled for life, he thought of suicide. But in an entirely detached and theoretical spirit, suicide had no real attraction for him. He meant to live anyhow. The only question, therefore, was the question of what he was to do. He would lie awake at nights, sketching out careers that did not require athleticism or a good presence. I suppose it's got to be chiefly using my brains, he decided. The great trouble will be not to get fat and stuffy. I've never liked indoors. He did his best to ignore the fact that an honorable life before him meant a life of celibacy, but he could not do so. For many reasons, arising out of his temperament and the experiences those women friendships had thrust upon him, that limitation had an effect of dismaying cruelty upon his mind. Perhaps some day I shall find a blind girl, he said, and felt his face doubtfully. Oh, damn! He perceived that the sewing up of his face was a mere prelude to the sewing up of his life. It distressed him beyond measure. It was the persuasion that the deprivation was final that obsessed him with erotic imaginations. For a time he was obsessed almost to the verge of madness. He had moods of raving anger on account of this extravagant and uncontrollable preoccupation. He would indulge secretly in storms of cursing, torrents of foulness and foul blasphemies that left him strangely relieved. But he had an unquenchable sense of the need of a fight. I'll get square with this damned world somehow, he said. I won't be beaten. There were some ugly and dismal aspects in his attempt not to be beaten, plunges into strange mires with remorse at the far side. They need not deflect our present story. What's the whole beastly game about, anyhow, he asked. Why are we made like this? Meanwhile, his pride kept up a valiant front. No one should suspect he was not cheerful. No one should suspect he felt himself to be a thing apart. He hid his vicious strain, or made a jest of it. He developed a style of humor that turned largely on his disfigurement. His internal stresses reflect the dry bitterness upon the world. It was a great comfort presently to get hints that here and there other souls had had to learn lessons as hard as his own. One day he chanced upon the paralyzed hind's farewell to beauty. Perhaps, he said, I've only got by a short cut to where a lot of people must come out sooner or later. Everyone who lives on must get bald and old anyhow. He took a hint from an article he found in some monthly review upon Richard Crookback. A crippled body makes a crippled mind, he read. Is that going to happen to me? Thence he got to, if I think about myself now, he asked, what else can happen? I'll go bitter. Something I can do well, but something in which I can forget myself. That, he realized, was his recipe. Let's find out what the whole beastly game is about, he decided, a large proposition, and stop thinking of my personal sit-back altogether. But that is easier said than done. Part 2. He would, he decided, go in for science. He had read about science in the magazines, and about its remorseless way with things. Science had always had a temperamental call upon his mind. The idea of a pitiless acceptance of fact had now a greater fascination than ever for him. Art was always getting sentimental and sensuous. This was in the early 80s. Religion was mystical and puritanical. Science just looked at facts squarely and would see a cancer or a liver fluke or a healing scar as beautiful as Venus. Moreover, it told you coldly and correctly of the skin glands of Venus. It neither stimulated nor condemned. It would steady the mind. He had an income of $400 a year and fairly good expectations of another $1,200. There was nothing to prevent him going in altogether for scientific work. Those were the great days when Huxley lectured on zoology at South Kensington, and to him Oswald went. Oswald did indeed find science consoling and inspiring. Scientific studies were at once rarer and more touched by enthusiasm a quarter of a century ago than they are now, and he was soon a passionate naturalist, consumed by the insatiable craving to know how that little, long upper laboratory in the normal school of science, as the place was then called, with the preparations and diagrams along one side, the sinks and windows along the other, the row of small tables down the windows, and the ever-present vague mixed smell of methylated spirit, Canada balsam, and a Swedish decay, opened vast new horizons to him. To the world of the 1880s, the story of life, of the origin and branching out of species, of the making of continents, was still the most inspiring of new romances. Comparative anatomy, in particular, was then a great and philosophical new learning, a mighty training of the mind. The drift of biological teaching toward specialization was still to come. For a time, Oswald thought of giving his life to biology, but biology, unhappily, had little need of Oswald. He was a clumsy dissector because of his injury, and unhandy at most of the practical work. He had to work with his head on one side and rather close to what he was doing. But it dawned on him one day as a remarkable discovery that neither personal beauty nor great agility are demanded from an explorer or a collector. It was a picture he saw in an illustrated paper of H.M. Stanley traversing the African forest in a litter with a great retinue of porters that first put this precious idea into his head. One wants pluck and a certain toughness, he said. I'm tough enough, and then I shall be out of reach of Piccadilly. He had excellent reasons for disliking the West End. It lured him, it exasperated him, it demoralized him, and made him ashamed. He got and read every book of African travel he could hear of. In 1885, he snatched at an opportunity and went with an expedition through Portuguese East Africa to Nyassa and Tanganyika. He found fatigue and illness and hardship there, and peace of nerve and imagination. He remained in that region of Africa for 3 years. But biology and Africa were merely the fields of human interest in which Oswald's mind was most active in those days. Such inquiries were only a part of his valiant all-round struggle to reconstruct the life that it had become impossible to carry on as a drama of the noble and picturesque loves and adventures of Oswald Sydenham. His questions led him into philosophy. He tried over religion, which had hitherto, in his romantic phase, simply furnished suitable church scenery for meetings and repentances. He read many books, listened to preachers, hunted out any teacher who seemed to promise help in the mending of his life, considered this movement and that question. His resolve to find what the whole beastly game was about was no passing ejaculation. He followed the trend of his time towards a religious skepticism and an entire neglect of current politics. Religion was then at the nadir of formalism. Current politics was an outwardly idiotic, inwardly dishonest party duel between the followers of Gladstone and Disraeli. Social and economic questions he was inclined to leave to the professors. Those were the early days of socialist thought in England, the days before Fabianism, and he did not take to the new teachings very kindly. He was a moderate man in aesthetic matters. William Morris left him tepid. He had no sense of grievance against machinery and aniline dyes. He did not grasp the worker's demand because it was outside his traditions and experiences. Science seemed to him more and more plainly to be the big regenerative thing in human life, and the mission immediately before men of energy was the spreading of civilization, that is to say, of knowledge, apparatus, clear thought, and release from instinct and superstition around the world. In those days, science was at its maximum of aggressive hopefulness. With the idea of scientific progress, there was also bound up in many British minds the idea of a racial mission. The long Napoleonic Wars had cut off British thought from the thought of the continent of Europe, and this separation was never completely healed throughout the 19th century. In spite of their world empire, the British remained remarkably self-centered and self-satisfied. They were a world people, and no other people were. They were at once insular and worldwide. During the 19th century until its last quarter, there was no real challenge to their extra-European ascendancy. A man like Sydenham did not so much come to the conclusion that the subjugation and civilization of the world by science and the Anglican culture was the mission of the British Empire, as find that conclusion, ready-made by tradition and circumstances in his mind. He did not even trouble to express it. It seemed to him self-evident. When Kipling wrote of the white man's burden, Britain was understood. Everywhere the British went about the world, working often very disinterestedly and ably, quite unaware of the amazement and exasperation created in French and German and American minds by the discovery of these tranquil assumptions. So it was with Oswald Sydenham for many years. For 3 years he was in the district between Bangawelo and Lake Nyassa, making his headquarters in Blantyre, collecting specimens and learning much about mankind and womankind in that chaos of Arab slavers, Scotch missionaries, traders, prospectors, native tribes, Zulu raiders, Indian storekeepers, and black Portuguese. Then, discovering the Blantyre had picked up a nickname from the natives of Half-Face for him, he took a temporary dislike to Blantyre and decided to go by way of Tanganyika either to Uganda or Zanzibar, first sending home a considerable collection of specimens by way of Mozambique. He got through at last to Uganda, after some ugly days and hours, only to learn of a very good reason why he should return at once to the southern lakes. He heard that a new British consul was going up the Zambezi to Iceland with a British protectorate up his sleeve, and he became passionately anxious to secure a position near the ear of this official. There were many things the man ought to know at once that neither traders nor mission men would tell him. To get any official position, it was necessary for Oswald to return to London and use the influence of various allied Sydenhams. He winced at the thought of coming back to England and meeting the eyes of people who had known him before his disfigurement. But the need to have some sort of official recognition if he was to explain himself properly in Nyasaland made it necessary that he should come. That was in the summer of 1889. He went down to visit his uncle at Long Downport while the influences brewed, and here it was he first met Dolly. He did not know it, but now his face was no longer a shock to the observer. The injured side, which had been at first mostly a harsh reddish blank scar with a glass eye, had not only been baked and weather-worn by Africa, but it had in some indefinable way been assimilated by the unmutilated half. It had been taken up into his individuality. His renascent character possessed it now. It had been humanized and become a part of him. It had acquired dignity. Muscles and nerves had reconstructed some of their relations and partially resumed abandoned duties. If only he had known it, there was nothing repulsive about him to Dolly, though he was not a pretty man. He had the look of a strong one. The touch of imagination in her composition made her see behind this half-visor of immobilized countenance the young hero who had risked giving his life for his fellows. His disfigurement did but witness the price he had paid. In those days, at home in England, one forgot that most men were brave. No one had much occasion nor excuse for bravery. A brave man seemed a wonderful man. He loved Dolly with a love in which a passion of gratitude was added to the commoner ingredients. Her smiling eyes restored his self-respect. He felt he was no longer a horror to women. But could it be love she felt for him? Was not that to presume too far? She gave him friendliness. He guessed she gave him pity. She gave him the infinite reassurance of her frank eyes. Would it not be an ill return to demand more than these gracious gifts? The possibility of humiliation and of humiliating Dolly touched a vein of abject cowardice in his composition. He could not bring himself to the test. He tried some vague signaling that she did not seem to understand. His time ran out, and he went, awkwardly. When he returned for a second time, he returned to find that Arthur's fine profile had eclipsed his memory. After the visit that made him a godfather, Oswald did not return again to England until his godson had attained the ripe age of 4 years. And when Oswald came again, he had changed very greatly. He was now almost completely his new self. The original good-looking midshipman, that sunny type, was buried deep in a highly individualized person, who had in England something of the effect of a block of seasoned ship's timber among new-cut blocks of white deal. He had been used and tested. He had been scarred and survived. His obsession had lifted. He had got himself well under control. He was now acquiring a considerable knowledge of things African, and more particularly of those mysterious processes of change and adventure that were presented to the British consciousness in those days as empire building. He had seen this part of Africa change dramatically under his eyes. When first he had gone out, it was but a dozen years from the death of Livingstone, who had been the first white man in this land. In Livingstone's wake had come rifles, missionaries, and the big game hunter. The people of the Shire Highlands were now mostly under the rule of chiefs who had come into the country with Livingstone as pseudo porters, and whom he had armed with rifles. The town of Blantyre had been established by Scotch missionaries to preserve Livingstone's memory and his work. Things had gone badly for a time. A certain number of lay helpers to the Church of Scotland mission had set up as quasi-independent sovereigns, with powers of life and death about their mission stations. Many of them had got completely out of hand and were guilty of much extortion and cruelty. One of them, Fenwick, murdered a chief in a drunken bout, got himself killed, and nearly provoked a native war only a year or so before Oswald's arrival. Arab adventurers from Zanzibar and black Portuguese from the Zambezi were also pushing into this country. The Yao to the north and the Angoni Zulus to the south, tribes of a highly militant spirit, added their quota to a kaleidoscope of murder, rape, robbery, and incalculable chances, which were further complicated by the annexational propaganda of more or less vaguely accredited German, Belgian, Portuguese, and British agents. Oswald reached Tanganyika in the company of a steamboat, in portable places, which had been sent by the Scotch missionaries by way of the Zambezi and Lake Nyassa. He helped with its reconstruction and took a considerable share in fighting the Arab slavers between Nyassa and Tanganyika. One of his earliest impressions of African warfare was the figure of a blistered and wounded Negro standing painfully to tell the story of the fight from which he had escaped. "You see," the Scotch trader who was translating explained, "he's saying they had just spears and the Arabs had guns, and they got driven back on the lagoon into the reeds. The reeds were dry, and the Arabs set them on fire. That's how he got his arm and leg burns. He says, nasty places, but they'll heal all right. He's a vegetarian and a teetotaler, usually. Those reeds burn like thatch, and if the poor devils ran out, they got stabbed or shot, and if they went into the water, the crocodiles would be getting them. I know that end of the lake is fairly alive with crocodiles. A perfect bank holiday for the crocodiles. Poor devils, poor devils." The whole of Africa, seen in those days from the viewpoint of Blantyre, was the most desolating spectacle of human discipline it is possible to conceive. Everywhere was the adventurer in violence and cruelty and fever. Nowhere law and discipline. The mission men turned robbers. The traders became drunkards. The porters betrayed their masters. Mission intrigued against mission, disobeyed the councils, and got at hopeless loggerheads with the traders and early planters. Where there is no control, there is no self-control. Thirst and lust racked every human being. Even some of the missionaries deemed it better to marry native women than to burn. In his own person, Oswald played microcosm to human society. He had his falls and bitter moments, but his faith in science and civilization, human will and self-control, stumbled to its feet again. "We'll get things straight here presently," he said, of himself as of Nyasaland. "Never say damned till you're dead." His first return to England not only gave him a futile dream of Dolly to keep him clean and fastidious in Africa, but restored his waning belief in an orderly world. Seen from that distant point, the conflicts in Africa fell into proper perspective as the froth and confusion before the launching of a new and unprecedented peace. Africa had been a black stew of lust, bloodshed, and disease since the beginnings of history. These latter days were but the last flare-up of an ancient disorder before the net of the law and the roads and railways, the net of the hospitals and microscopes and anthropologists, caught and tamed and studied and mastered the black continent. He got his official recognition and went back to join this new British agent, Mr. Harry Johnston, in Nyasaland and see a kind of order establish itself and grow more orderly and secure over the human confusion round and about the Shire Highlands. He found in his chief, who presently became commissioner and administrator, with a uniform rather like an admiral's for state occasions, a man after his own heart, with the same unquenchable faith in the new learning of science and the same belief in the better future that opened before mankind. The commissioner, a little animated, talkative man of tireless interest and countless interests, reciprocated Oswald's liking. In Central Africa, one is either too busy or too tired and ill to do much talking, but there were one or two evenings when Oswald was alone with his chief, and they could exchange views. Johnston had a modern religious philosophy that saw God chiefly through the valiant hearts of men. He made Oswald read Winwood Reade's Martyrdom of Man, which had become, so to speak, his own theological point of departure. It was a book of somber optimism, productive of a kind of dark hopefulness, provided we stick it. that accorded well with the midday twilight of the Congo forest into which Oswald was presently sent. It marched with much that Oswald had been thinking out for himself. It did not so much tell him new things as crystallize his own thoughts. Two ideas were becoming the guiding lights of Oswald Sydenham's thought and life. One was the idea of self-devotion to British imperial expansion. The British Empire was to be the instrument of world civilization, the protectress and vehicle of science. The critical examination of imperialism in the light of these pretensions had still to come. He had still to discover that science could be talked in other languages than English, and thought go on behind brown and yellow foreheads. The second idea was that the civilizing process was essentially an educational process, a training in toleration and devotion, the tempering of egotism by wide ideas. Thereby we shall get things straighter presently. We shall get them very straight in the long run. Directly after Oswald's second visit to England, the one in which he became Peter's godfather, a series of campaigns against the slave-raiding Arab chiefs, who still remained practically independent in the Protectorate, began. Oswald commanded in a very near thing in the Highlands, during which he held a small stockade against the Yao with 6 Sikhs and a few in Tonga for 3 days, and was finally rescued with his ammunition had almost given out. And after that he was entrusted with a force of over 300 men in the expedition that ended in the capture and hanging of old Melusi. He fought in steamy heat and pouring rain, his head aching and his body shivering, and he ended his campaigning with a first experience of blackwater fever. It struck him as an unutterably beastly experience, although the doctor assured him he had been let down lightly. However, this was almost the end of the clearing up fighting in the Protectorate, and Oswald could take things easily for a time. Thereafter the work of pacification, road-making, postal and telegraphic organization went on swiftly and steadily. But these days of peaceful organization were ended by a disagreeable and emotional situation. Oswald found himself amused and attracted by a pretty woman he despised thoroughly and disliked a good deal. She was the wife of a planter near Blantyre. So far from thinking him an ugly and disfigured being, she made it plain to him that his ugliness was an unprecedented excitement for her. Always imprisoned in his mind was the desire to have a woman of his very own. At times he envied even the Yao warriors their black slave mistresses, and he was more than half disposed to snatch this craving creature in spite of the lies and tricks and an incessant chattering vanity that disfigured her soul, and end all his work in Africa to gratify, if only for some lurid months, his hunger for human possession. The situation took him by surprise in a negligent phase. He pulled up sharply when he was already looking down a slippery slope of indignity and dishonor. If he had as yet done no foolish things, he had thought and said them. The memory of Dolly came to him in the night. He declared to himself, and he tried to declare it without reservation, that it was better to sit for a time within a yard of Dolly's inaccessible goodness than paint a protectorate already British enough to be scandal-loving, with the very brightest hues of passion's flame color. He ran away from this woman. So he came back, by no means single-mindedly. There were lapses indeed on the slow steamer journey to Egypt into almost unendurable torments of regret, of which, however, no traces appeared when he came into the presence of Dolly and his godson at the Inglenook. Section 4. Peter took to Oswald, and Oswald took to Peter from the beginning. Peter, by this time, had Joan for a foster sister, and also he had Nobby. Nobby was a beloved Dutch doll, armless and legless, but adored and trusted as no other doll had ever been in the whole history of dolls since the world began. He had been Peter's first doll. One day, when he was playing tunes with Nobby on the nursery fender, one exceptionally accented note splintered off a side of Nobby's smooth, but already much obliterated countenance. Peter was not so much grieved as dismayed, and Arthur was very sympathetic and did his best to put things right with a fine brush and some black paint. But when Peter saw Oswald, he met him with a cry of delight and recognition. "It's Nobby!" he cried. "But who's Nobby?" asked Oswald. "You, Nobby!" Peter insisted with a squeak, and turned about, just in time to prevent Arthur from hiding the fetish away. "Gimme my Nobby," he said. "Nobby is his private god." Dolly hastened to explain. "It is his dearest possession. It is the most beautiful thing in the world to him, Every night he must have Nobby under his pillow. Oswald stood with his wooden double in his hand for a moment, recognized himself at a glance, thought it over, and smiled his grim, one-sided smile. "I'm Nobby, right enough," he said. "Big Nobby, Peter. He takes you off to dreamland. Some day I'll take you to the mountains of the moon." So far Joan, a black-headed, black-eyed doll, had been coyly on the edge of the conversation, a little disposed to take refuge in the skirts of Mary. Now she made a great effort on her own account. "Nobby!" she screamed. "Big, big Nobby!" And realizing she had made a success, hid her face. "Nobby to you," said Oswald. "Does that want a godfather too? It's my rule." Part 5. The changes in the Stubland nursery, though they were the most apparent, were certainly not the greatest in the little home that looked over the Weald. Arthur had been unfaithful to Dolly, on principle, it would seem. That did not reach Oswald's perceptions all at once, though even on his first visit he felt the difference between them. The later 90s were the sex problem period in Great Britain. Not that sex has been anything else than a perplexity in all ages, but it was just about this time that unanswerable "why not?" that bacterium of social decay, spreading out from the dark corners of unventilated religious dogmas into a moribund system of morals, reached in the case of the children of the serious middle classes of Great Britain, this important field of conduct. The manner of the question and the answer remained still serious. Those were the days of The Woman Who Did and the Keynote series, of adultery without fun and fornication for conscience' sake. Arthur, with ample leisure, a high-grade bicycle, the consciousness of the artistic temperament, and a gnawing secret realization, which had never left him since those early days in Florence, that Dolly did not really consider him as an important person in the world's affairs, was all too receptive of the new suggestions. Some discursive liberal conversations with various people, he found the complication he sought in the youngest of three plain but passionate sisters, who lived a decorative life in a pretty little modern cottage on the edge of a wood beyond Limpsfield. The new gale of emancipation sent a fire through her veins. Her soul within her was like a flame. She wrote poetry with a peculiar wistful charm, and her decorative methods were so similar to Arthur's that it seemed natural to conclude they might be the precursors of an entirely new school. They put a new interest and life into each other's work. It became a sort of collaboration. The affair was not all priggishness on Arthur's part. The woman was honestly in love, and for most men, love makes love. There is a pride and fascination for them in a new love adventure, in the hesitation, the dash, the soft capture, the triumph and kindness that can manage with very poor excuses, and such a beautiful absence of mutual criticism always, such a kindly accepting blindness in passionate eyes. At first Dolly did not realize how Arthur was rounding off his life. She was busy now with her niece, her disreputable elder brother's love child, as well as Peter. She did not miss Arthur very much during his increasing absences. Then Arthur, who wished to savor all the aspect of the new situation, revealed it to her one August evening in general terms by a discourse upon polygamy. Dolly's quick mind seized the situation long before Arthur could state it. She did not guess who her successful rival was. She did not know it was the younger Miss Blend, that familiar dark, squat figure, quick and almost crowded in speech, and with a peculiar avidity about her manner and bearing. She assumed it must be some person of transcendent and humiliating merit. That much her romantic standards demanded. She was also a little disgusted, as though Arthur had discovered himself to be physically unclean. Her immediate impulse was to arrest a specific confession. "You forget instinct, Arthur dear," she said, coloring brightly. "What you say is perfectly reasonable, wonderfully so. Only, it would make me feel sick. I mean sick if, for example, I thought you—" She turned away and looked at the view. "Are you so sure that it's instinct or convention?" he asked, after a pause of half-comprehension. "Instinct for certain. Lovers are one. Whither you go, I go in the spirit. You can't go alone with another woman while I, in those things. Oh, it's inconceivable. That's a primitive point of view. Love, lust, for the matter of that, they are primitive things," said Dolly. "Undisguisedly wretched. There's reason in the control of them. Polygamy, she cried scornfully. Arthur was immensely disconcerted. He lit a cigarette, and his movements were slow and clumsy. Ideas may differ, he said lamely. He did not make his personal confession, after all. In the middle of the night, Arthur was lying awake, thinking with unusual violence, and for the first time, for a long while, seeing a question from a standpoint other than his own. Also, he fancied he had heard a sound of great significance at bedtime. That uncertain memory worried him more and more. He got up now with excessive precautions against noise and crept with extreme slowness and care to the little door between his room and Dolly's. It was locked. Then she had understood. An almost awe-stricken Arthur paddled back to his own bed through a pool of moonlight on the floor. A pair of pallid, blue-veined feet and bright pajama legs in a perplexed, vague continuation upward was all the moon could see. Part 6. It was, it seemed to Arthur, a very hard, resolute, and unapproachable Dolly who met him at the breakfast table on the brick terrace outside the little kitchen window. He reflected that the ultimate injury a wife can do to a husband is ruthless humiliation, and she was certainly making him feel most abominably ashamed of himself. She had always, he reflected, made him feel that she didn't very greatly believe in him. There was just a touch of the Spitfire in Dolly. But indeed, within Dolly was a stormy cavern of dismay and indignation and bitter understanding. She had wept a great deal in the night and thought interminably. She knew already that there was much more in this thing than a simple romantic issue. Her first impulses had been quite in the romantic tradition. Never again, and now we part, and henceforth we are as strangers. She had already got 10,000 miles beyond that. She did not even know whether she hated him or loved him. She doubted if she had ever known. Her state of mind was an extraordinary patchwork. Every possibility in her being was in a state of intense excitement. She was swayed by a violently excited passion for him that was only restrained by a still more violent resolve to punish and prevail over him. He had never seemed so good-looking, so pleasant-faced, so much old Arthur, or such a fatuous being. And he was watching her, obliquely, furtively, while he pretended awkwardly to be at his ease. What a scared, comic thing Arthur could be. There were moments when she could have screamed with laughter at his solicitous face. Meanwhile, some serviceable part of her mind devoted itself to the table needs of Joan and Peter. Peter was disposed to incite Joan to a porridge-eating race. You just looked at Joan and began to eat fast very quietly, and then Joan would catch on and begin to eat fast too. Her spoon would go quicker and quicker and make a noise, whack, 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 and as it was necessary that she should keep her wicked black eyes fixed on your plate all the time to see how you're getting on, she would sometimes get an empty spoon up, sometimes miss her mouth, sometimes splash. But Mummy took a strong hand that morning. There was an argument, but Mummy was unusually firm. She turned breakfast into a drill. Filled spoon, tension, mouth, withdraw spoon. Not bad fun, really, though Mummy looked much too stern for any liberties, and Daddy wasn't game for a diversion. Wouldn't look at a little boy. After breakfast, Arthur decided he was not going to be bullied. He got out his bicycle and announced in a dry, offhand tone that he was going out for the day. "So long, Governor," said Dolly, as offhandedly, and stood at the door in an expressionless way until he was beyond the green road gate. Then she strolled back through the house into the garden, and stood for a time considering the situation. "So I am to bring up 2 babies, and grow old while this goes on," she whispered. She went to clear the things off the breakfast table and stood motionless again. "My God," she said, "why wasn't I born a man?" And that, or some image that followed it, led her thoughts out to Africa and a sturdy, teak-complexioned figure with a one-sided face under its big sun-helmet. "Why didn't I marry a man?" she said. "Why didn't I get me a mate?" Section 7. These were the primary factors of the situation that Oswald, arriving 6 weeks later, was slowly to discover and comprehend. As he did so, he felt the self-imposed restraints of his relations to Arthur and Dolly slip from him. Arthur was now abundantly absent. Never before had Oswald and Dolly been so much alone together. Peter and Joan in the foreground were a small restraint upon speech and understanding. But now this story falls away from romance. Romance requires that a woman should love a man or not love a man, that she should love one man only and go with the man of her choice, that no other consideration, unless it is duty or virtue, should matter. But Dolly found, with infinite dismay, that she was divided. She loved certain things in Oswald and certain things in Arthur. The romantic tradition which ruled in these matters provided no instructions in such a case. The two men were not sufficiently contrasted. One was not black enough, the other not white enough. Oswald was a strong man and brave, but Arthur, though he lived a tame and indolent life, seemed almost insensible to danger. She had never seen him afraid or rattled. He was a magnificent rock climber, for example. His physical nerve was perfect. Everything would have been so much simpler if he had been a soft. She was sensitive to physical quality. It was good to watch Arthur move. Oswald's injuries made him clumsy and a little cautious in his movements. But Oswald was growing into a politician. He had already taken great responsibilities in Africa. He talked like a prince and like a lover about his Atonga and his Sikhs, and about the white-clad kingdom of Uganda, and about the fantastic gallant Maasai, who must be saved from extermination. That princely way of thinking was the fine thing about him. There he outshone Arthur. He was wonderful to her when he talked of those Central African kingdoms that were rotting into chaos under the influence of the Arab and European invasions. Chaos from which a few honest Englishmen might yet rescue a group of splendid peoples. He could be loyal all through. It was his nature. And he loved her as Arthur had never loved her, with a gleam of fierceness, as though there was a streak of anger in his love. "Why do you endure it?" he fretted. "Why do you endure it?" But he was irritable, absurd about many little things. He could lose his temper over games, particularly if Arthur played too. Yet there was a power about Oswald. It was a quality that made her fear him and herself. She feared for the freedom of her spirit. If ever she became Oswald's, she would become his much more than she had ever been Arthur's. There was something about him that was real and commanding, in a sense in which nothing was real about Arthur. She had a dread, which made her very wary, that one day Oswald would seize upon her, that he would take her in his arms and kiss her. This possibility accumulated. She had a feeling that it would be something very dreadful, painful, and enormous, that it would be like being branded, that therewith Arthur would be abolished for her. At the thought she realized that she did not want Arthur to be abolished. She had an enormous kindliness for Arthur that would have been impossible without a little streak of humorous superiority. If Oswald threatened her with his latent mastery, Arthur had the appeal of much dependence, and apart from Oswald or Arthur, something else in her protested, an instinct or a deeply rooted tradition. The thought of a second man was like thinking of the dislocation of her soul. It involved a nightmare of overlapping, of partial obliteration, of contrast and replacement, and things that she felt could have no honor or dignity unless they are as simple and natural as inadvertent actions. The thing that swayed her most towards Oswald, oddly enough, was his mutilated face. That held her back from any decision against him. If I do not go with him, she thought, he will think it is that. She could not endure that he should be so wounded. Then, least personal and selfish thought of all, was the question of Joan and Peter. What would happen to them? In any case, Dolly knew that they would come to her. There was no bitter vindictiveness in Arthur, and he shirked every responsibility he could. She could leave him and go to Uganda and return to them. She knew there would be no attempt to deprive her of Peter. Oswald would be as good a father as Arthur. The children weighed on neither side. Dolly's mind had become discontinuous as it had never been discontinuous before. None of these things were in her mind all the time. Sometimes one aspect was uppermost and sometimes another. Sometimes she was ruled by nothing but vindictive pride, which urged her to put herself on a level with Arthur. At times, again, her pride was white and tight-lipped, exhorting her above all things not to put herself on a level with Arthur. When Oswald pressed her, her every impulse was to resist. When he was away and she felt her loneliness, and her heart went out to him. She had given herself to Arthur. That seemed conclusive. But Arthur had dishonored the gift. She had a great sense of obligation to Oswald. She had loved Oswald before she had ever seen Arthur. Years ago, she had given her cousin the hope and claim that burnt accusingly in his eyes today. "Come with me, Dolly," he said. "Come with me. Share my life. This isn't life here. But could I come with you? If you dared, not to Blantyre, perhaps. That's respectable. Church and women and chatter. Blantyre's over. But there's Uganda. Baker took a wife there. It's still a land of wild romance, and I must go soon. I must get to Uganda. So much is happening. Mira says this Sudanese trouble won't wait, but I hang on here day after day. I can't leave you to it, Dolly. I can't endure that. You have to leave me," she said. "No, come with me. This soft gray-green countryside is no place for you. I want you in a royal leopard skin with a rifle in your hand. You are pale for want of the sun, and while we were out there, he could divorce you. He would divorce you and marry some other copper puncher, some craftswoman, and stencil like hell. Then we could marry." He gripped her wrists across the stone table. "Dolly, my darling," he said, "don't let me go back alone." "But what of Peter and Joan?" "Leave them to nurses for a year or so, and then bring them out to the sun. If the boy stays here, he will grow up some sort of fiddling artist. He will punch copper and play about with bookbinding." She struggled suddenly to free her wrists, and he gripped them tighter until he saw that she was looking towards the house. At least he realized that Arthur approached. "Oh, damn!" said Oswald. Section 8. Dolly cut this knot she could not untie, and as soon as she had cut it, she began to repent. Indecision may become an unendurable torment. On the one hand, that dark, strong life in the African sun blazed with this man she feared, in spite of his unconcealed worship, called to a long-suppressed vein of courage in her being. On the other hand was her sense of duty, her fastidious cleanness, this English home with its 1,000 gentle associations, and Arthur, who had suddenly abandoned neglect, become attentive, mutely apologetic, but who had said not a word since he had put himself out of court about Oswald. He had said nothing, but he had become grave in his manner. Once or twice she had watched him when he had not known she watched him, and she had tried to fathom what was now in his head. Did he want her? This and that pulled her. One night, in the middle of the night, she lay awake, unable to sleep, unable to decide. She went to her window and pressed her forehead against the pane and stared at the garden in a mist of moonlight. "I must end it," she said. "I must end it." She went to the door that separated her room from Arthur's, and unlocked it noisily. She walked across the room and stood by the window. Arthur was awake too. He leaned up on his elbow and regarded her without a word. "Arthur," she said, "am I to go to Africa, or am I to stay with you?" Arthur answered after a little while, "I want you to stay with me." "On my conditions?" "I have been a fool, Dolly. It's over." They were both trembling, and their voices were unsteady. "Can I believe you, Arthur?" she asked weakly. He came across the moonlight to her, and as he spoke his tears came. Old, tender, well-remembered phrases were on his lips. "Dolly, little sweet Dolly," he said, and took her hungrily into his arms. There remained nothing now of the knot but to tell Oswald that she had made her irrevocable decision. Section 9. Arthur was eloquent about their reconciliation. What became of her rival, Dolly never learnt, nor greatly cared. She was turned out of Arthur's heart, it would seem, rather as one turns a superfluous cat out of doors. Arthur alluded to the emotional situation generally as "this mess." "If I'd had proper work to do and some outlet for my energy, this mess wouldn't have happened," he said. He announced in phrases only too obviously derivative that he must find something real to do, something that will take me and use me. But Dolly was manifestly unhappy. He decided that the crisis had overtaxed her. Oswald must have worried her tremendously. He thought it was splendid of her that she never blamed Oswald. The garden, the place, was full now of painful associations, and moreover, the rejected cat was well within the range of a chance meeting. Travel among beautiful scenery seemed the remedy indicated. Their income happened to be a little overspent, but it only added to his sense of rising to a great emotional emergency that he should have to draw upon his capital. They started upon a sort of recrudescence of their honeymoon, beginning with Rome. Aunt Phyllis and Aunt Phoebe came to mind, the house, and Joan and Peter. Aunt Phoebe was writing a little wise poetical book about education, mostly out of her inner consciousness, and she seized the opportunity of this experience very gladly. Dolly was a thing of moods for all that journey. At times she was extravagantly hilarious. She was wild, as she had never been before. She would start out to scamper about a twilight town after a long day's travel, so that it was hard for Arthur to keep pace with her flitting energy. She would pretend to be tarantula bitten in some chestnut grove and dance love dances and flee like a dryad to be pursued and caught. And at other times she sat white and still as though she had a broken heart. Never did an entirely virtuous decision give a woman so much heartache. They went up Vesuvius by night on mules from Pompeii, and as they stood on the black edge of the crater, the guide called her attention to the vastly steely extent of the moonlit southward sea. She heard herself whisper, "Africa," and wondered if Arthur, too, had heard. And at Capri, Arthur had a dispute with a boatman. The boat was taken at the Marina Grande. The boatman proposed the tour of the island and all the grottos, and from the Marina Grande the project seemed reasonable enough. The sea, though not glassy smooth, was quite a practicable sea, but a point had to be explained very carefully. The boatman put it in slow and simple Italian with much helpful gesture. If the wind rose to a storm, so that they would have to return before completing this giro, they would still pay the same fee. "Oh, quite," said Arthur, carelessly in English, and the bargain was made. They worked round the corner of the island, under the Salto di Tiberio, that towering cliff down which the legend says Tiberius flung his victims. And as soon as they came out from under the lee of the island, Arthur discovered a cheat. The gathering wind beyond the shelter of the cliffs was cutting up the blue water into a disorderly system of tumbling white-capped waves. The boat headed straight into a storm. It lifted and fell and swayed and staggered. The boatman at his oar dramatically exaggerated his difficulties. "He knew of this," said Arthur savagely. "He thinks we shall want to give in. Well, let's see who gives in first. Let's put him through his program and see how he likes it." Arthur had taken off his hat and clutched it to save it from the wind. He looked very fine with his hair blowing back. "Buona aria," he said, grinning cheerfully to the boatman. "Bellissima." The boatman was understood to say that the wind was rising and that it was going to be worse presently. "Bellissima," said Arthur, patting Dolly's back. The boatman was seized with solicitude for the lady. Dolly surveyed the great cliffs that towered overhead, and the frothy crests against which the boat smacked and lifted. "Bellissima," she agreed, smiling at the boatman's consternation. "Avanti!" The boat plunged and plowed its way for a little while in silence. The boatman suggested that things were getting dangerous. Could the signora swim? Arthur assured him that she could swim like a fish. "And the capitano?" Arthur accepted his promotion cheerfully and assured the boatman that his swimming was only second to Dolly's. The boatman informed them that he himself could scarcely swim at all. He was not properly a seafaring man. He had come to Capri for his health. His lungs were weak. He had been a stonemason at Alessandria, but the dust had been bad for his lungs. He could not swim. He could not manage a boat very well in stormy weather, and he was an orphan. "E orfano!" cried Arthur, greatly delighted and stabbing himself with an elucidatory forefinger. "Is orfano anche!" The boatman lapsed into gloom. In a little while they had beaten around the headland into view of the Faraglioni, that big outstanding rock which is pierced by a great arch, on the southeastern side of the island. The passage through this arco natural was in the boatman's agreement. They could see the swirl of the waters now, through that natural gateway, rising, pouring almost to the top of the arch, and then swirling down to the trough of the wave. The west wind whipped the orphan's blue-black curls about his ears. He began to cry off his bargain. "We go through that arch," said Arthur, "or my name is not Stubland." The boatman argued his case. The wind was rising. The further they went, the more they came into the weather. He had not the skill of a man born to the sea. "You made the bargain," said Arthur. "Let us return while we're still safe," the boatman protested. "Go through the arch," said Arthur. The boatman looked at the arch, the sky, the endless onslaught of advancing waves to seaward and Arthur, and then with a gesture of despair turned the boat towards the arch. "He's frightened, Arthur," said Dolly. "Serve him right. He won't try this game again in a hurry," said Arthur, and then, relenting, "Go through the arch, and we will return." The boatman balked at the arch twice. It was evident they must go through just behind the crest of a wave. He headed in just a moment or so too soon, got through on the very crest, bent double to save his head, made a clumsy lunge with his oar that struck the rock and threw him sideways. Then they were rushing with incredible swiftness out of the arch down a blue-green slope of water, and the Venerable rose again before Dolly's eyes like a thing relieved after a moment of intense concentration. But suddenly everything was sideways. Everything was askew. The boat was half overturned, and the boatman was sitting unsteadily on the gunwale, clutching at the opposite side, which was rising. The man, she realized, was going overboard, and Arthur's swift grab at him did but complete the capsize. The side of the boat was below her, where the floor should be, and that gave way to streaming, bubbling water into which one man plunged on the top of the other. Dolly leapt clear of the overturned boat, went under, and came up. She tossed the wet hair from her head and looked about her. The Venerable was already 30 yards or more away and receding fast. The boat was keel upward and rolling away towards the cliff. There were no signs of Arthur or the boatman. What must she do? Just before the accident she had noted the Piccola Marina away to the northwest. That would mean a hard swim against the waves, but it would be the best thing to do. It could not be half a mile away, and Arthur would look after himself. He would do that all right. She would only encumber him by swimming around. Perhaps he would get the man onto the boat. Perhaps people had seen them from the Piccola Marina. If so, boats would come out to them. She struck out shoreward. How light one's clothes made one feel, but presently they would drag. Never meet trouble halfway. It was going to be a long swim, even if there should be no current. She swam. Then she had doubts. Ought she to go back and look for Arthur? She could not be much good to him even if she found him. It was her first duty to save herself. Peter was not old enough to be left. No one would care for Joan and him as she could care for them. It was a long enough swim without looking for Arthur. It was going to be a very long swim. She wished she could get a glimpse of Arthur. She looked this way and that. It would be easier to swim side by side, but in this choppy sea he might be quite close and still be hidden. Best not to bother about things, just swim. For a long time she swam like a machine. After a time she began to think of her clothes again. The waves now seemed to be trying to get them off. She was being tugged back by her clothes. Could she get some of them off? Not in this rough water. It would be more exhausting than helpful. Clothes ought to be easier to get off, not so much tying and pinning. The waves were coming faster now. The wind must be freshening. They were more numerous and less regular. Splash! That last wave was a treacherous beast. No, treacherous beast. Salt in the mouth, salt in the eyes, and here was another too soon. Oh, fight! It was hard to see the Piccola Marina. Wait for the lift of the next wave. She is going too much to the left, ever so much, too much to the left. One must exert oneself for Peter's sake. What was Arthur doing? It seemed a long time now since she had got into the water, and the shore was still a long way off. There was nobody there at all that she could see. Boats drawn high and dry. Plenty of boats. Extraordinary people, these Italians. They let stonemasons take charge of boats. Extortionate stonemasons. She was horribly tired, not in good fettle. She looked at the Venerable over her shoulder. It was still disgustingly near and big. She had hardly swum a third of the way yet, or else there was a current. Better not think of currents. She had to stick to it. Perhaps it was the worst third of the way she had done, but what infinite joy and relief it would be just to stop swimming and spread one's arms and feet. She had to stick to it for little Peter's sake. For little Peter's sake. Peter too young to be left. Arthur. Best not to think about Arthur just yet. It had been silly to insist on the arco naturale. What a burthen and bother dress was to a woman. What a leaden burthen. She must not think. She must not think. She must swim like a machine. Like a machine. 1, 2, 1, 2, slow and even. She fell asleep. For some moments she was fast asleep. She woke up with the water rising over her head and struck out again. There was a sound of many waters in her ears, and an enormous indolence in her limbs against which she struggled in vain. She did struggle, and the thought that spurred her to struggle was still the thought of Peter. Peter is too young to be left yet. Peter, her little son, but the salt blinded her now. She was altogether out of step with the slow and resolute rhythm of the waves. They broke foaming upon her and beat upon her, and presently turned her about and over like a leaf in an eddy. End chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gary Conover, Windham, Maine. Joan and Peter, The Story of an Education, by H.G. Wells. Chapter 4. Peter could not remember a time when Joan was not in his world, and from the beginning it seemed to him that the chief fact was Mary, Nanny, you called her, or Mary, or you simply howled and she came. She was omnipresent. If she was not visible, then she was just round the corner, by night or day. Other figures were more intermittent. Daddy, a large, loud, exciting, almost terrific thing. Mummy, who was soft and made gentle noises, but was, in comparison with Mary, rather a fool about one's bottle. Pussy, and then the transitory, smiling, propitiatory human stuff that was difficult to remember and name correctly, aunties, mannies, and such like. But also they were inanimate persons. They were the brass-headed sentinels about one's cot, and there was a great brown, round-headed newel post. His name was Bungo Peter. He was a king, and knew everything. He watched the stairs. But you did not tell people this because they would not understand. Also, there was the brass-eyed monster with the triple belly who was called Trustadores. He shammed dead and watched you, and in the night he creaked about the room. And there was Gope, the stove, imprisoned in the fender with hell burning inside him, and there was Nobby. Nobby was the protector of little boys against Trustadores, stray bears, the thing on the landing, spider scratchings, and many such discomforts of nursery life. Of course, you could also draw a deep breath and yell for Marie, but she was apt not to understand one's explanation and to scold. It was better to hold tight to Nobby, and also Nobby was lovely and went whack. Moreover, if you called Marie, then when the lights came, Joan would sit up in her cot and stare sleepily while you were being scolded. She would say that she knew there weren't such things, and you would be filled with an indefinable sense of foolishness. Behind an impenetrable veil of darkness, with an intervening floor space acrawl with bears and burglars, she could say such things with impunity. In the morning one forgot. Joan in the daytime was a fairly amusing companion, except that she sometimes tried to touch Nobby. Once Peter caught her playing with Nobby and pretending that Nobby was a baby. One hand took Nobby by the head, and the other took Joan by the hair. That was the time when Peter had his first spanking. But Joan was careful not to touch Nobby again. Generally, Joan was passable. Of course, she was an intrusion in the way, but if one wanted to march round and round shouting, "Terra-ra, ra-ra-ra, ra-ra, terra-boom-de-a," banging something, a pan or a drum, with Nobby, she could be trusted to join in very effectively. She was good for noise marches always, and they would not have been any fun without her. She had the processional sense, and knew that her place was second. She talked also in a sort of way, but it was not necessary to listen. She could be managed. If, for example, she touched Peter's bricks, he yelled in a soul-destroying way and went for her with a brick in each hand. She was quick to take a hint of that sort. It was Arthur's theory that little children should not be solitary. Mutual aid is the basis of social life, and from their earliest years children must be accustomed to cooperation. They had to be trained for the cooperative commonwealth, as set forth in the writings of Prince Kropotkin. Mary thought differently, so Arthur used to go in his beautiful blue blouse and sit in the sunny nursery amidst the toys and the children, inciting them to premature cooperations. "Now, Peter, put a brick," he used to say. Now Joan put a brick. Now Dada put a brick. Mary used to watch proceedings with a cynical and irritating expression. Peter's tower, Peter would propose. Our tower, Arthur used to say. Peter, knock it over. No, no one knock it over. Peter, put 2 bricks. Very well. Dada, not put any more bricks. No, Peter, finish it. No, from Joan in a voice like a little cat. Me, finish it. Arthur wanted to preserve against this original sin of individualism. He got quite cross at last, imposing joyful and willing cooperation upon 2 highly resistant minds. Mary's way was altogether different. She greatly appreciated the fact that Dolly and Arthur had had the floor of the nursery covered with cork carpet, and that Arthur, at the suggestion of Aunt Phoebe, had got a blackboard and chalks in order to instill a free gesture in drawing from the earliest years. With a piece of chalk, Mary would draw a line across the floor of the nursery, fairly dividing the warmth of the stove and the light of the window. "That's your bit, Peter," she would say, "and that's your bit, Joan. Them's your share of bricks, and them's yours. Now don't you think of going outside your bit, either of you, whatever you do. Nohow, nor touch as much as a brick that isn't yours." Whereupon both children would settle down to play with infinite contentment. Yet these individualists were not indifferent to each other. If Joan wanted to draw on the blackboard with chalk, then always Peter wanted to draw on the blackboard with chalk at the same time. And here again it was necessary for Mary to mark a boundary between them. And if Peter wanted to build with bricks, then Joan did also. Each was uneasy if the other was not in sight, and they would each do the same thing on different sides of their chalk boundary, with a wary eye on the other's proceedings, and with an endless stream of explanation of what they were doing. Peter's building a lovely house. Joan's building, a lovely house, with a cross on it. "Why not build one lovely house for both of you?" said Arthur, still with the cooperative commonwealth in mind. Neither child considered that his proposal called for argument. It went over their heads and vanished. They continued building individually as before, but in silence, lest Arthur should be tempted to intervene again. Part 2. Joan was a dancer since the age of 3. Perhaps she got some hint from Dolly, and there is no telling. But anyhow, she frisked and capered rhythmically by a kind of instinct whenever Dolly played the piano. So Dolly showed her steps, and then more steps. Peter did not take to dancing so readily as Joan, and his disposition was towards burlesque. Joan danced for the love of dancing, but Peter was inventive and turned his dances into expression. He invented the fat dance with a pillow under his pinafore, the thin dance with a concave stomach and a meager expression, the one-leg dance and the bird dance, this latter like the birds about their crumbs in winter-time, also the tipsy dance, Bacchic, which Arthur thought vulgar and discouraged. Dolly taught Joan the flower dance, with a very red cap like a pistol, and white silk skirt petals upheld by her arms. These she opened slowly, and at last dropped and then drooped. This needed a day of preparation. Peter produced his first remembered aesthetic judgment on a human being on this occasion. "Pretty Joan," he said with conviction, as she stood flushed and bright-eyed after the dance, and with that he went and kissed her. "He's beginning young," said Arthur. "It is what all parents say, and it is true of all children, but parents keep on saying it." Before he was fully 4, Peter was conducting an aesthetic analysis of his world. He liked some of the tunes Dolly played and disapproved of others. He distributed pretty, lavishly, but by no means indiscriminately over the things of the world. "Oh, pretty flowers," was the primordial form of these expanding decisions, but he knew that Nobby was not pretty. Arthur did his best to encourage and assist these budding appreciations. One evening there was a beautiful still sunset. The sun went down, a great flattening sphere of reddening gold sinking into vast levels of blue over the remoter hills. Joan had already been carried off to bed, but Arthur seized upon Peter and stood him in the window seat. "Look," said Arthur. Peter looked intently. and both his parents sat beside him, watching his nice little round head and the downy edge of his intent profile. "Look," said Arthur, "it goes, it's going. The sun became a crescent, a red scimitar, a streak of fire. "Ah," said Arthur, "it's gone." Came an immense pause. "Do it again, Dada," said Peter with immense approval. "Do it again." Part 3. The theory of ideals played almost as important a part in the early philosophy of Peter as it did in the philosophy of Plato. But Peter did not call them ideals, he called them toys. Toys were the simplified essences of things, pure, perfect, and manageable. Real things were troublesome, uncontrollable, overcomplicated, and largely irrelevant. A real train, for example, was a poor, big, clumsy, and limited thing that was obliged to go to Redhill or Croydon or London. That was full of stuffy, unnecessary strangers, usually sitting firmly in the window seats. That you could do nothing satisfactory with at all. A toy train was your very own. It took you wherever you wanted, to fairyland or Russia or anywhere, at whatever pace you chose. Then there was a beautiful rag doll named Policeman, who had a comic, almost luminous red nose and smiled perpetually. You could hit Joan with him and make her squawk and yet be sure of not hurting her within the meaning of the law. How inferior was the great formless lump of a thing, with a pale, uneventful visitor sort of face we saw out of the train at Caterham. Nobody could have lifted him by the leg and waved him about, and if you had shied him into a corner instead of all going just anyhow and still smiling, he would probably have been cross and revengeful. How inferior, again, was the real cow, with its chewing habits, its threatening stare and moo, and its essential rudeness. To Susanna, the cow on the green board, perhaps the best real things in the world were young pigs. But this much is simply to explain how it was that Peter was grateful, but not overwhelmed, to find that there was also a real Nobby in existence as well as his beloved fetish. And this Nobby was, as real things went, much better than one could have expected him to be. Peter's heart went out to him from the very first encounter, and never found reason to relinquish him again. Nobby wasted a good lot of time that might have been better employed in play by talking to Mummy, and when a little boy set himself to rescue his friend from so tepid an occupation, Mary showed a peculiar disposition to thwart one. "Oh, leave them alone," she said, with a tart note in her voice. "I'm sure they don't want either of you." Still, Mummy didn't always get Nobby, and a little boy and girl could hear him talk and play about with him. When he told really, truly things, it was better than anyone else telling stories. He had had all sorts of experiences. He had been a sailor. He knew what was inside a ship. That had been a growing need in Peter's life. All Peter's ships had been solid hitherto, and Nobby had been in the same field, practically speaking, with lions ever so many times. Lions, of course, are not nearly so dreadful as bears in a little boy's world. Bears are the most dreadful things in the world. Especially is this true of the black underbed bear, Ursus petavorus. But lions are dreadful enough. If one saw one in a field, one would instantly get back over the stile again and go home, merry or no merry. But one day, near Nairobi, Nobby had come upon a lion in broad daylight right in the middle of the path. Nobby had nothing but a stick. "I was in a hurry, and I felt annoyed," said Nobby, "so I just walked towards him and waved my stick at him and shouted to him to get out of my way." "Yes?" Breathless. And he went. Most lions will get away from a man if they can. Not always, though. A pause. There was evidently another story to that. "Tell us," said Mummy, more interested even than the children. Big Nobby made model African villages out of twigs and such like nothings in the garden, and he brought down Joan and Peter boxes of Zulu warriors from London to inhabit them. Also, he bought 2 boxes of Egyptian camel core. One wet day he made Africa on the nursery floor. He made mountains out of books and wood blocks and put a gold mine of gold paper therein. He got in a lot of twigs of box from the garden and made the most lovely forest you can imagine. He built villages of bricks for the Zulus. He put out the animals of Peter's Noah's Ark in the woods. "Here's the lion," he said, propping up the lion against the tree because of its broken leg. "Growl," said Joan. "Exactly," said Nobby, encouraging her. "Wow, wah," said Joan, presuming on it. "Hang," said Peter. "You're dead, Joan," and stopped any more of that. Part 4. Then one day an extraordinary thing happened. It was towards lunchtime, and Mary was bringing Joan and Peter home from a walk in the woods. Joan was tired, but Peter had been enterprising and had run on far ahead. He was trotting his fat legs down the rusty lane that ran through the bushes close to the garden fence when he saw Nobby's lank form coming towards him from the house, walking slowly and as if he couldn't see where he was going. Peter was for slipping into the bushes and jumping out at him and saying, "Boo!" Then he saw Nobby stop and stand still and stare back at the house. And then, most wonderful and dreadful, this great big grown-up began to sob and cry. He said, "Oh," just as Peter did, sometimes when he felt unendurably ill-used, and he kept raising his clenched fist as if he was going to shake them, and not doing so. "I will go to hell," said Nobby. "I will go to hell," in a passion. Peter was shocked and ashamed for Nobby. Then Nobby turned and saw Peter before Peter could hide away from him. He stopped crying at once, but there was his funny face all red and shiny on one side. "Hello, old Peter boy," said Nobby. "I'm off. I'm going right away. Been fooled." So that was it. But hadn't he Africa and lions and elephants and black men to go to? A great real play nursery instead of a nursery of toys. Why make a fuss of it? He came to Peter and lifted him up in his arms. "Goodbye, old Peter," he said. "Goodbye, Peter. Keep off the copper punching." He kissed his godson, how wet his face was, and put him down, and was going off along the path, and Peter hadn't said a word. He wanted to cry, too, to think that Nobby was going. He stared and then ran a little way after his friend. "Nobby!" he shouted. "Goodbye." "Goodbye, old man," Nobby cried back to him. "Goodbye. Goodbye. Then Peter trotted back to the house to be first with the sad but exciting news that Nobby had gone. But as he came down from the green wicket to the house, he looked up and saw his father at the upstairs window, gazing after Nobby with an unusual expression that perplexed him. And in the little hall he found his mother, and she had been crying too, though she was pretending she hadn't. They knew about Nobby. Something strange was in the air, perceptible to a little boy, but utterly beyond his understanding. Perhaps Nobby had been naughty, so he thought it best to change the subject, and began talking at once about a wonderful long bicycle with no less than 3 men on it, not 2, Mummy, but 3, that he had seen upon the high road. They had thin white silk shirts without sleeves, and rode furiously with their heads down. Their shirts were blown out funnily behind them, in the middles of their backs. They went like that. All through the midday meal, nobody said a word about Nobby. Nobody ever did say anything about Nobby again. When on a few occasions Peter himself talked appreciative of Nobby, nobody, unless it was Joan now and then, seemed the least bit interested. One side consequence of Oswald's visit had been the dethronement of the original Nobby. The real Nobby had somehow thrust the toy Nobby into the background. Perhaps he drifted into the recesses of some box or cupboard. At any rate, when Peter thought of him one day, he was nowhere to be found. That did not matter so much as it would have done a couple of months before. Now, if the bears and burglars got busy in the night nursery, Peter used to pretend that the pillow was the real Nobby, the Nobby who wasn't even afraid of lions, and had driven off one with a stick. A prowling bear hadn't much chance against a little boy who snuggled up to that Nobby. Part 5. Mummy was rather dull in those days, and Daddy seemed always to be looking at her. Daddy had a sort of elasticity in his manner, too. Suddenly, Aunt Phyllis and Aunt Phoebe appeared, and it was announced that Daddy and Mummy were going off to Italy. It was too far for them to take little boys and girls, they said, and besides, there were, horrid spiders, and Peter must stay to mind the house and Joan and his aunts. It wasn't right not to have some man about. He was to have a sailor suit with trousers also. Great responsibilities altogether for a boy not much over 4. So there was a great kissing and going off, and Joan and Peter settled down to the rule of the aunts and only missed Mummy and Daddy now and then. Then one day something happened over the children's heads. Mary had red eyes, it wouldn't say why. The aunts had told her not to do so. Phyllis and Phoebe decided not to darken the children's lives by wearing mourning, but Mary said that anyhow she would go into black. But neither Joan nor Peter took much notice of the black dress. "Why don't Mummy and Daddy come back?" asked Peter one day of Aunt Phoebe. "They've traveled to such wonderful places," said Aunt Phoebe with a catch in her voice. "They may not be back for ever so long. No, not until Peter is ever so big." "Then why don't they send us culled postcards like they did at first?" said Peter. Aunt Phoebe was so taken aback she could answer nothing. "They just forgotten us," said Peter, and reflected. "They gone on and on." "Isn't Nobby ever coming back either?" he asked abruptly, displaying a devastating acceptance of the new situation. "But who's Nobby?" "That's Mr. Oswald Sydenham," said Mary. "He's coming back quite soon," said Aunt Phoebe. "He's on his way now." "'Cause he promised me a lion skin," said Peter. Part 6. Aunts Phyllis and Phoebe found themselves 2 of the 4 guardians appointed under Arthur's will. It had been one of Arthur's occasional lapses into deceit that he destroyed the will which made Oswald the sole guardian of Joan, so far as he could dispose of Joan and Peter, without saying a word about it to Dolly. He had vacillated between various substitutes for Oswald up to the very moment when he named the 4 upon whom he decided finally, to his solicitor. Some streak of jealousy or pride, combined with a doubt whether Oswald would now consent to act, had first prompted the alteration. Instead, he had decided to shift the responsibility to his sisters. Then a twinge of compunction had made him replace Oswald. Then, feeling that Oswald might still be out-talked or outvoted by his sisters, he had stuck in the name of Dolly's wealthy and important cousin, Lady Charlotte Sydenham. He had only seen her twice, but she had seemed a lady of considerable importance and strength of character. Anyhow, it made things fairer to the Sydenham side. But Phyllis and Phoebe at once assumed, not without secret gladness, that the burden of this responsibility would fall upon them. Oswald Sydenham was away in the heart of Africa. Lady Charlotte Sydenham was also abroad. She had telegraphed, "Unwell, impossible to return to England, 6 weeks, continue children's life as hitherto." That seemed to promise a second sleeping partner in the business. The sisters decided to continue the Inglenook as the children's home, and made the necessary arrangements with Mr. Sycamore, the family solicitor, to that end. They discussed their charges very carefully and fully. Phyllis was for a meticulous observance of Arthur's known or assumed wishes, but Phoebe took a broader view. Mary, too, pointed out the dangers of too literal an adhesion to precedent. "We want everything to go on exactly as it did when they were alive," said Phyllis to Mary. "Things have got to be different," said Mary. "Not if we can help it," said Aunt Phyllis. "They'll grow," said Mary after reflection. Phoebe became eloquent in the evening. "We are to have the advantages of maternity, Phyllis, without the degradation. It is a solemn trust. Blessed are we among women, Phyllis. I feel a Madonna. We are Madonnas, Phyllis. Modern Madonnas, just touched by the wings of the dove. These little souls dropped from heaven upon our knees. Poor Arthur. It is our task to guide his offspring to that high destiny he might have attained. Look, Phyllis." With her flat hand she indicated the long garden path that Dolly had planned. Phyllis peered forward without intelligence. "What is it?" she asked. Phyllis perceived that Phoebe was flushed with poetical excitement, and Phoebe's voice dropped mystically to a deep whisper. "Don't you see? White lilies!" A coincidence, of course, but beautiful. "For a child with a high destiny, I doubt if Peter is careful enough with his clothes," said Phyllis, trying to sound a less pre-Raphaelite note. "He was a perfect little disgrace this afternoon." "The darling! But I understand. Joan, too, has much before her, Phyllis. As yet their minds are blank. Tabula rasa. Of either of them there is still to be made anything. Peter, upon this rock I set a new age, when women shall come to their own, Joan again. Joan of Arc. Coincidences, no doubt, but leave me my fancies. Fancies, if you will. For me, they are no fancies. Before the worlds, Phyllis, we were made for this." She rested her chin on her hand and stared out into the blue twilight, a brooding prophetess. "Only a woman can understand a woman," she said presently. "Not a word of this, Phyllis, to others." "I wish we had bought some cigarettes this afternoon," said Phyllis. "The little red glow," reflected Phoebe indulgently. "It helps. But I don't want to smoke tonight. It would spoil it. Smoke? Let the flame burn clear a while. We will get in cigarettes tomorrow." Part 7. Joan and Peter remained unaware of the great destinies before them. More observant persons than they were might have guessed there were deep meanings in the way in which Aunt Phoebe smoothed back their hair from their foreheads and said, "Ah," and bade them "mark it well," whenever she imparted any general statement. But they took these things merely as her particular way of manifesting the irrational quality common to all grown-up people. Also, she would say, "Dignity, your mission," when they howled or fought. It was to the manuscript that grew into a bigger and bigger pile upon what had been Arthur's writing desk in Arthur's workroom that she restricted her most stirring ideas. She wrote there daily, going singing to it as healthy young men go singing to their bathrooms. She splashed her mind about and refreshed herself greatly. She wrote in a large hand, punctuating chiefly with dashes. She had conceived her book rather in the manner of the prophetic works of the admired Mr. Ruskin, with Caroline lapses. It was to be called Hail Bambino and the Grain of Mustard Seed. It was all about the tremendousness of children. The conscientious valiance of Aunt Phoebe was very manifest in the opening. "Caesar," the book began, "and the son of Semele burst strangely into this world. But Jesus, Mohammed, Confucius, Newton, Darwin, Robert Burns were born as peacefully as you or I. Nevertheless, they came for such ends, if, indeed, one can think of any ending thereto, as blot out the stars. Yesterday a puling babe, for Jesus puled, Mohammed puled, let us not spare ourselves. Newton, a delicate child, puled most offensively. Herod here and bacteria there, infantile colic, tuberculosis and whatnot, searched for each little life in vain, and so today, behold, springing victoriously from each vital granule a tree of teaching of consequence, that buds and burgeons and shoots, and forever spreads so that the gates of hell may not prevail against it. Here it is, the tree of spirituality. Here the tree of thought, predestined intertwiner with the tree of Asgard. Here, in our last instant, a chanting beauty, a heartening lyrical yawp and whirlaboo. And forget it not, whatever else be forgotten, the word of the wise, as the twig is bent, the tree inclines. So it is, and utterly, that we realize the importance of education, the pregnant intensity of the least urgency, the hint, the gleam, the offering of service to these first tender years. Here Aunt Phoebe had drawn breath for a moment before she embarked upon her second paragraph, and here we will leave Aunt Phoebe glowing amidst her empurpled prose. Joan and Peter took the substitution of Aunt Phoebe muttering like a sibyl overhead, and Aunt Phyllis, who was really amusing with odd drawings and twisted paper toys and much dancing and running about, in the place of Daddy and Mummy, with the stoical acceptance of the very young. About Daddy and Mummy there hung a faint flavor of departure, but no sense of conclusive loss. No clear image and expectation of a return had been formed. No day of definite disappointment ever came. After all, the essential habitual person, Mary, was still there, and all the little important routines of child life continued very much as they had always done. Yet there was already the dawn of further apprehensions in Peter's mind, at least. One day Peter picked up a dead bird in the garden, a bird dead with no injuries manifest. He tried to make it stand up and peck. "It ain't no good, Master Peter. It's dead," said Mary. "What's dead?" said Peter. "That is." "Gone. Dead," said Peter. "And won't ever go anything else now except smell," said Mary. Peter reflected. Later he revisited the dead bird and was seen in profound meditation over it. Then he repaired to Aunt Phyllis and confided his intention of immortality. "Peter," he said, "not go dead. Nohow." "Of course not," said Aunt Phyllis. "He's got too much sense. The idea." This was reassuring, but alone it was not enough. "Joan not go dead," he said. "No." "Certainly she shan't," said Aunt Phyllis, and awaited further decisions. "Pussy not go dead. Not until 90 times 9. Aunt Phyllis not go dead. Mary not go dead." He reflected further. He tried. "Mummy and Daddy not go dead." Then, after thought, "When are Daddy and Mummy coming back again?" Aunt Phyllis told a wise lie. "Some day, not for a long time. They've gone, oh, ever so far." "Farther than ever so," said Peter. He reflected. "When they come back, Peter will be a big boy. Mummy and Daddy hardly know him." And from that time, Daddy and Mummy ceased to be thought of further as immediate presences, and became hero and heroine in a dream of tomorrow, a dream of returning happiness when life was dull, of release and vindication when life was hard, a pleasant dream, a hope, a basis for imaginative anticipations and pillow fairy tales, sleeping parents like those sleeping kings who figure in the childhood of nations, like King Arthur or Barbarossa. Sometimes it was one parent, sometimes it was the other that dominated the thought. When Mummy comes back, when Daddy comes back, Joan learnt very soon to say it too. Part 8. Death was too big a thing for Peter to comprehend. He had hardly begun yet with life, and he had not even a beginning with religion. He had never been baptized. He had learnt no prayers at his mother's knee. The priceless Mary had come to the Stublands warranted a churchwoman, but as with so many of her class, her orthodoxy had been only a professional uniform to cloak a very keen hostility and contempt for the clergy, and she dropped quite readily into the ways of a household in which religion was entirely ignored. The first Peter heard of religion was at the age of 4.5, and that was from a serious friend of Mary's, a particular Baptist, who came for a week's visit to the Inglenook. The visitor was really distressed at the spiritual outlook of the two children. She borrowed Peter for a little walk. She thought she would begin with him and try Joan afterwards. Then, as plainly and impressively as possible, she imparted the elements of her faith to Peter and taught him a brief, simple prayer. "He's a love," she told Mary, "and so quick. It's a shame to keep him such a little heathen. I didn't say that prayer over twice before he had it pat." Mary was rather moved by her friend's feelings. She felt that she was going behind the back of the aunts, but nevertheless she saw no great harm in what had happened. The deaths of Arthur and Dolly had shaken Mary's innate skepticism. She had a vague feeling that there might be grave risks, well worth consideration, beyond the further edge of life. Aunt Phyllis was the first of the responsible people overhead to discover what had happened. Peter loved his prayer. It was full of the most beautiful phrases. No words had ever so filled his mouth and mind. There was, for example, "For Jesus Christ's sake, amen." Like a song, you could use it anywhere. Aunt Phyllis found him playing trains with his bricks in the nursery one afternoon. "Ooh, shuff, 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 shuff. Change for Reagate, change for London. For Jesus Christ's sake, amen. Aunt Phyllis sat down in the little chair. Peter, she said, who is this Jesus Christ? Peter was reluctant to give information. I know all about him, he said, and would at first throw no other light on the matter. Then he relented and told a wonder. He turned his back on his brick train and drew close to Aunt Phyllis. His manner was solemn and impressive, exactly as Mary's friend had been. His words were as slow and deliberate. Jesus Christ could go dead and come alive again, he said, over and over, whenever he wanted to. And having paused a moment to complete the effect of this marvel, Peter turned about again, squatted down like a little brown Holland mushroom with a busy little knob on the top, and resumed his shouting, "Hoo, chuff, 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 chuff." Part 9. One day, Mary, with an unaccustomed urgency in her manner, hurried Joan and Peter out of the garden into the nursery. There tidied them up with emphasis. Joan showed fight a bit, but not much. Peter was thinking of something else and was just limp. Then Mary took them down to the living room, with the big low room with the ingle nook, and the dining table in the far bay side beside the second fireplace. There they beheld a large female visitor of the worst sort. They approached her with extreme reluctance. Impelled by Mary's gentle but persistent hand, the visitor was sitting in the window seat with Aunt Phyllis beside her, and Aunt Phoebe was standing before the little fireplace. But these were incidental observations. The great fact was the visitor. She was the largest lady that Peter had ever seen. She had a plumed hat with black chiffon and large purple bows, and a brim of soft black stuff and such-like things, and she wore a large cape in 3 tiers and a large black feather boa that hissed when she moved and disseminated feathers. Her shoulders were enormously exaggerated by a kind of vast epaulette, and after the custom of all royal Anglicans in those days, her neck was tightly swathed about and adorned with a big purple bow. Everything she wore had been decorated and sewn upon, and her checkered skirts below were cut out by panels and revelations of flounced purple. In the midst of this costume, beneath the hat and pale blonde fuss of hair, was set a large, pale, freckled, square-featured face with 2 hard blue eyes and a fascinating little tussock of sandy hair growing out of one cheek that incessantly captured the eye of the little boy. And out of the face proceeded the harsh voice, slow, loud, and pitched in that note of arrogance which was the method of the ruling class in those days. "So these are our little wards," said the voice, and as she spoke her lips wrinkled and her teeth showed. She turned to Phyllis with a confidential air, but spoke still in the same clear tones. "Which is the bye-blow, my dear, the boy or the gill?" "Lady Charlotte!" exclaimed Phyllis, and then spoke inaudibly, explaining something. But Peter made a note of bye-blow. It was a lovely word. "Not even in black. They ought to wear black," he heard the big lady say. Then he found himself being scrutinized. "Ha!" said the big lady, making a noise like the casual sounds emitted by large wading birds. "They both take after the Sydenhams, anyhow. They might be brother and sister." "Practically they are," said Aunt Phoebe. Lady Charlotte confuted her with an unreal smile. "Practically not," she said decisively. There was a little pause. "Well, Master Stubland," said the visitor abruptly and quite terrifyingly, "what have you got to say for yourself?" As Peter had not yet learned to swear freely, he had nothing to say for himself just at the moment. "Not very bright yet," said Lady Charlotte goadingly. "I suppose they have run wild hitherto." "It was poor Arthur's wish," began Aunt Phyllis. "We must alter that now," Lady Charlotte interrupted. "Tell me your name, little boy." "Peter Pictou," said Peter with invention. "You going to stop here long?" "So you found your tongue at last," said Lady Charlotte. "That's only your nickname. What's your proper name?" "Can we go out in the garden now, Auntie," said Peter, "and play at bye-blows?" "Garden now," said Joan. "He's brighter than you seem to think," said Aunt Phoebe with gentle sarcasm. "Come in our garden," said Joan, tugging at Peter's pinafore. "But I must ask him his name first," said Lady Charlotte, "and," with growing firmness, "he must tell it to me. Come, what is your name, my dear?" "Peter," prompted Mary. "Peter," said Peter, satisfied that it was a silly game and anxious to get it over and walk away from this horror as soon as possible. "And who gave you that name?" "Nobody. It's mine," said Peter. "Isn't the poor child even beginning to learn his catechism?" asked Lady Charlotte. "Yes, the garden," said Aunt Phoebe to Mary, and the scene began to close upon the children as they moved gardenward. Joan danced ahead. Peter followed thoughtfully before Mary's gentle urgency. What was that last word? Catechism? Then a fresh thought occurred to him. "Mary," said Peter in an impassioned and all too audible undertone, "look, she's got a whisker. Here, Truth." "It was my brother's wish," Phyllis was explaining as the children disappeared through the door. "It isn't the modern way to begin so early with rote learning," said Aunt Phoebe. "The little fellow's still not 5. He's a pretty good size, because we haven't worried his mind yet. Milk, light, play, like a happy little animal. We must change all that now," said Lady Charlotte Sydenham with conviction. End Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gary Conover, Windham, Maine. Joan and Peter, The Story of an Education, by H.G. Wells. Chapter 5. Lady Charlotte Sydenham was one of those large, ignorant, ruthless, low-church, wealthy, and well-born ladies who did so much to make England what it was in the days before the Great War. She was educated with the utmost care by totally illiterate governesses who were ladies by birth, chiefly on the importance and privileges of her social position, the Anglican faith, and Mrs. Strickland's Queens of England. She had French from a guaranteed Protestant teacher and German from a North German instructress, Lutheran Protestant, who also taught her to play the piano with the force and precision of a crack regiment of cavalry. Subsequently, she had improved her mind by reading memoirs and biographies of noble and distinguished people, and by travel amidst obvious scenery and good foreign hotels. She had married at 32, when things were beginning to look rather doubtful for her. Old Mr. Sydenham, who had made his money and undermined his health in India in the John Company days, had been 54, and from the very outset she had been ever so much too much for him. At 65, he had petered out like an exhausted load. She had already got an abject confidential maid into thorough training, and was fully prepared for widowhood. She hung out big black bonnets and expensive black clothes upon her projections, so as to look larger than ever, and took her place, and even more than her place, very resolutely among the leaders of the county Anglicans. She had early mastered the simple arts of county family intercourse. Her style and contradiction was very good. Her insults were frequently witty. She could pretend to love horses. There was no need for her to pretend to despise and hate tradesmen and working people, and she kept herself well informed about the domestic details of the large and spreading family of the dear Queen. She was very good at taking down impertinent people, and most people struck her as impertinent. She could make a young man or a plain girl, or a social inferior, feel small, quicker, and smaller than almost anyone in that part of Surrey. She was a woman without vices. Her chief pleasure was to feel all right and important in the center of things, and to that her maid, as a sort of grand vizieress, had well-disciplined little household, and her choice of friends ministered. The early fear of Romanists, in which she had been trained, had been a little dispelled by the wider charities of maturity, but she held secularists and socialists in an ever-deepening abhorrence. They planned, she knew, to disturb the minds of the lower classes. upset her investments, behead the dear queen, and plunge the whole world into vice and rapine and Sabbath-breaking. She interested herself in such leisure as the care of her own health and comfort left her, in movements designed to circumvent and defeat the aims of these enemies of God and all that was worth considering in man. She even countenanced quite indulgent charities if they seemed designed to take the wind out of the sails of socialism. She drove about the district in a one-horse carriage and delivered devastating calls. Such was the lady whom Arthur had made one of the 4 guardians of his little son and niece. He had seen her twice. He had rather liked a short speech of 5 sentences she made at a flower show, and he had heard her being extremely rude to a curate. He believed her to be wealthy and trustworthy, and very well suited to act as a counter-influence to any extravagant tendencies there might be in Aunt Phoebe. Also, she was Dolly's cousin, and appointing her had seemed a sort of compensation for altering his will without Dolly's knowledge. Besides, it had been very unlikely that she would ever act, and he had been in a hurry when he altered his will, and could not think of anyone else. Now Lady Charlotte was not by any means satisfied by her visit to the Inglenook. The children looked unusually big for their years and disrespectful and out of hand. It was clear they had not taken to her. The nurse, too, had a sort of unbroken look in her eye that was unbecoming in a menial position. The aunts were odd persons. Phyllis was much too disposed to accentuate the father's wishes, and Lady Charlotte had a most extraordinary and indecent feeling all the time she was talking to her that Aunt Phoebe wasn't wearing stays. Could the woman have forgotten them, or was it deliberate? It was like pretending to be clothed when you were really naked. Their conversation had been queer, most queer. They did not seem to realize that she was by way of being a leader in the county and accustomed to being listened to with deference. Nearly everything she said they had quietly contradicted or ignored. The way in which the children were whisked away from her presence was distinctly disrespectful. She had a right, it was her duty, to look at them well and question them clearly about their treatment, to see that they had proper treatment, and it was necessary that they should fully understand her importance in their lives. But those 2 oddly dressed young women, the youngish women, rather, for probably they were both over 30, did not themselves seem to understand that she was naturally the principal guardian. Phyllis had been constantly referring to the wishes of this Stubland person who had married George Sydenham's Dolly. Apparently, the woman supposed that those wishes were to override every rational consideration for the children's welfare. After all, the boy was as much Dolly's child as a Stubland, and as for the girl, except that the Stublands had been allowed to keep her, she wasn't a Stubland at all. She wasn't anything at all. She was pure charity. There was not the slightest obligation upon anyone to do anything for her. Making her out to be an equal with a legitimate child was just the subversive, wrong-headed sort of thing these glorified shoddy-makers, the Stublands, would do. But like to like. Their own genealogy probably wouldn't bear scrutiny for 6 generations. She ought to be trained as a maid. There were none too many trained maids nowadays. But Arthur Stubland had actually settled money on her. There was much to put right in this situation, a great occasion for a large, important lady to impress herself tremendously on a little group of people insultingly disposed to be unaware of her. The more she thought the matter over, the more plainly she saw her duty before her. She did not talk to servants. No lady talks to servants. But it was her habit to think aloud during the ministrations of Unwin, her maid, and often Unwin would overhear and reply quite helpfully. "It's an odd job I've got with these 2 new wards of mine," she said. "They put too much on you, milady," said Unwin, pinning. "I shall do what is right. I shall see that what is right is done. You don't spare yourself enough, milady. I must go over again and again. Those women don't like me. I disturb them. They're up to no good." It won't be the first dark place, milady, you've thrown light into. The lady surveyed her reflection in the glass with a knowing expression. She knitted her brows, partly closed one eye, and nodded slowly as she spoke. There's something queer about the boy's religious instruction. It's being kept back. Now, why did they get embarrassed when I asked who were the godparents? I ought to have followed that up. My godfathers and godmothers, wherein I was made, murmured Unwin, with the quiet satisfaction of the well-instructed. Properly, it's the business of the godparents. I have a right to know. I suppose the poor boy has godparents, milady, said Unwin, coming up from obscure duties with the skirt. But of course he has godparents. Pardon me, milady, but not of course. But what do you mean, Unwin? I hardly like to say it, milady, of relations, however distant, of ours. Still, milady, don't chew it about, Unwin. Then I out with it, milady. Have they been baptized, milady? Either of them? Have they been baptized? Part 2. Before a fortnight was out, Lady Charlotte had made 2 more visits to the Inglenook. She had had an acrimonious dispute upon religious questions with Phoebe, and she was well on her way to the terrible realization that these 2 apparently imbecile ladies in the shapeless arty dresses were really socialists and secularists. Of course, like all other socialists and secularists of the worst type. It was impossible that those 2 unfortunate children should be left in their aunt's clutches, and she prepared herself with a steadily increasing determination and grandeur to seize upon and take over and rescue these 2 innocent souls from the moral and spiritual destruction that threatened them. Once in her hands, Lady Charlotte was convinced it would not be too late to teach the little fellow a proper respect for those in authority over him, and to bring home to the girl an adequate sense of that taint upon her life of which she was still so shockingly unaware. The boy must be taught not to call attention to people's physical peculiarities, and to answer properly when spoken to. A certain sharpness would not be lost upon him, and it was but false kindness to the girl to let her grow up in ignorance of her disadvantage. Sooner or later it would have to be brought home to her, and the later it was, the more difficult would it be for her to accept her proper position with a becoming humility. And a thing of immediate urgency was, of course, the baptism of both these little lost souls. In pursuit of these entirely praiseworthy aims, Lady Charlotte was subjected to a series of very irritating rebuffs that did but rouse her to a greater firmness. On her 4th visit, she was not even allowed to see the children. The specious excuse was made that they were out for a walk, and when she passed that over forgivingly and said, "It does not matter very much. What I want to arrange today is the business of the christening," both aunts began to answer at once, and in almost identical words. Phoebe gave way to her sister. If their parents had wanted them christened, said Aunt Phyllis, there was ample time for them to have had it done. We are the parents now, said Lady Charlotte, and 2 of us are quite of the parents' mind. You forget that I also speak for my nephew Oswald, said Lady Charlotte. But do you? Said Aunt Phyllis with almost obtruded incredulity. Certainly, said Lady Charlotte, with a sweeping, triumphant gesture, a conclusive waving of the head. You know he's on his way back from Uganda, Aunt Phyllis remarked with an unreal innocence. Lady Charlotte had not known, but she stood up gallantly to the blow. I know he will support me by insisting upon the proper treatment of these poor children. What can a man know about the little souls of children? Cried Phoebe. But Aunt Phyllis restrained her. I have no doubt Mr. Sydenham will have his own views in the matter, said Phyllis. I have no doubt he will, said Lady Charlotte imposingly. Even Mary showed the same disposition to insolence, as Lady Charlotte was returning along the little path through the bushes that ran up to the high road where her carriage with the white horse waited. She saw Mary and the children approaching. Peter saw Lady Charlotte first and flew back. Lady Whiff-to-Whisker, he said earnestly and breathlessly, and dodged off into the bushes. Joan hesitated and fled after him. By a detour, the fluttering little figures outflanked the great lady and escaped homeward. "Come here, children," she cried. "I want you." Spurt on the part of the children. "They are really most distressingly rude," she said to Mary. "It's inexcusable. Tell them to come back. I have something to say to them." "They won't, Mum," said Mary, though surely aware of the title. "But I tell you to. It's no good, Mum. It's shyness. If they won't come, they won't. But, my good woman, have you no control?" "They always race 'ome like that," said Mary. "Then you aren't fit to control them. As one of the children's guardians, But we shall see." She went her way, a stately figure of passion. "Orty old ag," said Mary, and dismissed the encounter from her mind. Part 3. "You got your rights like anybody, milady," said Unwin. It was that phrase put it into Lady Charlotte's head to consult her solicitor. He opened new vistas to her imagination. Lady Charlotte's solicitor was a lean, long-faded blonde of 45 or so. He was the descendant of 5 generations of Lincoln's Inn solicitors, a low churchman, a man of notoriously pure life, and very artful indeed. He talked in a thin, high tenor voice, and was given to nibbling his thumbnail and wincing with his eyes as he talked. His thumbnail produced gaps of indistinctness in his speech. "Powers of a guardian, milady, depends upon what forever want exercise over the infant." "I do wish you'd keep your thumb out of your mouth," said Lady Charlotte. "Sorry," said Mr. Grimes, wincing and trying painfully to rearrange his arm. "Still, I'd like to know position. There are 3 other guardians." "Generous allowance," said Mr. Grimes. "Do you all act?" "One of us is lost in the wilds of Africa. The others I want to consult you about. They do not seem to me to be fit and proper persons to be entrusted with the care of young children, and they do not seem disposed to afford me a proper share in the direction of affairs." "Ah," said Mr. Grimes, replacing his thumb. "Seized to point the chacery." Lady Charlotte disregarded this comment. She wished to describe Aunts Phyllis and Phoebe in her own words. "They are quite extraordinary young women, not by any stretch of language to be called ladies. They dress in that way, like the pictures in the Grosvenor Gallery. Aesthetic. I could find a harsher word for it. They smoke, not a nice thing for children to see. I suspect them strongly of vegetarianism, from something one of them said, in which case the children will not be properly nourished. And they speak quite openly of socialism in front of their charges. Neither of the poor little creatures had been bought a scrap of mourning. Not a scrap. I doubt if they have even made to understand that their parents are dead. But that is only the beginning. I am totally unable to ascertain whether either of the poor mites has been christened. Apparently they have not." Mr. Grimes withdrew his thumb for a moment. "You are perfectly within your rights, insisting, knowing," thumb replaced, "all these things. Exactly. And in having my say in their general upbringing. How far do they prevent that?" "Oh, they get in my way. They send the children out whenever they feel I am coming. They do not listen to me and accept any suggestions I make. Oh, sniff at it." "And you want to make 'em?" "I want to do my duty by those 2 children, Mr. Grimes. It is a charge that has been laid upon me." Mr. Grimes reflected, rubbing his thumb thoughtfully along the front of his teeth. "They are getting no religious instruction whatever," said Lady Charlotte. "None." "What was religion, father?" said Mr. Grimes suddenly. Lady Charlotte was not to be deterred by a silly and inopportune question. She just paused for an instant and reddened. "He was a member of the Church of England," she said. "Even if he wasn't," said Mr. Grimes understandingly, but with the thumb still in place, "'ligion necessary to welfare. Case of Besant Chill and Zemple. This is Kistland country." "I sometimes doubt it," said Lady Charlotte. "Legally," said Mr. Grimes, "if the law did its duty." "You don't want to go to law if you can avoid it?" asked Mr. Grimes, grasping his job. Lady Charlotte assumed an expression of pained protest and lifted one black-gloved hand. Mr. Grimes hastily withdrew his thumbnail from his mouth. "I am saying, Lady Charlotte, that what you want to do is to assert your authority, if possible, without legal proceedings." He was trying to get the whole situation clear in his mind before he tendered any exact advice. Most children who are quarreled over in this way gravitate very rapidly into the care of the Lord Chancellor. To that, no doubt, these children would come. But Lady Charlotte was a prosperous lady with a lot of fight in her and a knack of illegality, and before these children became wards of Chancery, she might, under suitable provocation, run up a very considerable little bill for expenses and special advice in extracting her from such holes as she got herself into. It is an unjust libel upon solicitors that they tempt their clients into litigation. So far is this unjust that the great majority will spare neither time nor expense in getting a case settled out of court. Nor did Lady Charlotte want to litigate. Courts are uncertain, irritating places. She just wanted to get hold of her 2 wards and to deal with them in such a way as to inflict the maximum of annoyance and humiliation upon those queer Stubland aunts, and to save the children from socialism, secularism, Catholicism, and all the wandering wolves of opinion that lie in wait for the improperly trained. But also she went in fear of Oswald. Oswald was one of the few human beings for whom she went in awe. He was always rude and overbearing with her. From the very first moment when he had seen her as his uncle's new wife, he had realized in a flash of boyish intuition that if he did not get in with an insult first, he would be her victim. So his first words to her had been an apparently involuntary, "Oh, God." Then he had pretended to dissemble his contempt with a cold politeness. Those were the days of his good looks. He was as tall and big as he was ever to be, and she had expected a little midshipmite, whom she would treat like a child, and possibly even send early to bed. From the first, she was at a disadvantage. He had a material hold on her, too, now. He was his uncle's heir and her trustee, and she had the belief of all Victorian women in the unlimited power of trustees to abuse their trust unless they were abjectly propitiated. He used to come and stay in her house as if it was already his own. The servants would take their orders from him. She was assuring Grimes, as she had assured the Stubland aunts, that he was on her side. The Sydenhams are all sound churchmen, but even as she said this, she saw his grim, one-sided face and its one hard, intent eye pinning her. "Acting without authority again, my good aunt," he would say. "You'll get yourself into trouble yet." That was one of his invariable stabs whenever he came to see her. Always he would ask, sooner or later, in that first meeting, "Anyone bagged you for libel yet? No? Or insulting behavior? Someone will get you, sooner or later." "Anything that I say about people," she would reply with dignity, "is true, Oswald. They'll double the damages if you stick that out." And she saw him now standing beside the irritating, necessary Grimes, sardonically ready to take part against her, prepared even to give those abominable aunts an unendurable triumph over her. "I want no vulgar litigation," she said. "Everything ought to be done as quietly as possible. There is no need to ventilate the family affairs of the Sydenhams, and particularly when I tell you that one of the children is—" She hesitated. "Irregular." The thumb went back, and Mr. Grimes' face assumed a diplomatic innocence. "What's called a love-child?" "Exactly," said Lady Charlotte, with a nod that forbade all research for paternity. If Joan were assumed to be of Stubland origin, so much the better for Lady Charlotte's case. Everything must be done quietly and privately, she said. "Exactly," said Mr. Grimes, and was reminded of his thumb by her eye. He coughed, put his arm down, and sat up in his chair. "They have possession of the children," he said. "Should I be here?" she appealed. "Ah, that gives the key of the situation. Would they litigate?" "Why should they?" "If by chance you got possession?" That would be difficult, but not impossible. Perhaps something could be managed with my assistance. Once or twice before, I have had cases that turned on the custody of minors. Custody, like possession, is 9 points of the law. Then they would have to come into court. We want nobody to come into court. Exactly, milady. I am pointing out to you how improbable it is that they will do so. I am gauging their disinclination. The attitude of Mr. Grimes relaxed unconsciously until once more the teeth and thumbnail were at their little play again. He continued with thoughtful eyes upon his client's expression. Possibly they wouldn't lay inquiry into character? "Oh, do take that thumb away," cried Lady Charlotte, "and don't lounge." "I'm sorry, my lady," said Mr. Grimes, sitting up. "I was saying, practically, do we know of any little irregularities, anything, I won't say actually immoral, but indiscreet, in these two ladies' lives? Anything they wouldn't like to have publicly discussed? In the case of most people, there's a something. Few people will readily and cheerfully face a discussion of character, even quite innocent people. They're certainly very lax, very. They smoke. Inordinately, I saw the cigarette stains on their fingers, and unless I am very much mistaken, one of them, well..." Lady Charlotte leaned forward towards him with an air of scandalous condescension. "She wears no stays at all, Mr. Grimes, none at all. No, she's a very queer young woman indeed, in my opinion. No visitors to the house, no gentlemen, for example, who might seem a little dubious?" Lady Charlotte did not know. "I will get my maid to make inquiries discreetly. We certainly ought to know that. The elder one writes poetry," she threw out. "We must see to that, too. If we can procure some of that, nowadays there is quite a quantity of very indiscreet poetry. Many people do not realize the use that might be made of it against them, and even if the poetry is not indiscreet, it creates a prejudice." He proceeded to unfold his suggestions. Lady Charlotte must subdue herself for a while to a reassuring demeanor towards the aunts at the Inglenook. She must gain the confidence of the children, and of the children's maid, he said acutely. "She's rather an important factor." "She's a very impertinent young woman," said Lady Charlotte. "But you must reassure her for a time, Lady Charlotte, if the children are to come to you ultimately." "I can make the sacrifice," the lady said, "if you think it is my duty." Meanwhile, Mr. Grimes would write a letter, a temperate letter, yet just a little stiff in tone, pointing out the legal and enforceable right of his client to see and have free communication with the children, and to be consulted about their affairs, and trusting that the Misses Stubland would see their way to accord these privileges without further evasion. Part 4. The Stubland aunts were not the ladies to receive a solicitor's letter calmly. They were thrown into a state of extreme trepidation. A solicitor's letter had for them the powers of an injunction. It was clear that Lady Charlotte must be afforded that reasonable access, that consultative importance to which she was entitled. Phyllis became extremely reasonable. Perhaps they had been a little disposed to monopolize the children. They were not the only Madonnas upon the tree. That was Phyllis's response to this threat. Phoebe was less disposed to make concessions. "Those children are a sacred charge to us," she said. "What can a woman of that sort know or care for children? Lapdogs are her children. Let us make such concessions as we must, but let us guard essentials, Phyllis, as the apples of our eyes." In the wake of this letter came Lady Charlotte herself, closely supported by the faithful Unwin, no longer combative, no longer actively self-assertive, but terribly suave. Her movements were accompanied by unaccustomed gestures of urbanity, done chiefly by throwing out the open hand sideways, and she made large, kind, tenor noises as reassuring as anything Mr. Grimes could have wished. She astonished Aunt Phyllis with, "How are the dear little things today?" Mary was very mistrustful, and Aunt Phyllis had to expostulate with her. You see, Mary, it seems she's the children's guardian just as we are. They must see a little of her. And how's Peter? Said Lady Charlotte. Very well, thank you, Lady Charlotte, said Mary. Very well, thank you, Lady Charlotte, said Peter. That's right. We shall soon get along famously. And how's my little Joan? Joan took refuge behind Mary. Peebo, said Lady Charlotte tremendously, and craned her head. Peter regarded the lady incredulously. He wanted to ask a question about the whisker, but something in Mary's grip upon his wrist warned him not to do that. In this world, he remembered suddenly, there are unspeakable things. Perhaps this was one of them. That made it all the more fascinating, of course. Lady Charlotte was shown the nursery. She stayed to nursery tea. She admired everything loudly. And so these are your toys, Lucky Peter. Do you play with them all? Joan's toys, too, said Joan. Such a pretty room, said Lady Charlotte with gestures of approval. Such a pretty outlook. I wonder you didn't make it to the drawing-room. Isn't it a pretty room, Unwin? Very pretty, milady. Very skillfully she made her first tentative towards the coup she had in mind. One day, Mary, you must bring them over to tea with me, she said. I do so want the dear children to come over to me, she said presently in the garden to Aunts Phyllis and Phoebe, if they would come over quite informally with their Mary, just to tea and scamper about the shrubbery. Mary and Unwin surveyed the garden conversation from the nursery window and talked sourly and distrustfully. Been with her long? Asked Mary. 7 years, said Unwin. Purgatory, said Mary. She asked to be managed, said Unwin. Part 5. The day of the great coup of Lady Charlotte was tragic and painful from the beginning. Peter got up wicked. It was his custom, and a very bad one, to bang with his spoon upon the bottom of the little porringer as he ate his porridge. It had grown out of his appreciation of the noise the spoon made as he dug up his food. Now, as Mary said, he deliberately aimed. How frequently had not Mary told him he would do it once too often? This was the once too often. The porridge plate cracked and broke, and the porridge and the milk sugar escaped in horrid, hot gouts and lumps over the tablecloth and floor and Peter's knees. It was a fearful mess. It was enough to cow the stoutest heart. Peter, a great boy of 5, lifted up his voice and wept. So this dire day began. Then there was a new thin summer blouse, a glaring white silk thing for Peter, and in those days all new things meant trouble with him. It was put on after a hot fight with Mary. His head came through flushed and crumpled, but Joan accepted her new blouse as good as gold. Then, for some reason, the higher powers would not let us go and look at the kittens, the dear little blind kittens in the outhouse. There were 6 of them, all different, for the Engelnut cat was a generous, large-minded creature. Only after a dispute in which Joan threatened to go the way of Peter was just a glimpse conceded, and they were softer and squealier and warmer than anything one had ever imagined. We wanted to linger. Mary talked of a miracle. Any time, she said, one of them kitties may eat up all the others. Any time, kitties often do that, but it's always the best one does it. We wanted to stay and see if this would happen. No, we were dragged reluctantly to our walk. Was it Peter's fault that when we got to the edge of the common, the fence of Master's paddock had been freshly tarred? Must a little boy test the freshness of the paint on every fence before he wriggles half under it and stares at Wonderland on the other side? If so, this was a new law. But anyhow, here we were in trouble once more. This beastly new white blouse, completely spoilt, Mary said, and Mary in an awful stew. The walk was to be given up, and we were to go home in dire disgrace and change. Even Aunt Phyllis turned against Peter. She looked at him and said, "Oh, Peter, what a mess!" Then it was that sorrow and the knowledge of death came upon Joan. She was left downstairs while Peter was hauled rather than taken upstairs to change. And in that atmosphere of unrest and disaster, it seemed a sweet and comforting thing to do to go and look at the kittens again. But beyond the corner of the house she saw old Grumbridge, the occasional gardener, digging a hole, and beside him in a pitiful heap lay 5 wet little objects, and close at hand was a pail. Dark apprehension came upon Joan's soul, but she went up to him nevertheless. "What you been doing to my kitties?" she asked. "I drownded 5, said old Grumbridge in a warm and kindly voice. "But I kept the bessin'. He's a beauty, he is." "But why you drownded him?" asked Joan. You got to drown kittens, little missy," said old Grumbridge. "Else there'd be too many of 'em. But always there's 1 or so kep. Callum Jubilee, I reckon. 'Tis all the go this year again." Joan had to tell someone. She turned about towards the house, but long before she could find a hearer, her sorrowful news burst through her. Aunt Phoebe, writing Ruskinian about the marvelous purity of childish intuitions, was suddenly disturbed by the bitter cry of Niobe Joan going past beneath the window. Joan had a voluminous voice when she was fully roused. "They been and drownded my kitties, Peter. They been and drownded my kitties." Part 6. It seemed to Mary that Lady Charlotte's invitation came as a perfect godsend. It was at once used to its utmost value to distract the 2 little flushed and tearful things from their distresses. Great expectations were aroused. That very afternoon they were to go out to tea to Cheslands, a lovely place. They were to have a real ride in a real carriage, not a cab, like the station cab that smells of straw, but a carriage, and Mary was coming too. She was going to wear her best hat with the red flower and enjoy herself no end. And there would be cake and all sorts of things and a big shrubbery to play in and a flower garden. "Oh, miles bigger than our garden. Only you mustn't go picking the flowers," said Mary. "Lady Charlotte won't like that." Was Auntie Phyllis coming too? No, Auntie wasn't coming too. She'd love to come, but she couldn't. It all began very much as Mary had promised. The carriage with the white horse was waiting punctually at 2:00 on the high road above the house. There was a real carpet, green with the yellow coat of arms, on the floor of the carriage, and the same coat of arms on the panel of the door. The brass door handle was so bright and attractive that Mary had to tell Joan to keep her greedy little hands off it, or she would fall out. They drove through pine woods for a time, and then across a great common with geese on it, and then up a deep-hedged, winding uphill road, and so to an open road that lay over a great cornfield, and then by a snug downland village of thatched white cottages, very gay with flowers, and so to a real lodge with a garden round it and a white-aproned gatekeeper, which impressed Mary very favorably. "It's a sort of park she has," said Mary. As they drew near the house, they were met by a very gay and smiling and obviously pretty lady in a dress of blue cotton stuff and flowers in her hat. She had round blue eyes and glowing cheeks and a rejoicing sort of voice. "Here they are," she cried. "Hullo, old Peter. Hullo, old Joan. Would you like to get out?" They would. Would they like to see the garden? They would. And a little bit of chalky each. Glances for approval at Mary and encouraging nods from Mary. They would. They got quite big pieces of chocolate and pouched them solemnly, and went on with grave, unsymmetrical faces. And the bright lady took them each by a hand and began to talk of flowers and birds and all the things they were going to see. A summer house, a croquet-pokey lawn, a little old pony stable, a churchy-perchy, and all sort of things. Particularly the churchy-perchy. Mary dropped behind amicably. So accompanied it was not very dreadful to meet the great whisker-woman herself in a white and mauve-patterned dress of innumerable flounces and a sunshade with a deep valance to it, to match. She didn't come very near to the children, but waved her hand to them and crowed in what was manifestly a friendly spirit. And across the lawn they saw a marvel. A lawn-mower pushed by a man and drawn by a little piebald pony in boots. "He puts on his booty-pooties when little boys have to take them off, to walk over the grassy green carpet," said the blue cotton lady. Peter was emboldened to address Lady Charlotte. "Puts on his booty pooties," he said impressively. "Wise little pony," said Lady Charlotte. They saw all sorts of things: the stables, the summer house, a little pond with a swan upon it, a lane through dark bushes, and so they came to the church. Part 7. Lady Charlotte had decided to christen both the children. She was not sure whether she wanted to take possession of them altogether, in spite of Mr. Grimes' suggestion. Her health was uncertain. At any time she might have to go abroad. She was liable to nervous headaches to which the proximity of captive and possibly insurgent children would be unhelpful, and her 2 pet dogs were past that first happy fever of youth which makes the presence of children acceptable. And also there was Oswald. That woman had said he was coming home, but christened, Lady Charlotte was resolved those children should be at whatever cost. It was her duty. It would be an act of the completest self-vindication, and the completest vindication of sound Anglican ideas. And once it was done, it would be done, let the Inglenook aunts rage ever so wildly. Within a quarter of a mile of Chaslin stood a little church among evergreen trees, Outfield Church, so near to Cheslin's and so far from Outfield that Lady Charlotte used to point out, "It's practically my chapel of ease." Her outer shrubbery ran to the churchyard wall, and she had a gate of her own and went to church through a respectful avenue of her own rhododendrons and in by a convenient door. Wiscott, the curate in charge, was an agreeable, easily trodden-on young man with a wife of obscure origins. Lady Charlotte suspected a childhood behind some retail shop and abject social ambitions. It was Wiscott whose bullying Arthur had overheard when he conceived his admiration for Lady Charlotte. Lady Charlotte had no social prejudices. She liked these neighbors in her own way, and would entertain them to tea and even occasionally to lunch. The organ in Outfield Church was played in those days by a terrified national schoolmistress, a sound, nice churchwoman with the very lowest educational qualifications permissible, and the sexton, a most respectful, worthy old fellow, eked out his income as an extra hand in Lady Charlotte's garden, and was the father of one of her housemaids. Moreover, he was the husband of a richly grateful wife, in whose rheumatism Lady Charlotte took quite a kindly interest. All these things gave Lady Charlotte a nice home-like feeling in God's little house in Outfield. God seemed to come nearer to her there and to be more aware of her importance in his world than anywhere else. And it was there that she proposed to hold a simple ceremony that should snatch Peter and Joan like brands from the burning. Her plans were made very carefully. Mrs. Wiscott had a wide and winning way with children, and she was to capture their young hearts from the outset and lead them to the church. Mary, whom Lady Charlotte regarded as doubtfully friendly, was to be detached by Unwin and got away for a talk. At the church would be the curate and the organist and the sexton and his daughter and Cashel the butler, a very fine type of the more serious variety of Anglican butlers, slender and very active, in earnest and a teetotaler, and to the children it would all seem like a little game. Mr. Wiscott had been in some doubt about the ceremony. He had baptized infants, he had baptized those of riper years, but he had never yet had to deal with children of 4 or 5. The rubric provides that for such the form for the public baptism of infants is available with the change of the word infant to child, where occasion requires it, but the rubric says nothing of the handling of the children concerned. He consulted Lady Charlotte. Should he lift up Peter and Joan in succession to the font when the moment of the actual sprinkling came, or should he deal with them as if they were adults? Lady Charlotte decided that he had better lift. "They are only little mites," said Lady Charlotte. Now up to that point the ceremony went marvelously according to plan. It is true that Mary wasn't quite out of the way. She was obliged to follow at a distance because the children, in spite of every hospitality, would every now and then look round for her to nod reassuringly to them. But when she saw the rest of the party going into the little church, She shied away with the instinctive avoidance of the reluctant churchwoman, and remained remotely visible through the open doorway afar off in the rhododendron walk, conversing deeply with Unwin. They were conversing about the unreasonableness of Unwin's sister-in-law in not minding what she ate in spite of her indigestion. The children, poor little heathens, had never been in church before, and everything was a wonder. They saw a gentleman standing in the midst of the church and clad in a manner strange to them, in a surplice and cassock, and under it you saw his trousers and boots. It was as if he wore night clothes over his day clothes, and immediately he began to read very fast, but yet in a strangely impressive manner, out of a book. They had great confidence now in Mrs. Wiscott, and accompanied her into a pew and sat up neatly on hassocks beside her. The gentleman in the white robe kept on reading, and every now and then the others, who had also got hold of books, answered him. At first Peter wanted to laugh. Then he got very solemn, and then he began to want to answer too. Wow, 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 when the others did, but he knew he had best to do it very softly. There was reverence in the air. Then everybody got up and went and stood, and Mrs. Wiscott made Joan and Peter stand round about the font. She stood close beside Joan and Peter with her hands very reassuringly behind them. From this point Peter could see the curate's Adam's apple moving in a very fascinating way. So things went on quite successfully until the fatal moment when Mr. Wiscott took Peter up in his arms. "Come along," he said very pleasantly, not realizing that Peter did not like his Adam's apple. "He's going to show you the pretty water," said Mrs. Wiscott. "Nah," said Peter sharply, and backed as the curate gripped his arm, and then everything seemed to go wrong. Mr. Wiscott had never handled a sturdy little boy of 5 before. Peter would have got away if Mrs. Wiscott, abandoning Joan, had not picked him up and handed him neatly to her husband. Then came a breathless struggle on the edge of the font, and upon every one, even upon Lady Charlotte, came a strange sense as though they were engaged in some deed of darkness. The water splashed loudly. It splashed on Peter's face, and Peter's abundant voice sent out its SOS call, "Mary!" Mr. Wiscott compressed his lips and held Peter firmly, hushing resolutely, and presently struggled on above a tremendous din towards the sign of the cross. But Joan had formed her own rash judgments. She bolted down the aisle and out through the open door, and her voice filled the universe. "They drownding Peter! They drownding Peter! Like they did the kiddies!" Far away was Mary, but turning towards her, amazed. Joan rushed headlong to her for sanctuary, wild with terror. "I want to be kept, Mary," she bawled. "I want to be kept." Part 8. But here Mary was to astonish Lady Charlotte. "Why couldn't they tell me?" she asked Unwin when she grasped the situation. "It's all right, Joan," she said. "Nobody ain't killing Peter. You come along o' me and see." And it was Mary who stilled the hideous bawling of Peter, and Mary who induced Joan to brave the horrors of this great experience and to desist from her reiterated assertion, "Don't want no gentleman to wash me." And it was Mary who said in the carriage going back, "Don't you say nothing about being naughty to your Aunt Phyllis, and I won't neither." And so she did her best to avoid any further discussion of the matter. But in this pacific intention she was thwarted by Lady Charlotte, who presently drove over to the Ingleneck to see her 2 little Christians, and how Aunt Phoebe was taking it. She had the pleasure of explaining what had happened herself. "We had them christened," she said. "It's all passed off very well." It is an outrage," cried Aunt Phoebe. "On my brother's memory it must be undone." "That, I fear, can never be," said Lady Charlotte serenely, folding her hands before her and smiling loftily. "They're little white souls," explained Aunt Phoebe, and then seizing a weapon from the enemy's armory, "I shall write to our solicitor." Part 9. Even Lady Charlotte quailed a little before a strange solicitor. She knew that even Grimes held the secret of many tremendous powers, and when Mr. Sycamore introduced himself as having had the pleasure of meeting your nephew, Mr. Oswald Sydenham, on 1 or 2 occasions, she prepared to be civil, wary, and evasive to the best of her ability. Mr. Sycamore was very good-looking, rosy little man with silvery hair, twinkling gold spectacles, a soft voice, and a manner of imperturbable urbanity. "I felt sure your ladyship would be willing to talk about this little business," he said. "So often a little explanation between reasonable people prevents, the most disagreeable experiences. Nowadays, when courts are so very prone to stand upon their dignity and inflict quite excessive penalties upon infractions such as this." Lady Charlotte said she was quite prepared to defend all that she had done, anywhere. Mr. Sycamore hoped she would never be put to that inconvenience. He did not wish to discuss the legal aspects of the case at all. Still, there was such a thing as contempt. He thought that Lady Charlotte would understand that already she had gone rather far. "Mr. Sycamore," said Lady Charlotte, heavily and impressively, "at the present time I am ill, seriously ill. I ought to have been at Bordighera a month ago, but law or no law, I could not think of those poor innocent children remaining unbaptized. I stayed to do my duty. I doubt if any court would sustain the plea that it was your duty, single-handed, without authorization, in defiance, it is alleged, of the expressed wishes of the parents." "But you, Mr. Sycamore, know that it was my duty." "That depends, Lady Charlotte, on one's opinion upon the efficacy of infant baptism. Opinions, you know, vary widely. I have read very few books upon the subject, and what I have read confused me rather than otherwise." And Mr. Sycamore put his hands together before him and sat with his head a little on one side, regarding Lady Charlotte attentively through the golden-rimmed spectacles. "Well, anyhow, you wouldn't let children grow up socialists and secularists without some attempt to prevent it." "Within the law," said Mr. Sycamore gently, and coughed behind his hand, and continued to beam through his glasses. They talked in this entirely inconsequent way for some time, with a tremendous air of discussing things deeply. Lady Charlotte expressed a great number of opinions very forcibly, and Mr. Sycamore listened with the manner of a man who had at last, after many years of intellectual destitution, met a profoundly interesting talker. Only now and then did he seem to question her view, but yet he succeeded in betraying a genuine anxiety about the possible penalties that might fall upon Lady Charlotte. Presently, she never knew quite how, she found herself accusing Joan of her illegitimacy. "But, my dear Lady Charlotte, the poor child is scarcely responsible." "If we made no penalties on account of illegitimacy, the whole world would dissolve away in immorality." Mr. Sycamore looked quite arch. "My dear lady, surely there would be one or two exceptions." Finally, with a tremendous effect of having really got to the bottom of the matter, he said, "Then I conclude, Lady Charlotte, that now that the children are baptized and their spiritual welfare is assured, all you wish is for things to go on quietly and smoothly without the Miss Stublands annoying you further." "Exactly," said Lady Charlotte. "My one desire is to go abroad, now that my task is done." "You have every reason to be satisfied, Lady Charlotte, with things as they are. I take it that what I have to do now is to talk over the Miss Stublands and prevent any vindictive litigation arising out of the informality of your proceedings. I think and hope that I can do it." And this being agreed upon, Mr. Sycamore lunched comfortably and departed to the inglenook, where he showed the same receptive intelligence to Aunt Phoebe. There was the same air of taking soundings in the deep places of opinion. "I understand," he said at last, "that your one desire is to be free from further raids and invasions from Lady Charlotte. I can quite understand it. Practically she will agree to that. I can secure that. I think I can induce her to waive what she considers to be her rights. You can't unbaptize the children, but I should think that under your care the effect, whatever the effect may be, can be trusted to wear off." And having secured a similar promise of inaction from the Miss Stublands, Mr. Sycamore returned to London, twinkling pleasantly about the spectacles as he speculated exactly what it was they had so evidently quite satisfactorily settled. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gary Conover, Windham, Maine. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter 6. The Story of an Education. It was just a quarter of a year after the death of Dolly and Arthur before Oswald Sydenham heard of the event and of Arthur's will and of the disputes of his 3 fellow guardians in England. For when the stonemason boatman staggered and fell and the boat turned over beneath the Arco Naturale, Oswald was already marching with a long string of porters and armed men beyond the reach of letters and telegrams into the wilderness. He was in pursuit of a detachment of the Sudanese mutineers, who, with a following of wives, children, and captives, were making their way round through the wet forest country north of Lake Kyoga towards the Nile province. With Sydenham was an able young subaltern, Muir, the only other white man of the party. In that net of rivers, marsh, and forest they were destined to spend some feverish months. They pushed too far eastward and went too fast, and they found themselves frequently not the pursuers, but the pursued, cut off from their supports to the south. They built a stockade near Lake Salisbury and were loosely besieged. For a time, both sides in the conflict were regarded with an impartial unfriendliness by the naked blacks who then cultivated that primitive region. And it was only the looting and violence of the Sudanese that finally turned the scale in favor of Sydenham's little force. Sydenham was able to attack in his turn with the help of a local levy. He took the Sudanese camp, killed 20 or 30 of the mutineers, captured most of their women and gear, and made 5 prisoners with very little loss to his own party. He led the attack, a tall, lean, dreadful figure with half a face that stared fiercely and half a red, tight-skinned blind mask. 2 Sudanese, upon whom his one-sided visage came suddenly, yelled with dismay, dropped their rifles, and started the stampede. Black men they knew and white men, but this was a horrible red and white man. A remnant of the enemy got away to the north and eluded his pursuit until it became dangerous to push on further. They were getting towards the district in which was the rebel chief Kabarega, and a union of his forces with the Sudanese fugitives would have been more than Sydenham and Muir could have tackled. The government force turned southward again. Oswald had been suffering from fatigue and a recurrence of Blackwater fever, a short, sharp spell that passed off as suddenly as it came, but it left him weak and nervously shaken. For some painful days before, he gave in and ruled his force with an iron discipline that was at once irrational and terrifying, and afterwards he was carried in a litter, and Muir took over the details of command. It was only when Oswald was within 2 days' journey of Luba Fort upon Lake Victoria Nyanza that his letters reached him. Part 2. During all this time, until he heard of Dolly's death, Oswald's heart was bitter against her and womankind. He had left England in a fever of thwarted loneliness. He did his best to go to hell, even as he had vowed in the first ecstasy of rage, humiliation, and loss. He found himself incapable of a self-destructive depravity. He tried drinking heavily, and he could never be sure that he was completely drunk. Some toughness in his fiber defeated this overrated consolation. He attempted other forms of dissipation, and he could not even achieve remorse. Nothing but exasperation with that fiddling pettiness of sexual misbehavior which we call vice. He desired a gigantic sense of desolation and black damnation, and he got only shame for a sort of childish nastiness. "If this is sin," cried Oswald at last, "then God help the devil." "There's nothing like work," said Oswald, "nothing like work for forgetfulness and getting hurt, and being shot at. I've done with this sort of thing for good and all. What a fool I was to come here." And he went on his way to Uganda. The toil of his expedition kept his mind from any clear thinking about Dolly. But if he thought little, he felt much. His mind stuck and raged at one intolerable thought, and could not get beyond it. Dolly had come towards him, and then had broken faith with the promise in her eyes. and fled back to Arthur's arms. And now she was with Arthur. Arthur was with her. Arthur had got her. And it was intolerably stupid of her. And yet she wasn't stupid. There she was in that affected little white cottage with its idiotic big roof, waiting about while that fool punched copper or tinnered about aesthetics. Oswald's objection to copper riposte had long since passed the limits of sanity. Always Dolly was at Arthur's command now, until the end of things, and she might be here beside her mate with the flash in her eyes, with her invincible spirit, sharing danger, fever, and achievement, empire-building, mankind-saving. Now and then, indeed, his mind journalized his bitter personal disappointment with a fine air of getting beyond it. The Blantyre woman and that older woman of his first experiences who had screamed at the sight of his disfigured face were then brought into the case to establish a universal misogyny. Women were just things of sex, child-bearers, dressed up to look like human beings. They promised companionship as the bait on the hook promises food. They were the cheap lures of that reproductive maniac, herself feminine, old Mother Nature. Sham souls blind to their own worthless quality through an inordinate vanity and self-importance. Ruthless they were in their distribution of disappointment, sterile themselves, life nested in them. They were the crowning torment in the martyrdom of man. Thus Oswald, in the moments when thought overtook him, and when it came to any dispute about women among men, and particularly to the disposal of the women after the defeat of the mutineers near Lake Salisbury, it suited his humor to treat them as chattels and to note how ready they were to be treated as chattels, how easy in the transfer of their affections and services from their defeated masters to their new owners. This, he said, was the natural way with women. In Europe, life was artificial. Women were out of hand. We were making an inferior into a superior, as the Egyptian made a god of the cat. Like cat worship, it was a phase in development that would pass in its turn. The camp at which his letters met him was in the Basoga country, and all day long the expedition had been tramping between high banks of big-leaved plants, blue flowering salvias, dracaenas, and the like, and under huge flowering trees. Captain Wilkinson from Lubefort had sent runners and porters to meet them, and at the halting place, an open space near the banana fields of a village, they found tea already set for them. Oswald was ill and tired, and Muir took over the bothers of supervision while Oswald sat in a deck chair, drank tea, and opened his letters. The first that came to hand was from Sycamore, the Stublands solicitor. Its news astonished him. "Dear Sir," wrote Mr. Sycamore, "I regret to have to inform you of the death of my two clients, your friends, Mr. and Mrs. Arthur Stubland. They were drowned by a boat accident at Capri on the 3rd of this month, and they probably died within a few minutes of each other. They had been in Italy upon a walking tour together. There were no witnesses of the accident. The boatman was drowned with them, and the presumption in such cases is that the husband survived the wife. This is important because by the will of Mrs. Stubland, you are nominated as the sole guardian both of the son and the adopted daughter, while by the will of Mr. Stubland you are one of 4 such guardians. In all other respects the wills are in identical terms." At this point Oswald ceased to read. He was realizing that these words meant that Dolly was dead. Part 3. Oswald felt very little grief at the first instant of this realization. We grieve acutely for what we have lost, whether it be a reality or a dream, but Dolly had become for Oswald neither a possession nor a hope. In his mind, she was established as an intense quarrel. Whatever he had to learn about her further had necessarily to begin in terms of that. The first blow of this news made him furious. He could not think of any act or happening of Dolly's except in terms of it being aimed at him, and he was irrationally angry with her for dying in such a way. That she had gone back to Arthur and resumed his embraces was, he felt, bad enough, but that she should start out to travel with Arthur alone, to walk by Arthur's side exactly as Oswald had desired her to walk by his side. He had dreamt of her radiant companionship. It had seemed within his grasp, and at last to get drowned with Arthur. That was the thing to strike him first. He did not read the rest of the letter attentively. He threw it down on the folding table before him and hit it with his fist, and gave his soul up to a storm of rage and jealousy. To let that fool drown her, he cried. She'd do anything for him, and I might go to hell. Oh, damn all women! It was not a pretty way of taking this blow, but such are the instinctive emotions of the thwarted male. His first reception of the news of Dolly's death was to curse her and all her sex. And then suddenly he had a gleam of imagination and saw Dolly white and wet and pitiful. Without any intermediate stage, his mind leapt straight from storming anger to that. For a time he stared at that vision, reproached and stunned. Something that had darkened his thoughts was dispelled. His mind was illuminated by understanding. He saw Dolly again very clearly as she had talked to him in the garden. It was as if he had never seen her before. For the first time he realized her indecision. He understood now why it was she had snatched herself back from him and taken what she knew would be an irrevocable step. And he knew now that it was his own jealous pride that had made that step irrevocable. The Dolly who had told him of that decision next morning was a Dolly already half penitent and altogether dismayed. And if indeed he had loved her better than his pride, even then he might have held on still and won her. He remembered how she had winced when she made her hinting confession to him. No proud, cold-hearted woman had she been when she had whispered, "Oswald, now you must certainly go." It was plain as daylight, and never before had he seen it plain. He had left her, weak thing that she was, because she was weak, for this fellow to waste and drown, and it was over now and irrevocable. "Men and women, poor fools together," he said. "Poor fools, poor fools." And then at the thought of Dolly, broken and shrinking, ashamed of the thing she had done, at the thought of the insults he had slashed at her, knowing how much she was ashamed and thinking nevertheless only of his own indignity, and at the thought of how all this was now stilled forever in death, an overwhelming sense of the pitifulness of human pride and hatred, passion and desire came upon him. How we hated, how we hurt one another, and how fate mocked all our spites and hopes. God sold us a bargain in life. Dolly was sold. Arthur the golden-crested victor was sold. He himself was sold. The story had ended in this pitiless smacking of every one of the three tiresome bits of self-assertion who had acted in it. It was a joke, really, just a joke. He began to laugh as a dog barks, and then burst into bitter weeping. He wept noisily for a time. He blubbered with his elbows on the table. His Swahili attendant watched him with an undiminished respect, for Africa weeps and laughs freely and knows well that great chiefs also may weep. Presently his tears gave out. He became very still and controlled, feeling as if in all his life he would never weep again. He took up Mr. Sycamore's letter and went on reading it. "In all other respects, the wills are in identical terms," the letter ran. "In both I am appointed sole executor, a confidence I appreciate as a tribute to my lifelong friendship with Mr. Stubland and his parents. The other guardians are Miss Phyllis and Miss Phoebe Stubland, and your aunt-in-law, Lady Charlotte Sydenham." "Good heavens!" cried Oswald wearily, as one hears a hopelessly weak jest. "But why?" "I do not know if you will remember me, but I have had the pleasure of meeting you on one or two occasions, notably after your admirable paper read to the Royal Geographical Society. This fact and the opinion our chance meetings have enabled me to form of you emboldens me to add something here that I should not, I think, have stated to a perfect stranger, and that is my impression that Mr. Stubland was particularly anxious that you should become a guardian under his will. I knew Mr. Stubland from quite a little boy. His character was a curious one. There was a streak of distrust and secretiveness in it, due, I think, to a Celtic strain that came in from his mother's side. He altered his will a couple of days before he started for Italy, and from his manner, and from the fact that Mrs. Stublands' will was not also altered, I conclude that he did so without consulting her. He did so because for some reason he had taken it into his head that you would not act, and he did so for no other reason that I can fathom. Otherwise he would have left the former will alone. Under the circumstances, I feel bound to tell you this because it may materially affect your decision to undertake this responsibility. I think it will be greatly to the advantage of the children if you do. I may add that I know the two Miss Stublands as well as I knew their brother, and that I have a certain knowledge of Lady Charlotte, having been consulted on one occasion by a client in relation to her. The Misses Stubland were taking care of the inglenook and children. There was a trustworthy nurse in the presence of the parents up to the time of the parents' decease, and it will be easy to prolong this convenient arrangement for the present. The children are still of tender age, and for the next few years they could scarcely be better off. I trust that in the children's interest you will see your way to accept this duty to your friend. My hope is enhanced by the thought that so I may be able later to meet again a man for whose courage and abilities and achievements I have a very great admiration indeed. I am, dear sir, very truly yours, George Sycamore. Yes, said Oswald, but I can't, you know. He turned over Sycamore's letter again, and it seemed no longer a jest and an insult that Arthur had made him Peter's guardian. Sycamore's phrases did somehow convey the hesitating Arthur, penitent of the advantages that had restored him Dolly, and still fatuously confident of Oswald's good faith. But I can't do it, my man, said Oswald. It's too much for human nature. Your own people must see to your own breed. He sat quite still for a long time, thinking of another child that now could never be born. Why didn't I stick to her, he whispered. Why didn't I hold out for her? He took up Sycamore's letter again. But why the devil did he shove in old Charlotte, he exclaimed. The man was no better than an idiot, and underhand at that. His eye went to a pile of still unopened letters. Ah, here we are, he said, selecting one in a bulky stone-gray envelope. He opened it and extracted a number of sheets of stone-gray paper covered with a vast loose handwriting, for which previous experience had given Oswald a strong distaste. My dear nephew, her letter began, I suppose you have already heard the unhappy end of that Stubland marriage. I have always said that it was bound to end in a tragedy. Oh, Lord, said Oswald, and pitched the letter aside and fell into deep thought. He became aware of Muir standing and staring down at him. One of the boys must have gone off to Muir and told him of Oswald's emotion. Hello, said Muir. All right? I've been crying, said Oswald dryly. I've had bad news. This fever leaves one rotten. Old Wilkinson has sent us up a bottle of champagne, said Muir. He's thought of everything. The cook's got curry powder again, and there's a basket of fish. We shall dine tonight. It's what you want. Perhaps it is, said Oswald. Part 4. After dinner, the best dinner they had had for many weeks, a dinner beautifully suggestive to a sick man of getting back once more to a world in which there is enough and comfort, Oswald's tongue was loosened, and he told his story. He was not usually a communicative man, but this was a brimming occasion. Muir he knew for a model of discretion. Muir had been his colleague, his nurse, and his intimate friend to the exclusion of all others. For 3 eventful months, and Muir had already made his confidences. So Oswald told about Dolly, and how his scar and his scruples had come between them, and what he thought and felt about Arthur, and so to much experimental wisdom about love and the bitterness of life. He mentioned the children, and presently Muir, who had the firm conscientiousness of the Scotch, brought him back to Peter. He was a decent little chap, said Oswald. He was tremendously like Dolly. And not like that other man, said Muir sympathetically. No, not a bit. I'm thinking you ought to stand by him for all you're worth. Oswald thought. I will, he said. The next morning, life did not seem nearly so rounded and kindly as it had been after his emotional storm of the evening before. He was angry and jealous about Dolly and Arthur again, and again disposed to regard his guardianship as an imposition. But he felt he had given his word overnight, that he was bound now to stand by Joan and Peter as well as he could. Moreover, neither Lady Charlotte nor the sisters Stubland were really, he thought, people to whom children should be entrusted. His party reached Luba's the next evening, and he at once arranged to send a cable to Mr. Sycamore, accepting his responsibility and adding, "Prefer children should go on as much as possible, mother's ideas, until my return." End chapter 6.
Section 7 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini Rosario. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 7th. The School of St. George and the Venerable Bede. Part 1. So for a time, this contest of the newer England of free thought, sentimental socialism, and invested profits, so far as it was embodied in the Stublands sisters, and the traditional landowning, church-going Tory England, so far, that is, as Lady Charlotte Sydenham was able to represent it, for the upbringing of Joan and Peter was suspended, and the Stublands sisters remained in control of these fortunate heirs of the ages. The two ladies determined to make the most of their opportunity to train the children to be, as Aunt Phoebe put it, free and simple, but fearlessly advanced, unbiased and yet exquisitely cultivated, inheritors of the treasure of the past, purged of all ancient defilement, sensuous, passionate, determined, forerunners of a superhumanity. For already the phrases, at least of Nietzsche, were trickling into the restricted but turbid current of British thought. In their design, the Stublands sisters were greatly aided by the sudden appearance of Miss Murgatroyd in the neighborhood, and the rapid and emphatic establishment of the School of St. George and the Venerable Bede within 2 miles of the Inglenook door. Miss Murgatroyd was a sturdy, rufous lady with a resentful manner, as though she felt that everything and everybody were deliberately getting in her way, and an effort of tension that passed very readily from anger to enthusiasm, and from enthusiasm to anger. Her place was in the van. She did not mind very much where the van was going, so long as she was in it. She was a born teacher, too, and so overpoweringly moved to teach that what she taught was a secondary consideration. She wanted to do something for mankind. It hardly mattered what. In America, she would have been altogether advanced and new, but it was a peculiarity of middle-class British liberalism at the end of the 19th century, just as it was of middle-class French liberalism 100 years before, that it was strongly reactionary in color. In the place of Rousseau and his demand for a return to the age of innocence, we English had Ruskin and Morris, who demanded a return to the Middle Ages. And in Miss Murgatroyd there was Rousseau as well as Ruskin. She wanted, she said, the best of everything. She was very comprehensive. She epitomized the movements of her time. A love disappointment, the man had fled inexplicably to the ends of the earth and vanished, had exacerbated in Miss Murgatroyd a passion for the plastic affections of children. She had resolved to give herself wholly to the creation of a new sort of school embodying all the best ideals of the time. She saw herself a richly robed creative prophetess among the clustering and adoring young. She had had a certain amount of capital available, and this she had expended upon the adaptation of a pleasant, many-roomed, modern house that looked out bravely over the valley of the Weald, about 1.75 miles from the Inglenook, to the necessities of a boarding school, and here she presently accumulated her scholars. She furnished it very brightly in art colors and Morris patterns. Wherever possible, the woodwork was stained a pleasing green and perforated with heart-shaped holes. There were big, flat, obscurely symbolical color prints by Walter Crane, reproductions in bright colors of the works of Rossetti and Burne-Jones and Botticelli, and a full-size cast of the Venus of Milo. The name was Ruskinian in spirit, with a touch of J.R. Green's Short History of the English People. Miss Murgatroyd was indiscriminately receptive of new educational ideas. She meant to miss nothing, and some of these ideas were quite good, and some were quite silly. And nearly every holiday she went off with a large notebook and much enthusiasm to educational congresses and conferences and summer schools, and got some more. One that she acquired quite early, soon after the Battle of Omdurman, was to put all her girls and most of her boys into jibbas, loose, pretty garments that were imitated from and named after the dervish form of shirt. Hers was one of the first of those numerous jibba schools that still flourish in England. Also, she had a natural proclivity towards bare legs and sandals and hatlessness, and only a certain respect for the parents kept the school from waves of pure vegetarianism, and she did all she could to carry her classes out of the classrooms and into the open air. The end of the 19th century was a happy and beautiful time for the bodies of the children of the more prosperous classes. Children had become precious. Among such people as the Stublands, one never heard of such a thing as the death of a child. All their children lived and grew up. It was a point upon which Arthur had never tired of insisting. Whenever he had felt bored and wanting a brief holiday, he had been accustomed to go off with a knapsack to study church architecture, and he had never failed to note the lists of children on the monuments. "There you are again," he would say. "Look at that one. And of Susan, his wife, by whom he had issue 11 children, of whom 3 survived him." That's the universal story of a woman's life in the 16th and 17th century. Nowadays it would read, "by whom he had issue 3 children, who all survived him." And you see here, she died first, worn out, and he married again. And here are 5 more children, and 3 die in infancy and childhood. There was a frightful boom in dying in those days. Dying was a career in itself for 2/3 of the children born. They made an art of early death. They were trained to die in an edifying manner. Parents wrote books about their little lost saints, instead of rearing them. Miss Murgatroyd's school was indeed healthy and pretty and full of physical happiness, but the teaching and mental training that went on in it was of a lower quality. Mental strength and mental balance do not show in quite the same way as their physical equivalents. Minds do not grow as bodies do, through leaving the windows open and singing in the sun. Part 2. Aunt Phoebe was an old acquaintance of Miss Murgatroyd. They had met at Adelboden during one of the early Fabian excursions in Switzerland. Afterwards, Miss Murgatroyd had been charmed by Aunt Phoebe's first book, a little thin volume of bold ideas in gray covers and a white back called By Thoughts of a Stitchwoman. In it, Aunt Phoebe represented herself rather after the fashion of one of those richly conceived women who sit and stitch in the background of Sir Frederick Leighton's great wall paintings at South Kensington. The industrial arts applied to peace, and the industrial arts applied to war. Her needlework was really very bad indeed, and while she stitched, she thought. She thought outrageously. That was the idea. And she represented all the quiet stitching sex as thinking as outrageously. Miss Murgatroyd had a kindred craving for outrageous thinking, and the book became the link of a great intellectual friendship. They vied with one another in the extremity of their opinions and the mystical extravagance of their expressions. They maintained a tumescent flow of thought that was mostly feeling, and feeling that was mostly imitation, far over the heads of the nice little children who ran about the bright and airy school premises, free from most of the current infections of body and spirit, and grew as children do grow under favorable circumstances, after the manner of nature in her better moods, that is to say, after the manner of nature plowed and weeded and given light and air. So far as Aunt Phoebe was concerned, the great thoughts were confined to 1 or 2 intimates, and a rather hypothetical circle, her readers. Her mental galumphings were a thing apart. A kind of shyness prevented her with strangers and children, but Miss Murgatroyd was impelled by a sense of duty to build up the character of her children by discourse, more particularly on Sundays. On Sunday mornings the whole school went to church. In the afternoon it had a decorous walk, or it read or talked, and Miss Mills, the junior assistant, read aloud to the little ones. In the evening it read or it drew and painted, except for a special half-hour when Miss Murgatroyd built its character up. That was her time. Thus, for example, she built it up about truth. "Girls," she began, "I want to talk to you a little this evening about truth. I want you to think about truth, to concentrate your minds upon it and see just all it means and can mean to us. You know we must all tell the truth, but has it ever occurred to you to ask why we must tell the truth? I want you to ask that. I want you to be aware of why you have to be good in this way and that. I do not want you to be unthinkingly good. I want you to be, not like dumb-driven cattle, be a hero in the strife, or a heroine, as the case may be. And so, why do we tell the truth? Is it because if we did not do so, people would be deceived and things go wrong? Partly. Is it because if we did not do so, people would not trust us? Also, yes, partly. But the real reason, girls and boys, is this. The real reason is that lying lips are an abomination to the Lord. They are disgusting to him, and so they ought to be disgusting to us. That is the real reason why we should tell the truth, because it is a thing offensive and disgraceful, and if we did not do so, then we should tell a lie. Doris, do stop plaiting your sister's hair, please. There is a time for all things. I hope there is no one here who can bear to think calmly of telling a lie, and yet every time you do not tell the truth, manfully and bravely, you do that. It is an offense so dreadful that we are told in Scripture that whosoever calleth his brother a liar, no doubt without sufficient evidence, is in danger of hellfire. I hope you will think of that if ever you should be tempted at any time to tell a lie. But now I want you to think a little of what is truth. It is clear you cannot tell the truth unless you know what truth is. Well, what is truth? One thing, I think, will occur to you all at once as part at least of the answer. Truth is straightness. When we say a ruler is true, we mean that it is straight. And when we say a wall or a corner is out of truth, we mean that it isn't straight. And in vulgar parlance, when we say a man is a straight man, we mean one whose acts and words are true. And another thing of which our great teacher Ruskin so often reminds us is that truth is simplicity. True people are always simple, and simple people are usually too simple to be anything but true. Truth never explains. It never argues. When I have to ask a girl, and sometimes I have to ask a girl, did she or did she not do this or that? Then, if she answers me simply and straightly, yes or no, I feel I am getting the truth. But if she answers back, that depends, or please, Miss Murgatroyd, may I explain just how it was? Then I know that there is something coming, something else coming, and not the straight and simple, the homespun, simple, valiant English truth at all. Yes and no are the true words, because as Plato and Aristotle and the Greek philosophers generally taught us in the science of logic long ago, and taught it to us for all time, a thing either is or else it is not. It is no good explaining or trying to explain. Nothing can ever alter that now forever. Either you did do the thing or you didn't do the thing. There is no other choice. That is the very essence of logic. It would be impossible to have logic without it. So Miss Murgatroyd, building up in her pupils' minds by precept and example the wonderful art and practice of English ratiocination. Part 3. At first, Joan and Peter did not see very much of Miss Murgatroyd. She moved about at the back of things, very dignified and remote, decorative and vaguely terrible. Their business lay chiefly with Miss Mills. Miss Mills was also an educational enthusiast, but of a milder, gentler type than Miss Murgatroyd. She lacked Miss Murgatroyd's confidence and boldness. She sometimes doubted whether everything wasn't almost too difficult to teach. She was no blind disciple of her employer. She had a suppressed sense of academic humor that she had acquired by staying with an aunt who kept a small Berlin wool shop in Oxford, and once or twice she had thought of the most dreadful witticisms about Miss Murgatroyd. Though she had told them to no one, they had kept her ears hot for days. Often she wanted quite badly to titter at the school. It was so different from an ordinary school. Yet she liked wearing a jibbeh and sandals. That was fun. She had no educational qualifications, but year by year she was slowly taking the diploma of Associate of the London College of Preceptors. It is a kindly college. The examinations for the diploma may be taken subject by subject over a long term of years. She used to enjoy going up to London for her diploma at Christmas and midsummer. Her great difficulty was the arithmetic. The sums never came right. Miss Murgatroyd was usually very severe upon what she called the fetish of examinations. She herself had neither degree nor diploma. It was a moral incapacity, and she admitted that she could as soon steal as pass an examination. But it was understood that Miss Mills pursued this qualification with no idea whatever of passing, but merely for the sake of the stimulus. She made a point of never preparing at all, cramming, that is, for any of the papers she took. This put the thing on a higher level altogether. She had already done the theory and practice of education part of the diploma. For that she had read parts of Leonard and Gertrude, and she had attended 5 lectures upon Froebel. Those were days long before the Montessori system, which is now so popular with our Miss Millses. The prevalent educational vogues in the 90s were kindergarten and Swedish drill, the Ling system. Miss Mills was an enthusiast for the kindergarten. She began teaching Joan and Peter queer little practices with paper mats and paper pattern folding, and the stringing of beads. As Joan and Peter had been doing such things for a year or so at home as play, their ready teachability impressed her very favorably. All the children who fell under Miss Mills got a lot of kindergarten, even though some of them were as old as 9 or 10. They had lots of little songs that she made them sing with appropriate action. All these little songs dealt with the familiar daily life as it was lived in South Germany 80 years ago. The children pretended to be shoemakers, foresters, and woodcutters, and hunters, and cowherds, and masons, and students wandering about the country, and they imitated the hammering of shoes, the sawing of stone, or the chopping down of trees, and so forth. It had never dawned upon Miss Mills that such types as these were rare objects upon the Surrey countryside. In the country about her there were no masons because there was no stone, no cowherds because there were no cows on the hills, and the cows below grazed in enclosed fields. Trees and wood were handled wholesale by machinery, and people's boots came from Northampton or America, and were repaired in London. If anyone had suggested songs about golf caddies, jobbing gardeners, or traction engines, or steam plows, or sawmills, or rate collectors, or grocers' boys, or season ticket holders, or stockbrokers from London stealing rights of way, or carpenters putting up fences and trespass notice boards, she would have thought it a very vulgar suggestion indeed. Kindergarten did not occupy all the timetable of Miss Mills. She regarded kindergarten as a special subject. She also taught her class to read. She taught them to write. She imparted the elements of history and geography. She did not so much lay the foundations of mathematics as accumulate a sort of rubble on which Mr. Beldame, the visiting mathematical master, Tuesdays and Thursdays, was afterwards to build. Here again Joan and Peter were fortunate. Peter had learnt his alphabet before he was 2. Joan had not been much later with it. And both of them could read easy little stories already before they came under Miss Mills's guidance. That English spelling was entirely illogical had not troubled them in the least. Insistence upon logical consistency comes later in life. Miss Mills never discovered their previous knowledge. She had heard of a method of teaching to read which was called the look and say method, and the essence of it was that you never learnt your letters. It was devised for the use of those older children who go to elementary schools from illiterate homes, and who are beginning to think for themselves a little. From the first, by this method, the pupils learnt the letters in combination. "Now, Peter," Miss Mills would say, "this is 2. Look and say 2. 2, said Peter. "Now I put this little squiggle to it." "P," said Peter privately. "And it is top." "Top," said Peter. "And now this is co. What is this? Look and say." Peter regarded cop for a moment. He knew COP was the signal for cop, just as SOS is the signal for help urgently needed, but he knew also it was forbidden to read out the letters of the signal. "Cop," said Peter, after going through the necessary process of thought. His inmost feeling about the matter was that Miss Mills did not know her letters, but had some queer roundabout way of reading of her own, and that he was taking an agreeable advantage of her. Then Miss Mills taught Peter to add and subtract and multiply and divide. She had once heard some lectures upon teaching arithmetic by graphic methods that had pleased her very much. They had seemed so clear. The lecturer had suggested that for a time easy sums might be shown in the concrete as well as in figures. You would first of all draw your operation or express it by wood blocks, and then you would present it in figures. You would draw an addition of 3 to 4 thus. 3 blocks added to 4 blocks makes this heap, and then when your pupil had counted it and verified it, you would write it down. 3 plus 4 equals 7. But Miss Mills, when she made her notes, had had no time to draw all the parallelograms. She had just put down 1 and a number over it in each case, and then her memory had muddled the idea. So she taught Joan and Peter thus. "See," she said, "I will make it perfectly plain to you, perfectly plain. You take 3, so," and she drew 3. "And then you take 4, so," and she drew 4. "And then you see 3 plus 4 makes 7, so 3 plus 4 equals 7. Do you see now how it must be so, Peter?" Peter tried to feel that he did. Peter quite agreed that it was nice to draw frames about the figures in this way. Afterwards he tried a variation that looked like the face of old Chester drawers. 3 plus 4 equals 7. But for some reason Miss Mills would not see the beauty of that. Instead of laughing, she said, "Oh, no, that's quite wrong," which seemed to Peter just selfishly insisting on her own way. Well, one had to let her have her own way. She was a grown-up. If it had been Joan, Peter would have had his way. Both Joan and Peter were much addicted to drawing when they went to the school of St. George and the Venerable Bede. They had picked it up from Dolly. They produced sketches that were something between a scribble and an inspired sketch. They drew 3-legged horses that really kicked, and men who really struck hard with arms longer than themselves. Terrific blows. If Peter wanted to make a soldier looking very fierce in profile, he drew an extra eye aglare beyond the tip of the man's nose. If Joan wanted to do a pussycat curled up, she curled it up into long spirals like a snake. Any intelligent person could be amused by the sketches of Joan and Peter, but Miss Mills discovered they were all out of proportion, and Miss Murgatroyd said that this sort of thing was mere scribbling. She called Peter's attention to the strong, firm outlines of various drawings by Walter Crane. She said that what the hands of Joan and Peter wanted was discipline. She said that a drawing wasn't a drawing until it was lined in. She set the two children drawing pages and pages of firm, straight lines. She related a wonderful fable of how Giotto's one aim in life was to draw a perfect freehand circle. She held out hopes that some day they might draw from models, cones and cubes and such like stirring objects, but she did not think they would ever draw well enough to draw human beings. Neither Miss Mills nor Miss Murgatroyd thought it was possible for anyone, not being a professional artist, to draw a human being in motion. They knew it took years and years of training. Even then it was very exhausting to the model. They thought it was impertinent for anyone young to attempt it. So Joan and Peter got through their drawing lessons by being as inattentive as possible, and in secret they practiced drawing human beings as a vice, as something forbidden and detrimental and delightful. They drew them kicking about and doing all sorts of things. They drew them with squinting eyes and frightful noses. Sometimes they would sort of come like people they knew. They made each other laugh. Peter would draw nonsense things to amuse the older girls. When he found difficulties with hands or feet or horses' legs, he would look secretly at pictures to see how they were done. He thought it was wrong to do this, but he did it. He wanted to make his pictures alive-er and like-er every time. He was unscrupulous how he did it. So gradually the two children became caricaturists, but in their school reports there was never anything about their drawing except untidy, or, in the case of Joan, could do better if she would try. Peter was rather good at arithmetic, in spite of Miss Mills's instruction. He got sums right. It was held to be a gift. Joan was less fortunate. Like most people who have been badly taught, Miss Mills had one or two foggy places in her own arithmetical equipment. She was not clear about 7 sevens and 8 eights. She had a confused, irregular tendency to think that they might amount in either case to 56, and also she had a trick of adding 7 to 9 as 15, although she always got from 9 to 7 correctly as 16. Every learner of arithmetic has a tendency to start little local flaws of this sort, standing sources of error, and every good trained teacher looks out for them, knows how to test for them, and set them right. Once they have been faced in a clear-headed way, such flaws can be cured in an hour or so. But few teachers in upper and middle-class schools in England, in those days, knew even the elements of their business, and it was the custom to let the baffling influence of such flaws develop into the persuasion that the pupil had not the gift for mathematics. Very few women indeed of the English-educated classes to this day can understand a fraction or do an ordinary multiplication sum. They think computation is a sort of fudging in which some people are persistently lucky enough to guess right, the gift for mathematics, or impudent enough to carry their points. That was Miss Mills's secret and unformulated conviction, a conviction with which she was infecting a large proportion of the youngsters committed to her care. Joan became a mathematical gambler of the wildest description. But there was a guiding light in Peter's little head that made him grip at last upon the conviction that 7 sevens make always 49, and 8 eights always 64, and that when this haunting 56 flapped about in the sums, it was because Miss Mills, grown-up teacher though she was wrong. Mr. Robert Maund, who has done admirable things for the organized study and organized rearing of infants, once told me that a baby was the hardest thing in the world to kill. If it were not, he said, there would be no grown-up people at all. But a lot, he added, get their digestion spoilt, mind you, or grow up rickety. Still harder is it to kill a child's intelligence. There is something heroic about the fight that every infant mind has to make against the bad explanations, the misleading suggestions, the sheer foolishness in which we adults entangle it. The dawning intelligence of Peter, like a young Hercules, fought with the serpentine muddle-headedness of Miss Mills in its cradle, and escaped remarkably undamaged. Joan's, too, fought and escaped, except perhaps for a slight serpentine infection. She was feminine and flexible. She lacked a certain brutality of conviction that Peter possessed. Part 4. But the regular teaching was the least important thing in the life of the school of St. George and the Venerable Bede. It existed largely in order to be put on one side. Miss Murgatroyd had the temperament of a sensational editor. Her school was a vehicle for booms. Every term there was at least one fundamental change. The year when Joan and Peter joined the school was the year of the Diamond Jubilee, and Miss Murgatroyd had a season of loyalty. The Empire and a remarkable work called 60 Years a Queen dominated the school. Victoria, that poor little old panting German widow, was represented as building up a great fabric of liberty and order, as reconciling nations, as showing what a woman's heart, a mother's instinct, could do for mankind. She was, Miss Murgatroyd conveyed, the instigator of such inventions as the electric light and the telephone. She spread railways over the world as one spreads bread with butter. She inspired Tennyson and Dickens, Carlyle and William Morris to their remarkable efforts. The whole world revered her. All this glow of personal loyalty vanished from the school before the year was out. The Queen ceased to be mentioned, and the theme of hand industry replaced her. Everything was to be taught by hand, and no books were to be used. Education had become too bookish. Rote learning was forbidden throughout the establishment, and textbooks were to be replaced by simple notebooks made by the children themselves. Then 2 bright girls came to the school, whose father was French, and, by a happy accident, a little boy also joined up, who had been very well trained by a French governess. All three spoke French extremely well. Miss Murgatroyd was inspired to put the school French on a colloquial footing, and the timetable was reconstructed with a view to the production of Les Bourgeois Gentilhommes on St. George's Day, the anniversary day of the school. A parent who could paint was requisitioned as a scene painter. The stage was put up in the main schoolroom, and those who could take no other part were set to help make the costumes and distribute programs at the performance. These things happened over the heads of Joan and Peter, very much as the things in the newspaper used to happen over our heads before the Great War got hold of us. They went about their small lives amidst these things, and with a vast indifference to all such things. They played their little parts in them. The realities of life were not there. To begin with, Mary used to take them to school, but after a year and a half of that, it occurred to Aunt Phyllis that it would cultivate self-reliance if they went alone. So Mary only went to fetch them when there was need of an umbrella or some such serious occasion. The path ran up through the bushes to the high road, past the fence of Master's paddock where Peter had once covered himself with tar. Then they had to go along the high road with a pine wood to the right. A winding path amidst the trees ran parallel to the road, and presently with a pine wood to the left, which hid the hollow in which the parents of young Cuthbert had made their abode, and out of which young Cuthbert would sometimes appear, a ginger-haired, hard-breathing youngster, bare-headed and bare-footed, and altogether very advanced, and so to the little common where they would be geese or a tethered pony. Joan and Peter crossed this obliquely by the path, which was often boggy in wet weather, and went along by the sheldrick's holly hedge to the open crest of heather, from which one could run down to the school. One could see the playground and games going on long before one could get down to them. And if it were not too stormy, the school flag with its red St. George and the dragon on white would be flying. There were no indications of the Venerable Bede on the flag, but Joan had concluded privately that he was represented by the red knob at the top of the flagstaff. For a year and more, Joan thought that the Venerable Bede was really a large old bead of profound mystical significance. Joan and Peter varied with the seasons, but except when Joan wore a jibba, they were dressed almost alike. In high summer with bare legs and brown smocks and Heidelberg sandals, and in winter like rolls of green wool stuck on leather gaiters. When they grew beyond the smock stage, then they both wore art green blouses, with the school emblem of St. George on the pockets. But Joan wore a dark blue gym skirt, and Peter had dark blue knickerbockers simply. The walk altered a little every day. Now the trees were dark, and the brambles by the roadside wet and wilted. Now all the world was shooting green buds, except for the pines. Now the pines were taking up the spring brightness. Now all the world was hot and dusty and full of the smell of resin. And now again it was wet and misty and with 1,000 sorts of brightly colored fungus among the pine stems. Joan and Peter learnt by experience that throwing pine cones hurts, and reserved them for the Cuthbert boy, who had never mastered this lesson. Peter started a museum of fungi in the playroom, and made a great display of specimens that presently dried up or deliquesced and stank. When the snow came in the winter, the Cuthbert boy waylaid them at the corner with a prepared heap of snowballs, and fell upon them with shrieks of excitement, throwing so fast and wildly, and playing the giddy windmill so completely that it was quite easy for Joan and Peter to close in and capture his heap. Whereupon he fled toward the school, weeping loudly that it was his heap and refusing to be comforted. But afterwards, all three of them made common cause against a treacherous ambuscade behind the sheldrick holly hedge. It was on these journeyings that Joan began to hear first of the marvelous adventures of Uncle Nobby and Bungo Peter. She most liked Bungo Peter because he had such a satisfying name. Peter never told her he was really the Newell Nob at home, but she always understood him to be something very large and round and humorous and richly colored. Sometimes he was as big as the world, and sometimes he was a suitable playmate for little children. He was the one constant link in a wandering, interminable saga that came like a spider's thread endlessly out of Peter's busy brain. It was a story of quests and wanderings, experiments and tasks, and feuds and wars. Nobby was almost always in it, kind and dreadfully brave, and always having narrow escapes and being rescued by Bungo Peter. Daddy and Mummy came in and went out again. Peter and Joan joined in. For a time Bungo Peter had a wonderful cat that would have shamed Puss in Boots. Sometimes the story would get funny, so funny that the two children would roll along the road, drunken with laughter. As for example, when Bungo Peter had hiccups and couldn't say anything else whatever you asked him. After a time Joan learned the trick of the saga, and would go on with it in her own mind as a daydream. She invented that really and truly Bungo Peter loved her desperately, and that she loved Bungo Peter. But she knew, though she knew not why nor wherefore, that this was a thing Peter must never be told. Sometimes she would try to cut in and make some of the saga herself. "Let me tell you, Peter," she used to squeal. "You just let me tell you." But it was a rare thing for Peter to give way to her. Sometimes he would not listen at all to what she had to say about Bungo Peter. He would smite her down with, "No, he didn't do nothing of the sort, not really." And sometimes, when she had thought of a really good thing to tell about him, Peter would take it away from her and go on telling about it himself, as for instance when she thought of lightning slick that Bungo Peter used to put on his heels. Peter listened to her poor speeding up with lightning slick for a while. Then he said, "And after that, Joan, after that, oh, let me go on, Peter, do let me go on. The first time he was runned after by anything, it was this." "He put it on his bicycle wheels," said Peter, getting bored by her, "instead of oil." "He put it on his bicycle wheels instead of oil," said Joan, accepting the idea, "and along came a tiger." She had already done a mad dog and a bear. But after that, Peter took over altogether, while she was waving about rather helplessly and breathlessly with "the fourth time Bungo Peter used lightning slick, the fourth time," and hesitating whether to make it a snake or an elephant. Peter could stand it no longer. "But you don't know what Bungo Peter did the fourth time, Joan. You don't really, and I do. Bungo Peter told me. Bungo Peter wanted the holidays to come, so Bungo Peter went and put lightning slick on the axles of the earth." "What good was that?" "It went fast. It went faster and faster, the earth. It regular spun round. And the sun rose and the sun set just in an hour or so. 'Cause it would, Joan, it would. Yes, it would. There wasn't any time for anything. People got up and had their breakfasts, and it was bedtime. People went out for walks and got benighted. Then, when the holidays came, Bungo Peter just put a stick in the place and stopped it going fast any more." "Put a stick in what place?" "Where the earth goes round. And then the days were as long. They lasted, hundreds of hours, heaps." "Didn't they get hungry?" said Joan, overcome by this magnificent invention. "They had free dinners every day, sometimes 4, and 's many teas as they wanted, out of doors. Only you see, they didn't have to go to bed. Hardly ever. See, Joan?" There had to be a pause of blissful contemplation before their minds could go on to any further invention. "I believe if I had the things I could make lightning slick," said Peter with a rising inflection of the voice. He did believe. As soon as it was really said, he believed it. Joan, round-eyed with admiration, believed too. This saga of Bungo Peter did not so much end as die out, when Aunt Phyllis got little bicycles for her charges after Joan's 7th birthday, and they began to ride to school. You cannot tell legends on a bicycle. End of section 7. Section 8 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini Rosario. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. The School of St. George and the Venerable Bede, Part 2. 5. Mr. Sheldrick was a large, loose painter man, held together by a very hairy tweed suit. And the Sheldricks were a large, loose family, not so much born and brought up as negligently let loose into the world at the slightest provocation by a small, facetious mother. It was Mr. Sheldrick who painted the scenery for the school play productions, and it was the Sheldricks who first put it into Miss Murgatroyd's head that children could be reasonably expected to act. The elder Sheldricks were, so to speak, the camels and giraffes of Miss Murgatroyd's school, but the younger ones came down to dimensions that made them practicable playmates for Joan and Peter. Every now and then there would be a Sheldrick birthday, and once Mr. Sheldrick sold a picture. And then there would be a children's tea party. It was always a dressing-up tea party at the Sheldricks. The Sheldrick household possessed a big chest full of pieces of colored stuff, cloaks, fragmentary wigs, tinsel, wooden swords, and the like. This chest stood on the big landing outside the studio, and it was called the dressing-up box. It was an inexhaustible source of joy and a liberal education to the Sheldricks and their friends. There were grades of experience in these dressing-up parties. At the lowest, when you were just a little darling, fit only for gusty embraces, Joan was that to begin with, and Peter, by dint of a resolute angularity, was but battling his way out of it. You put on a preposterous hat or something, and ran about yelling, "Look at me!" Then you rose. Peter rose almost at once, and saw to it that Joan rose too, to Dumb Crambo. In Dumb Crambo, one half of the party, the bored half, is in. It chooses a word such as sleep. It tells the outs that it rhymes with sneap, and the outs then prepare and act as rapidly as possible. Deep, creep, sheep, and so on until they hit upon the right word. There was always much rushing about upon the landing, a great fermentation of ideas, a perpetual "I say let's," imagination, contrivance, cooperation, so rapidly, joyfully, and abundantly, with a disarming effect of confusion. The Sheldricks at their tea parties did exactly what Miss Mills believed she was doing in her slow, elaborate, remote-spirited kindergarten lessons, in which she was perpetually saying, "No, no, dear, that isn't right," or, "Now let us all do it over again just once more and get it perfect." It was Peter who discovered that these strange ritual exercises of Miss Mills were really a rigid version of the Sheldrick entertainments, and tried to introduce novelties of gesture and facial play and slight but pleasing variations in the verses. He got a laugh or so, but Miss Mills soon put a stop to these experiments. From Dumb Crambo, the Sheldrick dressing-up games rose to scenes from history and charades. Then Mrs. Sheldrick was moved to write a children's play about fairies and bluebells and butterflies and an angel child who had died untimely, a play that broke out into a wild burlesque of itself even at its first rehearsals. Then came a wave of Shakespearean enthusiasm that was started by the two elder Sheldricks and skillfully fostered by Daddy Sheldrick, who was getting bored by Dumb Crambo and charades. After a little resistance, the younger ones fell in with the new movement, and an auspicious beginning was made with selections from A Midsummer Night's Dream. Miss Murgatroyd was first made aware of this new development by a case of discipline. The second Sheldrick girl was charged with furtively learning passages of Shakespeare by heart, instead of pretending to attend to Miss Mill's display of a total inability to explain the method used in the extraction of the square root. Had it been any other playwright than Shakespeare, things might have gone hard with the Sheldrick girl, but Shakespeare is different. Miss Murgatroyd, perceiving there was more in this than a mere question of discipline, came to see one of the Sheldrick performances, was converted, and annexed the whole thing. The next term of school life she made a Shakespeare boom, and she astonished the world and herself by an altogether charming production of A Midsummer Night's Dream. In those days, the histrionic possibilities of young children were unsuspected by the parents and schoolmasters who walked over them. Romeo was still played in England by elderly men with time-worn jowls and reverberating voices, and Juliet by dear old actresses for whom the theatre-going public had a genuine filial affection. England had forgotten how young she was in the days of good Queen Elizabeth. Both Joan and Peter took a prominent part in Miss Murgatroyd's production because, in spite of nearly 4 years of Miss Mills, they still had wonderfully good memories. Peter made a dignified Oberon, and also a delightfully quaint Thisbe, and Joan was Puck. She danced a dance. She danced in front of the Queen Titania after the fairy song. It was a dance in which she ceased to be human and became a little brown imp with flashing snake's eyes and hair like a thundercloud. It had been invented years ago by poor dead and drowned Dolly, and the Sheldricks had picked it up again from Joan and developed and improved it for her. Part 6. But the Sheldricks were not always acting Shakespeare. There were phases in those tea parties when a kind of wildness came into their blood and the blood of those who they entertained that called for something more violent than dressing up or acting. Then, in summertime, they had a great scampering and hiding in the garden. It was the sort of garden where you can run across the beds and charge through the shrubs, and in winter they played ogre or darkness ogre indoors. In ogre, someone, it was usually Mr. Sheldrick, was ogre, and the little corner room out of the hall was his den, and you hid. In the Sheldricks' house, you could hide anywhere except in the studio or the pantry and china closet. You could hide in Mrs. Sheldrick's wardrobe or in the linen cupboard over the hot water pipes until it got too hot for you, or under anybody's bed in anybody's room. And the ogre came after you and caught you, often by the foot you had left out carelessly beyond the counterpane, and took you to his den, and there you were a prisoner until some brave soul came careening across the hall to touch your hand and rescue you, and set you free again. The ogre was never safe against rescues until everyone was caught, and everybody never was caught. Sooner or later came a jail delivery, and so the game began all over again, and went on until a meal or something released the ogre, or the ogre struck work. Nobody was so good an ogre as Mr. Sheldrick. There was such a nice terribleness about him, and he had a way of chanting, "Yumpty-yow, as he came after you." Of course, every house is not suitable for ogre. Intelligent children who understand the delights of ogre classify homes into two sorts. There are the commonplace homes we most of us inhabit, with one staircase, and there are the glorious homes with two, so that you can sneak down one while the ogre hunts for you up the other. The Sheldrick home had two entirely separate staircases and a long passage between them, and a sort of loop-line arrangement of communicating bedrooms. And also, though this has nothing to do with ogre, it was easy to get out upon the Sheldrick roof. Darkness ogre was more exciting in a dreadful kind of way than ogre. It was only played in winter, and all the blinds and curtains were drawn, and all the lights put out. You didn't need to hide. You just got into a corner and stood still, holding your breath. And the ogre took off his boots and put on felt slippers, and all the noise he made was a rustle and a creak, and you were never sure that it was him, unless he betrayed himself by whispering, "Yumpty-ow." He creaked rather more than most, but that was a matter for delicate perceptions. There were frightful moments when you could hear him moving about and feeling about in the very room where you stood frozen, getting nearer and nearer to you. You had to bite your knuckles not to scream. Once, when they were playing Darkness Ogre, Peter was in a corner of Mrs. Sheldrick's room with Sidney Sheldrick, the third of the Sheldrick sisters, and they were crowding up very close together. And suddenly, Sidney put her arms round Peter and began to kiss his ears and cheek. Peter resisted, pushed her away from him. "Shh," said Sidney, "you be my little sweetheart." Peter resisted this proposal with vigor. Then they heard the ogre creaking down the passage. Sidney drew Peter closer to her, but Peter struggled away from her and made a dash for the further door. He was almost caught. He escaped because somebody else started into flight from the corner of the landing outside the studio and drew the ogre off the scent. Afterwards, Peter avoided secluded corners when Sidney was about. But somehow he could not forget what had happened. He kept on thinking of Sidney for a time, and after that she seemed always to be a little more important than the rest of his older schoolmates. Perhaps it was because she took more notice of him. She wanted to help his work, and she would ruffle his hair or pinch his ear as she went past him. She wore a peculiar long jersey so that you could distinguish her from the others quite a long way off. She had level brows and a radiant smile. Her shoulders were strong, and her legs and feet were very pretty. He noted how well she walked. She always seemed to be looking at Peter. When he shut his eyes and thought of her, he could remember her better than he could other people. He did not know whether he liked her or disliked her more than the others, but he perceived that she had in some way become exceptional. Part 7. Young Winterbaum was another of Miss Murgatroyd's pupils who made a lasting impression on Peter. He was dark-eyed and fuzzy-haired. The contour of his face had a curious resemblance to that of a sheep, and his head was fixed on in a different way so that he looked more skyward and down his face at you. His expression was one of placid self-satisfaction. His hands twisted about, and ever and again he pranced as he walked. He had a superfluity of gesture, and his voice was a fat voice with the remotest possible hint of a lisp. He had two little, round, jolly, frizzy, knockabout sisters who ousted Joan and Peter from their position as the little darlings of the school. The only boy in the school who at all resembled him was young Cuspard, but young Cuspard had not the same bold lines either in his face or conduct. He was red-haired, his nose was a snout instead of a hook, and instead of rather full, well-modelled lips, he had that sort of loose mouth that blows. Young Winterbaum said his nose had the Norman arch, and that it showed he was aristocratic, and one of the conquerors of England. He was second cousin to a peer, Lord Contango. It was only slowly that Peter came to apprehend the full peculiarity of young Winterbaum. The differences in form and gesture of the two boys were only the outward and visible signs of profound differences between their imaginations. For example, the heroes of Peter's romancings were wonderful humorous persons, Nobbies and Bungo Peters, and his themes, adventures, struggles, quests that left them neither richer nor poorer than before in a limitless, undisciplined, delightful world. But young Winterbaum's hero was himself, and he thought in terms of achievement and acquisition. He was a king, and the strongest and bravest and richest of all kings. He had wonderful horses, wonderful bicycles, wonderful catapults, and an astonishing army. He counted these things. He walked from the other direction to school, and though no one knew it but himself, he walked in procession. Guards went before him and behind him, and ancient counselors walked beside him, and always he was going on to fresh triumphs and possessions. He had a diplomatic side to him. He was prepared to negotiate upon the matter of kingship. One day he reached the crest above the school while it was still early, and found Joan and Peter sitting and surveying the playground, waiting for the first bell before they ran down. He stood beside Peter. "All this is my kingdom," he said, waving both his arms about over the weald. "I am king of all this. I have a great army." "Not over this part," said Peter modestly but firmly. "You be king up to here," said young Winterbaum. "You have an army too." "I want a kingdom too," said Joan. Young Winterbaum proposed a fair division of Peter's kingdom between Joan and Peter. Peter let Joan have what young Winterbaum gave her. It took some moments to grasp this new situation. "My kingdom," he said suddenly, "goes right over to those ponds there and up to the church." "You can't," said young Winterbaum. "I've claimed that." Peter grunted. It did not seem worth while to have a kingdom unless those ponds were included. "But if you like, I'll give your people permission to go over all that country whenever they like." Peter still felt there was a catch in it somewhere. "I've got 107 soldiers," said young Winterbaum, "and 6 guns that shoot." Joan was surprised and shocked to hear that Peter had 500 soldiers. "Each of my soldiers, each one, counts as 1,000 men," said young Winterbaum, getting ahead again. Then the first bell rang and suspended the dispute. But Peter went down to the school with a worried feeling. He wished he had thought of claiming all Surrey as his kingdom first. It was a lamentable oversight. He was disposed to ask the eldest Sheldrick girl whether young Winterbaum really had a right to claim all the weald. There was a reason in these things. Young Winterbaum had an extraordinary knack of accentuating possessions. Joan and Peter were very pleased and proud to have bicycles. The first time they arrived upon them at the school, young Winterbaum took possession of them and examined them thoroughly. They were really good bicycles, excellent bicycles, he explained, and new, not second-hand. But they were not absolutely the best sort. The best sort nowadays had wood rims. He was going to have a bicycle with wood rims, and there ought to be a Bowden brake in front as well as behind. The one in front was only a spoon brake. It was a pity to have a spoon brake. It would injure the tire. He doubted if the tubing was helical tubing, and the bell wasn't a king of the road. It was no good for Peter to pretend it had a good sound. The king of the road had a better sound. When young Winterbaum got his bicycle, his bell was going to be a king of the road, 1902 pattern. Young Winterbaum was always doing this with things, bringing them up into the foreground of life, grading them, making them competitive and irritating. There was no getting ahead of him. He made Peter feel that the very dust in the Winterbaum dustbin was grade A, standard 1, while the Inglenook was satisfied with any old makeshift stuff. Young Winterbaum's clothes were made by Samuelson's, the best boy's tailor in London. There was no disputing it, because there was an advertisement in the Daily Telegraph that said as much. He was in trousers, and Peter had knickerbockers. He wore sock suspenders, and he had his name in gold letters inside his straw hat. Also, he had a pencil case like no other pencil case in the school. He was always proposing a comparison of pencil cases. His imagination turned precociously and easily to romance and love and the beauty of women. He read a number of novelettes that he had borrowed from his sister's nurse. He imparted to Peter the idea of a selective pairing off of the species, an idea for which A Midsummer Night's Dream had already prepared a favorable soil. It was after he had seen Joan dance her dance when that play was performed, and heard the unstinted applause that greeted her, that he decided to honor her above all the school with his affections. Previously, he had wavered between the eldest Sheldrick girl, because she was the biggest, tallest, and heaviest girl in the school, though a formidable person to approach, and little Minnie Restharow, who was top in so many classes. But now he knew that Joan was it, and that he was in love with her. But some instinct told him that Peter had to be dealt with. He approached Peter in this manner. "Who's your girl, Peter?" said young Winterbaum. "Who is your own true love? You've got to have someone." Peter drew a bow at a venture, and subconscious processes guided the answer. "Sidney Sheldrick," he said. Young Winterbaum seemed to snatch even before Peter had done speaking. "I'm going to have Joan," he said. "She dances better than anyone. She's going to be, a lovely woman." Peter was dimly aware of an error. He had forgotten Joan. "I'm going to have Joan too," he said. "You can't have two sweethearts," said young Winterbaum. "I can. I'm going to. I'm different. But Joan's mine already." "Get out," said Peter indignantly. "You can't have her." "But she's mine." "Shut it," said Peter vulgarly. "I'll fight you a duel for her. We will fight a real duel for her." "You hadn't better begin," said Peter. "But I mean, a duel, Peter." "Let's fight one now," said Peter, "if you think you're going to have Joan for your girl." "We will fight with swords." "Sticks." "Yes, but call them swords, and we shall have to have seconds and a doctor." "Joan's my second." "You can't have Joan." "My second's the Grand Duke of Surrey Sussex." "Then mine's Bungo Peter." "But we've got no sticks." "I know where there's 2 sticks," said Peter. "Under the stairs, and we can fight in the shrubbery over by the fence." The sticks were convenient little canes. "They ought to have hilts," said young Winterbaum. "You ever fenced?" "Not much," said Peter guardedly. "I've often fenced with my cousin, the Honorable Ralph. Like this. Guard. 1, 2. You've got to have a wrist." They repaired to the field of battle. "We stand aside while the seconds pace out the ground," explained young Winterbaum. "Now we shake hands. Now we take our places." They proceeded to strike fencer-like attitudes. Young Winterbaum suddenly became one of the master swordsmen of the world, but Peter was chiefly intent on where he should hit young Winterbaum. He had got to hit him and hurt him a lot, or else he would get Joan. They crossed swords. Then young Winterbaum feinted, and Peter hit him hard on the arm. Then young Winterbaum thrust Peter in the chest, and began to explain at once volubly that Peter was now defeated and dead, and everything conclusively settled. But nobody was going to take away Peter's Joan on such easy terms. Peter, giving his antagonist no time to complete his explanation, slashed him painfully on the knuckles. "I'm not dead," said Peter, slashing again. "I'm not dead, see? Come on." Whereupon young Winterbaum cried out, as it were with a trumpet, in a loud and grief-stricken voice, "Now I shall hurt you. That's too much," and swiped viciously at Peter's face, and raised a wheal on Peter's cheek. Whereupon Peter, feeling that Joan was slipping from him, began to rain blows upon young Winterbaum, wherever young Winterbaum might be supposed to be tender, and young Winterbaum began to dance about obliquely and cry out, "Mustn't hit my legs, mustn't hit my legs, not fair, ooh, ow, my knuckles!" And after one or two revengeful slashes at Peter's head, which Peter, who had had his experiences with Joan in a rage, parried with an uplifted arm, young Winterbaum turned and ran into the arms of Miss Murgatroyd, who had been attracted to the shrubbery by his cries. It was the first fight that had ever happened in the School of St. George and the Venerable Bede since its foundation. "He said I couldn't fight him," said Peter. "He went on fighting after I'd pinked him," said young Winterbaum. Neither of them said a word about Joan. So Miss Murgatroyd made a great session of the school, and the two combatants, flushed and a little heroic, sat on either side of her discourse. She said that this was the first time she had ever had to reprove any of her pupils for fighting. She hoped that never again would it be necessary for her to do so. She said that nothing we could do was quite so wicked as fighting, because nothing was so flatly contradictory to our Lord's commandment that we should love one another. The only fight we might fight with a good conscience was the good fight. In that sense, we were all warriors. We were fighters for righteousness. In a sense, everyone was a knight and a fighter, every girl as well as every boy, because there was no more reason why girls should not fight as well as boys. Some day she hoped this would be recognized, and girls would be given knighthoods and wear their spurs as proudly as the opposite sex. Earth was a battlefield, and none of us must be dumb-driven cattle or submit to injustice or cruelty. We must not think that life was made for silken ease or self-indulgence. Let us think rather of the Red Indian, perpetually in training for conflict, lean and vigorous and breathing only through his nose. No one who breathed through his or her open mouth would ever be a fighter. At this point, Miss Murgatroyd seemed to hesitate for a time. Breathing was a very attractive topic to her, and it was drawing her away from her main theme. She was, so to speak, dredging for her lost thread in the swift undertow of hygienic doctrine, as one might dredge for a lost cable. She got it presently, and concluded by hoping that this would be a lesson to Philip and Peter, and that henceforth they would learn that great lesson of Prince Kropotkin's, that cooperation is better than conflict. Neither of the two combatants listened very closely to this discourse. Peter was wrestling with the question whether a hot red wheal across one's cheek is compatible with victory, and young Winterbaum with the still more subtle difficulty of whether he had been actually running away or merely stepping back when he had collided with Miss Murgatroyd, and what impression this apparently retrograde movement had made on her mind, and upon the mind of Peter. Did they understand that sometimes a swordsman had to go back and could go back without the slightest discredit? Part 8. After this incident, the disposal of Joan ceased to be a topic for conversation between young Winterbaum and Peter, and presently young Winterbaum conveyed to Peter, in an offhand manner, that he adored Minnie Restharrow as the cleverest and most charming girl in the school. She was indeed absolutely the best thing to be got in that way. She was, he opined, cleverer even than Miss Murgatroyd. He was therefore, he intimated, in love with Minnie Restharrow. It was a great passion. So far as Peter was concerned, he gathered, it might be. All the canons of romance required that Peter, having fought for and won Joan, should thereupon love Joan and her only until he was of an age to marry her. As a matter of fact, having disposed of this invader of his private ascendancy over Joan, he thought no more of her in that relationship. He decided, however, that if young Winterbaum was going to have a sweetheart, he must have one too, and mysterious processes of his mind indicated Sidney Sheldrick as the only possible person. It was not that Peter particularly wanted a sweetheart, but he was not going to let young Winterbaum comet over him, any more than he was going to let young Winterbaum be king of more than half of Surrey. He was profoundly bored by all this competitiveness, but obscure instincts urged him to keep his end up. One day Miss Murgatroyd was expatiating to the mother of a prospective pupil upon the wonderful effects of coeducation in calming the passions. The boys and girls grow up together, get used to each other, and there's never any nonsense between them. And don't they, take an interest in each other? Not in that way, not in any undesirable way, such as they would if they had been morbidly separated. But it seems almost unnatural for them not to take an interest. Experience, I can assure you, shows otherwise, said Miss Murgatroyd conclusively. At that moment, two figures, gravely conversing together, passed across the lawn in the middle distance. One was a well-grown girl of 13 in a short-skirted gymnasium dress. The other, a nice-looking boy of 10, knickerbockered, bare-legged, sandaled, and wearing the art-green blouse of the school. They looked the most open-air and unsophisticated children of modernity it was possible to conceive. This is what they were saying. "Sidney, when I grow up, I'm going to marry you. You got to be my sweetheart, see? You darling, is that what you have to tell me? I didn't think you loved me a little bit." "I'm going to marry you," said Peter, sticking to the facts of the case. "I'd hug you, only old Muggy is looking out of the window. But the very first chance I get, I'll kiss you, and you'll have to kiss me back. Mind, Peter." "Where someone can't see us," Peter stipulated. "Oh, I love spooning," said the ardent Sidney. "'Member when I kissed you before?" The girls refine the boys, and the whole atmosphere is just a family atmosphere, Miss Murgatroyd was explaining at the window. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. The High Cross Preparatory School, Part 1. From the time he was christened until he was 10, Lady Charlotte Sydenham remained only a figure in the remotest background of Peter's life. Once or twice he saw her in the downstairs room at the Inglenook with his aunts bristling defensively beside her, and once she came to the school, and each time she looked at him with a large, hard, hostile smile and said, "And how's Peter?" And then with a deepening disapproval, "How's Joan?" But that did not mean that Lady Charlotte had done with Joan and Peter, nor that she had relinquished in the slightest degree her claims to dominate their upbringing. She was just letting them grow up a little, according to their mother's ideas, poor woman, and biding her time. She wrote every now and then to Aunt Phyllis and Phoebe, just to remind them of her authority, and she wrote 2 long and serious letters to Oswald about what was to be done. He answered her briefly in such tones as, "Let well alone, religion comes later." Oswald had never returned to England. He had been in Uganda now for 5 long years, and her fear of him was dying down. She was beginning to think that perhaps he did not care very much for Joan and Peter. He had had Blackwater fever again. Perhaps he would never come home any more. Then, in the years 1901 and 1902, she had been much occupied by a special campaign against various London socialists that had ended in a libel case. She was quite convinced that all the socialists were extremely immoral people. She was greatly alarmed at the spread of socialism, and so she wrote and employed a secretary to write letters to a number of people marked private and confidential, warning them against this or that prominent socialist. In these she made various definite statements, which, as her counsel vainly tried to argue, were not to be regarded as statements of fact so much as illustrations of the tendency of socialist teaching. She was tackled by a gentleman in a red necktie named Bamshot, of impregnable virtue, in whom her free gift of numerous illegitimate children had evoked no gratitude. Her efforts to have him thoroughly cross-examined produced no sympathy in either judge or jury. All men, she realized, are wicked and anxious to shield each other. She left the court with a passionate and almost uncontrollable desire to write more letters about Bamshot and more, worse than ever, and with much nastier charges. And it was perhaps a subconscious effort to shift the pressure of this dangerous impulse that turned her mind to the state of spiritual neglect in which Joan and Peter were growing out of childhood. A number of other minor causes moved her in the same direction. She had a violent quarrel about the bill with the widow of an Anglican clergyman who kept her favorite pension at Bordighera, and she could not still forgive the establishment at Palenza that 2 years before had refused to dismiss its head waiter for saying "Vivent les Boers" in her hearing. She had been taking advice about a suitable and thoroughly comfortable substitute for these resorts, and meanwhile she had stayed on in England until there were oysters on the table. Lady Charlotte Sydenham had an unrefined appetite for oysters, and with oysters came a still less refined craving for Dublin stout. It was an odd secret weakness understood only by her domestics, and noted only by a small circle of intimate friends. "I don't seem to fancy anything very much today, Unwin," Lady Charlotte used to say. "I don't know if you'd be tempted by a nice oyster or two, milady. They're very pick-me-up things," the faithful attendant would suggest. "It's September now, and there's an R in the month, so it's safe to venture. And if I might make so bold as to add an half bottle of good Guinness, milady, it's a tonic, run down as you are." Without oysters, neither Lady Charlotte nor Unwin would have considered stout a proper drink for a lady, and indeed it was not a proper drink for Lady Charlotte. A very little stout sufficed to derange her naturally delicate internal chemistry. Upon the internal chemistry of Lady Charlotte her equanimity ultimately depended. There is wrath in stout. Then Mr. Grimes, who had never ceased to hope that considerable out-of-court activities might still be developed around these two little wards, had taken great pains to bring Aunt Phoebe's collected papers of a Stitchwoman, second series, and her little precious volume, Carmen Nature, before his client's notice. These books certainly made startling reading for Lady Charlotte. She had never seen the first Switchwoman papers. She knew nothing of Swinburne, Ruskin, Carlyle, the Decadents, nothing of the rich inspirations of the later Victorian period, and so the almost luscious richness of Aunt Phoebe's imagination, her florid verbiage, her note of sensuous defiance, burst almost devastatingly upon a mind that was habituated to the ordered passions and pearly greys of Mrs. Henry Wood's novels, More Leaves, Good Words, and The Quiver. "With what measure ye mete," she read, "so shall it be meted unto you again. And the standard that man has fixed for woman recoils now upon his head. Which standard is it to be, his or hers? No longer can we fight under two flags, wild oats or the immaculate banner, question to be answered shrewdly, and according to whether we deem it as experience or escape we live for, now that we are out of Eden, footing it among the sturdy, exhilarating thistles. What will ye, my masters, pallid man, unstained or seasoned woman? Judgment hesitates. Judgment may indeed hesitate. I, who sit here stitching, mark her hesitation myself, observant. Is it too bold a speculation that presently golden lassies as well as golden lads will sow their wild oats bravely on the slopes of life? Is it too much to dream of that grave mother of a greater world, the woman of the future, glancing back from the glowing harvest of her life to some tall premonition by the wayside? Her one wild oat, the crown and seal of her education. Either she means nothing by that, said Lady Charlotte, or she means just sheer depravity. Wild oat indeed. Really, to call it that, with Joan on her hands already? And here again is a little poem from Carmen Nature, which also impressed Lady Charlotte very unfavorably. The materialistic sings, "Put by your tangled trinities, and let the atoms swing. The merry magic atoms, that trace out everything. These ancient gods are fantasies, or metaphors and names, but I can feel the vortex ring go singing through my veins. No casket of a pallid ghost, but all compact of thrills. My body beats and throbs and lives, my mighty atom wills." "I don't know what the world is coming to," said Lady Charlotte. "In other times, a woman who ventured to write such blasphemy would have been struck dead." "Thrills again," said Lady Charlotte, turning over the offending pages. "In a book that anyone may read, exposing her thrills to any bagman who chooses to put down 3 and 6 pence for the pleasure. Imagine it, Unwin!" Unwin did her best, assuming an earnest expression. Other contributory influences upon Lady Charlotte's state of mind were her secret anxiety for the moral welfare of the realm now that Queen Victoria had given place to the notoriously lax Edward VII, and the renaissance of sectarian controversies in connection with Mr. Balfour's Education Act. Anglicanism was rousing itself for a new struggle to keep hold of the nation's children. The Ceciles and Lord Halifax were ranging wide and free with the educational dragnet, and Lady Charlotte was a part of the great system of Anglicanism. The gale that blows the ship home lifts the leaves, but far more powerful than any of these causes was the death of a certain Mr. Pybus, who was Unwin's brother-in-law. He died through an operation undertaken by a plucky rather than a highly educated general practitioner to remove a neglected tumor. This left Unwin's sister in want of subsidies, and while Unwin lay in bed one night puzzling over this family problem, it occurred to her that if her sister could get some little girl to mind... Mr. Grimes was very helpful and sympathetic when Lady Charlotte consulted him. He repeated the advice he had given 5 years ago, that Lady Charlotte should not litigate but act, and so thrust upon the other parties the onus of litigation. She should obtain possession of the 2 children, put them into suitable schools. "I don't see how we can put that by-law into a school," Lady Charlotte interpolated, and refused to let the aunts know where they were until they consented to reasonable terms, to the proper religious education of the children, to their proper clothing, and to their separation. "Directly we have the engagement of the Misses Stubland not to disturb the new arrangement," said Mr. Grimes, "we shall have gained our point. I see no harm in letting the children rejoin their aunts for the holidays." "That woman may corrupt them at any time," said Lady Charlotte. "On that point we can watch and inquire. Of course, the boy might stay at the school for the holiday times. There is a class of school which caters for that sort of thing. That we can see to later." Mr. Grimes arranged all the details of the abduction of Joan and Peter with much tact and imagination. As a preliminary step, he made Lady Charlotte write to Aunt Phoebe, expressing her opinion that the time was now ripe to put the education of the children upon a rational footing. They were no longer little children, and it was no longer possible for them to go on as they were going. Peter was born an English gentleman, and he ought to go to a good preparatory school for boys forthwith. Joan's destinies in life were different, but they were certainly destinies for which play-acting, running about with bare feet, and dressing like a little savage could be no sort of training. Lady Charlotte, Miss Grimes made her say, had been hoping against hope that some suggestion for a change would come from Mrs. Stubland. She could not hope against hope forever. She must therefore request a conference, at which Mr. Grimes could be present, for a discussion of the new arrangements that were now urgently necessary. To this the Misses Stubland replied evasively and carelessly. In their reply, Mr. Grimes, without resentment, detected the hand of Mr. Sycamore. They were willing to take part in a conference as soon as Mr. Oswald Sydenham had returned. They had reason to believe he was on his way to England now. Lady Charlotte, still guided by Mr. Grimes, then assumed a more peremptory tone. She declared that in the interest of both children, it was impossible for things to go on any longer as they had been going. Already the boy was 10. The plea that nothing could be done until Mr. Sydenham returned was a mere delaying device. The boy ought to go to a school forthwith. Lady Charlotte was extremely sorry that the Misses Stubland would not come to any agreement upon this urgent matter. She could not rest content with things in this state, and she would be obliged to consider what her course of action, for the time had come for her to take action, must be. With the way thus cleared, Mr. Grimes set his forces in motion. "Leave it to me, Lady Charlotte," he said. "Leave it to me." A polite young man appeared one morning, seated in a chariot of fire outside the road gate of the school of St. George and the Venerable Bede. He was in one of those strange and novel portents, a motor car. This alone made him interesting and attractive, and it greatly impressed young Winterbum to discover that the visitor had come about Joan and Peter. Young Winterbum went out to scrutinize the motor car and its driver, and see if there was anything wrong with it. But it was difficult to underestimate. "It's a patrol car," he said. "Bell size. Those are fine lamps." Miss Murgatroyd gathered that the guardians of Joan and Peter found it necessary to interview the children, and had sent the car to fetch them. "Miss Stubland said nothing of this when I saw her the day before yesterday," said Miss Murgatroyd. "We do not care for interruptions in the children's work." The young man explained that the case was urgent. Lady Charlotte has been called away, and she must see the children before she goes out of England. There was something very reassuring about the motor car. They departed cheerfully to the ill-concealed envy and admiration of young Winterbum. The young man had red hair, a white, freckled face, and a costly and remarkable made-up necktie of green plush. The expression of his pale blue eyes was apprehensive, and ever and again he blew. His efforts at conversation were fragmentary and unilluminating. "I got to take you for a long ride," he said, seating himself between Peter and Joan. "A lovely long ride." "Where?" said Joan. "You'll see in a bit," said the young man. "We going to Chestlands?" asked Peter. "No," said the young man. "Then where are we going?" said Peter. "These here cars'll do 40-50 miles an hour," said the young man, changing the subject. In a little while they had passed beyond the limits of Peter's knowledge altogether, and were upon an unknown road. It was astonishing how the car devoured the road. You saw a corner a long way off, and then immediately you were turning this corner. The car went as swiftly up the hills as down. It said honk. The trees and hedges flew by as if one was in a train, and behind we trailed a marvelous cloud of dust. The driver sat before us with his head sunken between his hunched-up shoulders. He never seemed to move. He was quite different from the swaying, noble coachman with his sun-red face, wearing a top hat with a waist and a broad brim, who sat erect and poised with his whip and drove Lady Charlotte's white horse. For a time the road ran undulating between the high hedges and tall trees, and through villages, and all along to the right of it were the steep, round-headed downs. Then came a little town, and the automobile turned off into an alley that cut the downs across and opened out more and more, and then came heathery common and a town, and then lanes and many villages, flat meadows and flatter, poplars, and then another town with a bridge, and then across long levels of green a glimpse of the big tower of Windsor Castle. "This is Runnymede, where Magna Carta was signed," said the young man suddenly, "and that's Windsor, where the king lives, when he isn't living somewhere else, as he usually does. He's a Otten, is the king. See the chap there sailing a boat?" They went right into Windsor and had a glimpse of the great gates of the castle and the round tower very near to them, and then they turned down a steep, narrow, paved street, and so came into a district of little mean villas in rows and rows. And outside one of these the car stopped. "Here we are," said the young man. "Where are we?" asked Peter. "Where we get out," said the young man. "Time we had a feed." "Dinner," said Joan, with a bright expression, and prepared to descend. A small, white-faced, anxious woman appeared at the door. She was wearing a amiability as one wears a Sabbath garment. Moreover, she had a grayish-black dress that ended in a dingy, stiff buff, frilling at the neck and wrists. "You Mrs. Phoebus?" asked the young man. "I've been expecting you an hour," said Mrs. Phoebus, acquiescing in the name. "Is this a young lady and gentleman?" That again was a question that needed no answer. The group halted awkwardly on the doorstep for a few seconds. "And this is Miss Joan," said Mrs. Phoebus with a joyless smile. "I didn't expect you to be our your size. And what a short dress they put you in. You must have regular shot up. Makes you what I call leggy." This again was poor as a conversational opening. "How old might you be, dearie?" asked Mrs. Phoebus. "I'm 8, said Joan, "but I'll be 9 soon." The young man, for inscrutable reasons, found this funny. He guffawed. "She's 8, he said to the world at large, "but she'll be 9 soon. That's good, that is." "If you're spared, you should say," said Mrs. Phoebus. "You're a big 8 anyhow. How old are you, dear?" Peter was disliking her quietly with his hands in his pockets. He paused for a moment, doubting whether he would answer to the name of dear. 10, he said. "Just 10?" asked the young man, as if alert for humor. Peter nodded, and the young man was thwarted. "I suppose you'll be ready for something to eat," said Mrs. Phoebus. "Ain't you better come in?" They went in. The room they entered was, perhaps, the most ordinary sort of room in England at that time, but it struck upon the observant minds of Joan and Peter as being strange and remarkable. They had never been before in an ordinary English living room. It was a small, oblong room with a faint projection towards the street, as if it had attempted to develop a bow window and lacks the strength to do so. On one side was a fireplace surmounted by a mantelshelf and an overmantel, an affair of walnut wood with a number of patches of looking-glass, and small brackets and niches on which were displayed an array of worthless objects made to suggest ornaments, small sham bronzes, shepherdesses, sham Japanese fans, a disjointed German pipe, and the like. In the midst of the mantel-shelf stood a black marble clock, insisting fixedly that the time was 7:30, and the mantel-shelf itself and the fireplace were draped with a very cheap figured muslin that one might well have supposed had never been to the wash except for the fact that its pattern was so manifestly washed out. The walls were papered with a florid pink wallpaper, and all the woodwork was painted a dirty brownish-yellow color, and grained as to render the detection of dirt impossible. Small as this room was, there had been a strenuous and successful attempt to obliterate such floor space as it contained by an accumulation of useless furniture. There were flimsy things called whatnots in 2 of its corners. There was a bulky veneered mahogany chiffonier opposite the fireplace, and in the window 2 ferns and a rubber plant in wool-adorned pots died slowly upon a rickety table of bamboo. The walls had been a basis for much decorative activity. Partly it would seem to conceal or minimize a mysterious skin disease that affected the wallpaper, but partly also for a mere perverse impulse towards litter. There were weak fretwork brackets stuck up for their own sakes, and more or less askew, and stouter brackets entrusted with the support of more ornaments, small bowls and a teapot that violently pretended they were things of beauty. There were crossed palm fans. There was a steel engraving of Queen Victoria giving the Bible to a dusky potentate as the secret of England's greatness. There was The Soul's Awakening, 2 portraits of George and May, and a large but faded photograph of the seafront of Scarsborough in an Oxford frame. A gas chandelier descended into the midst of this apartment, betraying a confused ornate disposition in its lines, and the obliteration of the floor space was completed by a number of black horsehair chairs and a large table now laid with a worn and grayish-white cloth for a meal. Such were the homes that the Victorian age had evolved by the million in England, and to such nests did the common mind of the British resort when it wished to meditate upon the problems of its imperial destiny. Joan and Peter surveyed it open-mouthed. The table was laid about a cruet as its central fact, a large metallic edifice surmounted by a ring and bearing a wary mustard spiritless pepper, faded cayenne pepper, vinegar and mysteries in bottles. Joan and Peter were interested in this strange object, and at the same time vaguely aware of something missing. What they missed were flowers. On this table there were no flowers. There was a cold joint, a white jug of beer, and a glass jug of water, and pickles. "I got cold meat," said Mrs. Phoebus, not being sure when you were coming. She arranged her guests, but she did not immediately begin. She had an idea. She regarded Peter. "Now, Peter," she said, "let me hear you say grace." Peter wondered. "Say grace, dearie." "Grace," said Peter. The young man with the red hair was convulsed with merriment. "That's good," he said. "That's really good. Kids are amusing." "But I tell you to say grace," said Mrs. Phoebus, ruffled. "I said it." The young man's voice squeaked as he explained. "He doesn't know 'ow to say grace," he said. "Never 'eard of it." "Is it a catch?" asked Peter. The young man caught and restrained a fresh outburst of merriment with the back of his hand, and then explained again to Mrs. Phoebus. "'E's a perfect little 'eathen," said Mrs. Phoebus. "I never did. They'll teach you to say grace all right, my boy, before you're very much older. Mark my words." And with a sort of business-like reverence, Mrs. Phoebus grabbed her formula. Then she proceeded to carve. As she carved, she pursed her lips and frowned. The cold meat was not bad, but the children ate fastidiously, and Joan, after a fashion, left all her fat. This attracted the attention of Mrs. Phoebus. "Eat it up, dearie," said Mrs. Phoebus. "Waste not, want not." "I don't eat fat." "But you must eat fat," said Mrs. Phoebus. Joan shook her head. "We'll have to teach you to eat fat," said Mrs. Phoebus with a dangerous gentleness. From the time, however, the teaching was not insisted upon. "Lovely bits. Enough to feed a little dog," said Mrs. Phoebus, as she removed Joan's plate to make way for apple tart. The conversation was intermittent. It was as if they waited for some further event. The young man with the red hair spoke of the great world of London and the funeral of Lord Salisbury. "He was a great statesman, say what you like," said the young man with red hair. He also spoke of Holbein's attempt to swim the Channel. "They say he oils himself all over," said the young man. "Lor," said Mrs. Phoebus. "It can't be comfortable," said the young man. "Say what you like." Presently the young man broke a silence by saying, "These here Balkans seem to be giving trouble again." "Troublesome lot they are," said Mrs. Phoebus. "Greeks and Macedonians and Turks and Bulgarians and such. It fair makes my head spin, the lot of them. Servians there are too, and Montenegros. Too many of them altogether, cat and dog. Are they the same Greeks that used to be so clever? Asked Mrs. Phoebus. Used to be, said the young man, with a kind of dark scorn, and suddenly began to pick his teeth with a pin. They can't even speak their own language now, not properly. Fair rotten, the young man added. He fascinated Joan. She had never watched anything like him, but Peter just hated him. Upon this scene there presently appeared a new actor. He was preluded by a knocking at the door. He was ushered in by Mrs. Phoebus, who was opening and shutting her mouth in a state of breathless respect. He was received with the utmost deference by the young man with red hair. Indeed, from the moment when his knocking was heard without, the manner and bearing of the red-haired young man underwent the most marvelous change. An agitated alacrity appeared in his manner. He stood up and moved nervously. By weak neckward movements of his head he seemed to indicate he now regretted wearing such a bright green tie. The newcomer appeared in the doorway. He was a tall, grey-clad, fair gentleman, with a face that twitched and a hand that dandled in front of him. He grinned his teeth at the room. "So that's them," he said, touching his teeth with his thumbnail. He nodded confidentially to the red-haired young man without removing his eyes from Joan and Peter. He showed still more of his teeth and rattled his thumbnail along with them. Then he waved his hand over the table. "Clear all this away," he said, and sat down in the young man's chair. Mrs. Phoebus cleared away rapidly, assisted abjectly by the young man. Mr. Grimes seemed to check off the two children. "You're Joan," he said. "I needn't bother about you. You're provided for. Peter's our business." He got out a pocketbook and pencil. "Let's look at you, Peter. Just come out here, will you?" Peter obeyed reluctantly and suspiciously. "No stockings. Don't they wear stockings at that school of yours?" "Not when we don't want them," said Peter. "No." "Mazes me you'll wear anything," said Mr. Grimes. "S'pose it'll come to that. Let's see your hat." "Haven't got a hat," said Peter. "Wouldn't wear it if I had." "Wouldn't you?" said Mr. Grimes. "Nice little handful," said Mr. Grimes, and hummed. He produced a paper from the pocketbook and read it, rubbing his teeth with the point of his pencil. "Let's see, what sort of fit we want," said Mr. Grimes. He stood up briskly. "Well, young man, we must go out and get you some clothes and things. What's called a school outfit. We'll have to go in that motor car again. Quickest way. Get your hat. But you haven't got a hat." "Me come too," said Joan. "No, you can't come to a tailor's, and that's where we're going. Little girls can't come to tailors, you know," said Mr. Grimes. Peter thought privately that Mr. Grimes was just the sort of beast who would take you to a tailor's. Well, he would stick it out. This couldn't go on forever. He allowed himself to be guided by Mr. Grimes to the door. He restrained an impulse to ask to be allowed to sit beside the driver. One doesn't ask favors of beasts like Grimes. Joan went to the window to watch the car and Mr. Grimes's proceedings mistrustfully. "I got a nice picture book for you to look at," said Mrs. Phoebus, coming behind her. "Don't go standing and staring out the window, dearie. It's an idle thing to stare out of windows." Joan had an unpleasant feeling that she had to comply with this. Under the initiative of Mrs. Phoebus, she sat up to the table and permitted a large book to be opened in front of her, feigning attention. She kept her eye as much as possible on the window. She was aware of Peter getting into the car with Mr. Grimes. There was a sudden buzzing of machinery, the slam of a door, and the automobile moved and vanished. She gave a divided attention to the picture book before her, which was really not properly a picture book at all, but an old-bound volume of the Illustrated London News, full of wood engravings of royal processions and such-like desiccated matter. It was a dusty, frowsty volume, damp-stained at the edges. She tried to be amused, but it was very grey and dull, and she felt strangely uneasy. Every few minutes she would look up expecting to see the car back outside, but it did not return. She heard the red-haired young man in the passage saying he thought he'd have to be getting round to the railway station, and there was some point explained by Mrs. Phoebus at great length and over again about the difference between the Great Western and the South Western Railway. The front door slammed after him at last, and Mrs. Phoebus was audible returning to her kitchen. Presently she came and looked at Joan with a thin, unreal smile on her white face. "Getting on all right with the pretty pictures, dearie?" she asked. "When's Peter coming back?" asked Joan. "Oh, not for a longish bit," said Mrs. Phoebus. "You see, he's going to school." "Can I go to school?" "Not his school. He's going to a boys' school." "Oh," said Joan, learning for the first time that schools have sexes. "Can I go out in the garden?" "It isn't much of a garden," said Mrs. Phoebus, "but what there is you're welcome." It wasn't much of a garden. Rather, it was a yard, into which a lean-to scullery, a coal shed, and a dustbin bit deeply. Along one side was a high fence cutting it off from a similar yard, and against this high fence a few nasturtiums gingered the color scheme. A clothesline stretched diagonally across the space and bore a depressed pair of black stockings, and in the corner at the far end a lilac bush was slowly but steadily and successfully wishing itself dead. The opposite corner was devoted to a collection of bottles, the ribs of an umbrella, and a dustpan that has lost its handle. From beneath this curious rather than pleasing accumulation peeped from the skeleton of a rockery built of brick clinkers and free from vegetation of any sort. An unseen baby a garden or two away deplored its existence loudly. At intervals, a voice that sounded like the voice of an embittered little girl cut across these lamentations. "Well, you shouldn't have broke your bottle," said the voice, with a note of moral demonstration. Joan stayed in this garden for exactly 3 minutes. Then she returned to Mrs. Phoebus, who was engaged in some dim operation with the kettle in the kitchen. "Drat this old Kitchener," said Mrs. Phoebus, rattling at a damper. "Want to go 'ome," Joan said, in a voice that betrayed emotion. Mrs. Phoebus turned her meagre face and surveyed Joan without excessive tenderness. "This is your 'ome, dearie," she said. "I live at Inglenook," said Joan. Mrs. Phoebus shook her head. "All that's been done away with," she said. "Your aunts give you up, and you're going to live here for good. Long o' me." Meanwhile, Mr. Grimes, with a cheerful kindliness that Peter perceived to be assumed, conveyed that young gentleman first to an outfitter, where he was subjected to nameless indignities with a tape, and finally sent behind a screen and told to change out of his nice, comfortable clothes and Heidelberg sandals into a shirt and a collar and a grey flannel suit and hard black shoes. All of which he did in a mute, helpless rage, because he did not consider himself equal to Mr. Grimes and the outfitter and his staff, with possibly the chauffeur thrown in open combat. He was then taken to a hairdresser and severely clipped, which struck him as a more sensible proceeding. The stuff they put on his head was indeed pleasingly aromatic, and then he was bought some foolery of towels and things, and finally a Bible and a prayer book and a box. With this box he returned to the outfitters and was quite interested in discovering that a pile of things had accumulated on the counter, ties, collars, and things, and were to be packed in the box for him forthwith. A junior assistant was doing up his Limpsfield clothes in a separate parcel. So do we put off childish things? That parcel was to go via Mr. Grimes to the Inglenook. A memory of certain beloved sea stories came into Peter's head. "This is my kit?" he asked Mr. Grimes abruptly. "You may call it your kit," said Mr. Grimes. "Am I going on a battleship?" asked Peter. Mr. Grimes and the 2 outfitting assistants in sympathy were loudly amused. "You're going to Highcross School," said Mr. Grimes, emerging from his mirth. "Firm treatment, sound church training, unruly boys not objected to." "I didn't know," said Peter. They returned to the automobile, and after a mile or so of roads and turning, stopped outside a gaunt brace of drab-colored semi-detached villas, standing back behind a patch of lawn, and having a walled enclosure to the left and an overgrown laurel shrubbery to the right. "Here's Highcross School," said Mr. Grimes, a statement that was rendered unnecessary by the conspicuous black and gold board that rose above the walled enclosure. They descended. "Want there which it thou," mused Mr. Grimes, consulting his teeth, and then suddenly decided and led Peter towards the right hand of the 2 associated doors. "This," said Mr. Grimes, as they waited on the doorstep, "is a real school. No nonsense about it," said Mr. Grimes. Peter nodded with affected intelligence. They were ushered by a slatternly maidservant into the presence of a baldish man with a white, puffy face and pale grey eyes, who was wearing a university gown and seemed to be expecting them. He was standing before the fireplace in the front parlor, which had a general air of being a study. There were an untidy desk facing the window and bookshelves in the recesses of either side of the fireplace. Over the mantel was a tobacco jar bearing the arms of some college, and reminders of Mr. Mainwaring's university achievements in the form of a college shield and Cambridge photographs. "Well," said Mr. Grimes, "here's your young man," and thrust Peter forward. "So you've come to join us?" said Mr. Mainwaring with a sort of clouded amiability. "Join what?" said Peter. Mr. Mainwaring raised his eyebrows. "Highcross School," he said. "I'm at the school of St. George and the Venerable Bede," said Peter. "So how can I?" "No," said Mr. Grimes. "You're joining here now. But I can't go to 2 schools. Consequently, you're coming to this one," said Mr. Grimes. "It's very sudden," said Peter. "What's this about the school of St. What's-his-name?" asked Mr. Mainwaring of Mr. Grimes. "It's just a sort of fad school they've been sending him to," Mr. Grimes explained. "We're altering all that. It's a girls' school, and he's a growing boy. It's a subject where socialism and play acting are school subjects, and everybody runs about with next to nothing to do. So his proper guardians have decided that's got to stop. And here we are." Mr. Mainwaring regarded Peter heavily while this was going on. "Done any square root yet?" he asked suddenly. Peter had not. "Know the date of Magna Carta?" Peter did not. "It was under John," he said. "I wanted the date," said Mr. Mainwaring. "What's the capital of Bulgaria?" Peter did not know. "Know any French irregular verbs?" Peter said he didn't. "Got to begin at the beginning," said Mr. Mainwaring. "Got your outfit?" "We've just seen to that," said Mr. Grimes. "There's one or two things I'd like to say to you." He glanced at Peter. Mr. Mainwaring comprehended. He came and laid one hand on Peter. "Time you saw some of your schoolfellows," he said. Under his guiding pressure, Peter was impelled along a passage, through an archway, across an empty Befrowsty schoolroom in which one solitary small boy sat and sobbed grievously, and so by way of another passage to a kind of glass back door from which steps went down to a large gravelled space beyond the high wall that carried the black and gold board. In the corner were parallel bars. A group of 9 or 10 boys were standing round these bars. They were all clad in the same sort of grey flannels that Peter was wearing, and they had all started round at the sound of the opening of the door. One shock-headed boy, perhaps a head taller than any of the rest, had a great red mouth beneath a red nose. "Boys," shouted Mr. Mainwaring, "here's a new chum. See that he learns his way about a bit, Probin." "Yes, sir," said the shock-headed boy in a loud, adult kind of voice. Mr. Mainwaring gave Peter a shove that started him down the steps towards the playground, and slammed the door behind him. Most of these boys were bigger than any boys that Peter had ever known before. They looked enormous. He reckoned some of them must be 15 or 16, quite. They were as big as the biggest Sheldrick girl. Probin seemed indeed as big as a man. Peter could see right across the playground that he had a black smear of mustache. His neck and wrists and elbows stuck out of his clothes. Peter, with his hands in his newfound pockets, walked slowly towards these formidable creatures across the stony playground. They regarded him enigmatically. So explorers must feel who land on a strange beach in the presence of an unknown race of men. "Come on, fathead," said Probine as he drew near. Peter had expected that tone. He affected indifference. "What's your name?" asked Probine. "Stubland," said Peter. "You Probine?" "Stubland," said Probine. "Stubland. What's your Christian name?" "Peter. What's yours?" Probine disregarded this counter-question markedly. "Simon Peter, eh? Your father got you out of the Bible, I expect. Know anything of cricket, Simon Peter?" "Not much," said Simon Peter. "Can you swim?" "No." "Can you fight?" "I don't know." "What's your father?" Peter didn't answer. Instead, he fixed his attention upon a fair-haired boy of about his own size who was standing at the end of the parallel bars. "What's your name?" he asked. The fair boy looked at Probine. "Damn it," said Probine. "I asked you a question, Mr. Simon Peter." Peter continued disregardful. "Hasn't the school got a flagstaff?" he asked generally. Probine came closer to him and gripped him by the shoulder. "I asked you a question, Mr. Simon Peter. What is your father?" It was a question Peter could not answer because for some obscure reason he could not bring himself to say that his father was dead. If he ever said that, he knew his father would be dead. But what else could he say of his father? So he seemed to shrink a little and remain mute. "We'll have to cross-examine you," said Probine, and shook him. The fair boy came in front of Peter. It was clear he had great confidence in Probine. He had a fat, smooth, round face that Peter disliked. "Simon Peter," he said, "answer up." "What is your father?" said Probine. "What's your father?" repeated the fair boy, and then suddenly flicked Peter under the nose with his finger. But this did at least enable Peter to change the subject. He smote at the fat-faced boy with great vigor and missed him. The fat-faced boy dodged back quickly. "Hello," said Probine. "Ginger." "The chap's not going to touch my nose," said Peter. "Anyhow." "Touch it when I like," said the fat-faced boy. "You won't." "You want to fight?" asked the fat-faced boy, conscious of popular support. Peter said he wasn't going to have his nose flicked anyhow. "Flick it again, Newton," said Probine, "and see." "I'll show you in no time," said Newton. "Why, I'd lick you with one hand," continued Newton. Peter said nothing, but he regarded his antagonist very intently. "Skinny little snipe," said Newton. "What do you think you'd do to me?" "Hit him, Newton," said a cadaverous boy with freckles. "Hit him, Newton. He's too cocky," said another. Flick his silly little nose again and see. I'll hit him if he wants it, said Newton, and buttoned up his jacket in a preparatory way. Hit him, Newton, other voices urged. Let him put up his fist, said Newton. Do that when I please, said Peter rather faintly. Newton had seemed at first just about Peter's size. Now he seemed very much larger. All the boys seemed to have grown larger. They were gathering in a vast circle of doom round a minute and friendless Peter. Probine loomed over him like a figure of fate. Peter wondered whether he need have hit at Newton. It seemed now a very unwise thing indeed to have done. Newton was alternatively swaying towards him and swaying away from him, and repeating his demand for Peter to put his hands up. He seemed on the verge of flicking again. He was going to flick. Probine watched them both critically. Then, with a rapid movement of the mind, Peter realized that Newton's face was swaying now well within his range. The moment had come, and desperately, with a great effort and a wide sweeping movement of the arm, he smote hard at Newton's cheek. Smack. A good blow. Newton recoiled with an expression of astonishment. You swine, he said. Two other boys came running across the playground and voices explained, New boy, fight. But curiously enough, the fight did not go on. Newton, at a slightly greater distance, continued to loom threateningly, but did no more than loom. His cheek was very red. I'll break your jaw, cutting at me like that, he said. You swine. He used foul and novel terms expressive of rage. He looked at Probine as if for approval, but Probine offered none. He continued to threaten, but did not come within arm's length again. Hit him back, Newton, several voices urged, but with no success. Wait till I start on him, said Newton. Buck up, young Newton, said Probine suddenly, and stop jawing. You began it. I'm not going to help you. Make a ring, you chaps. It's a fair fight. Peter found himself fading Newton in the center of an interested circle. Newton was walking crab fashion toward the circle, swaying with his fists and elbows high. He was now acting a dangerous intentness. Come on, he said terribly. Hit him, Newton, said the cadaverous boy. Don't wait for him. You started it, Newton, Probine insisted, and he's hit you fair. A loud, familiar sound, the clamorous ringing of a bell, struck across the suspended drama. That's tea, said Newton eagerly, dropping his fists. It's no good starting on him now. You'll have to fight him later, said Probine. Now he's hit you. It's up to you, Newton, said the cadaverous boy, evidently following Probine's lead. Cave, it's Noser, said a voice. There was a little pause. Toke, cried Probine. Toke, Simon Peter, said the cadaverous boy informingly. Peter found himself no longer in focus. Everyone was moving towards the door whence Peter had descended to the playground, and at this door there now stood a middle-aged man with a large nose and a sly expression surveying the boys. Impelled by gregarious instincts, Peter followed the crowd. He did not like these hostile boys. He did not like this shabby-looking place. He was quite ready to believe that presently he would have to go on fighting Newton. He was not particularly afraid of Newton, but he perceived that Probine stood behind him. He detested Probine already. He was afraid of Probine. Probine was like a gollywog. He knew by instinct that Probine was full of disagreeable possibilities for him, and that it would be very hard to get away from Probine. And what did it all mean? Was he never going back to Limpsfield again? The bell had exactly the tone of the tea bell at Miss Murgatroyd's school. It might have been the same bell, and it made his heart homesick for the colour and brightness of the school of St. George and the Venerable Bede, and for the friendly garden and familiar rooms of Inglenook. For the first time he realized that he'd fallen into the school as an animal falls into a trap, that his world had changed, that home was very far away. And what had they done to Joan? Had he to live here always? It struck Mr. Noakley, the assistant master with the large nose, as he watched the boys at tea, that the new boy had a face like a doll, but really that face with its set, shining, expressionless eyes was only the mask, the very thin mask that covered a violent disposition to blubber. Well, no one was going to see Peter blub. No one was going to hear him blub. Tonight, perhaps in bed. He had still to realize the publicity of a school dormitory. He knew he couldn't box, but he had seen something in Newton's eyes that made him feel that Newton was not invincible. He would grip his fist in a very knobby way and hit Newton as hard as he could in the face. Oh, frighteningly hard. Peter was not eating very much. Bag's eye your slice of toke, said the cadaverous boy. Take the beastly stuff, said Peter. Little spoilt mammy-coddle, thought old Nosey Noakley. We aren't good enough for him. End of section 9. Section 10 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. The High Cross Preparatory School, Part 2. So it was that Mr. Grimes, acting for Lady Charlotte, set about the rescue of Joan and Peter from, as she put it, the freaks, faddists, and hilltop philosophies of Surrey Hills, and their restoration to the established sobrieties and decorums of English life. Very naturally, this sudden action came as an astonishing blow to the two advanced aunts. At 9 o'clock that evening, Miss Murgatroyd was called down to see Miss Phyllis Stubland, who had ridden over on her bicycle. "Where are the children?" asked Aunt Phyllis. "You sent for them," said Miss Murgatroyd. "Sent for them? Yes, I remember now. The young man said it was Lady Charlotte Sydenham. Didn't you know? She's going abroad tomorrow or the next day." "Sent for them," Aunt Phyllis repeated. 2 hours later, Aunt Phyllis was telling terrible news to Mary. Aunt Phoebe was in London for the night to see Mr. Tree play Richard II, and there were no means of communicating with her until the morning. The Inglenook was much too raffle-like to possess a telephone, and Aunt Phoebe was sleeping at the flat of a friend in Church Row, Hampstead. Next morning a telegram found her still in bed. "Children kidnapped by Lady Charlotte. Consult Sycamore Phyllis," said the telegram. "No!" cried Aunt Phoebe sharply. Then, as the little servant maid was on the point of closing the door, "Tell Miss Jepson," Aunt Phoebe commanded. Miss Jepson found Aunt Phoebe out of bed and dressing with a rapid casualness. It was manifest that some great crisis had happened. "An outrage upon all women," said Aunt Phoebe. "I have been outraged." "My dear," said Miss Jepson. "Read that telegram," cried Aunt Phoebe, pointing to a small ball of pink paper in the corner of the room. Miss Jepson went over to the corner with a perplexed expression, and smoothed out the telegram and read it. "A Bradshaw and a hansom," Aunt Phoebe was demanding as she moved rapidly about the room from one scattered garment to another. "No breakfast. I can eat nothing. Nothing. I am a tigress. A maddened tigress. Maddened. Beyond endurance. Oh, can you reach these buttons, dear?" Miss Jepson hovered about her guest, readjusting her costume in accordance with commonplace standards, while Aunt Phoebe expressed herself in sibylline utterances. "Children dedicated to the future. Reek of ancient corruptions. Abomination of desolation. The 9:53. Say half an hour. Remonstrance. An avenging sword. The sword of the Lord and of Gideon." "Are you going to this Mr. Sycamore?" asked Miss Jepson suddenly. Aunt Phoebe seemed lost for a time and emerged with, "Good God, no! This is an occasion when a woman must show she can act as a man. This tries us, Amanda. I will have no man in this. No man at all. Are women to loll in harems forever while men act and fight, when little children are assailed?" "Chastelaine," said Aunt Phoebe to the cabman, waving Miss Jepson's Bradshaw in her hand. The man looked stupid. "Oh, Charing Cross," she cried scornfully. "The rest is beyond you." And in the train she startled her sole fellow traveler, and made him get out at the next station by saying suddenly twice over in her loud, clear, contralto voice the one word, "Action." She left Miss Jepson's Bradshaw in the compartment when she got out. She found Chastelaine far gone in packing for Lady Charlotte's flight abroad. "I demand Lady Charlotte," she said. She followed up old Cashel as he went to announce her. He heard her coming behind him, but his impression of her was so vivid that he deemed it wiser not to notice this informality. And besides, in his dry, thin way, he wanted to hear why she demanded Lady Charlotte. He perceived the possibilities of a memorable clash. He was a quiet, contemplative man who hid his humor like a miser's treasure and lived much upon his memories. Week after a thing had happened, he would suddenly titter in bed or in church or while he was cleaning his plate, and none were told why he tittered. For a moment Aunt Phoebe hovered on the landing outside the Chastelaines' drawing-room. "I can't see her," she heard Lady Charlotte say, with something like a note of terror. "It is impossible." "Leave her to me, milady," said a man's voice. "Tell her to wait, Cashel," said Lady Charlotte. Aunt Phoebe entered, trailing her artistic robes. Before her, by the writing-table in the big window, stood Lady Charlotte, flounced, bonneted, dressed as if for instant flight. A slender, fair, wincing man in grey stood near her, his expression agitated but formidable. They had evidently both risen to their feet as Aunt Phoebe entered. Cashel made insincere demonstrations of intervention, but Aunt Phoebe disposed of him with a gesture. A haughty and terrible politeness was in her manner, but she sobbed slightly as she spoke. "Lady Charlotte," she said, "where are my wards?" "They are my wards," said Lady Charlotte, no less haughtily. "Excuse me, Lady Charlotte. Permit me," said Mr. Grimes, with soothing gestures of his lean white hands. "Please do not intervene," said Aunt Phoebe. "Mr. Grimes, madame, is my solicitor," said Lady Charlotte. "You may go, Cashel." Cashel went reluctantly. Mr. Grimes advanced a step and dandled his hands and smiled ingratiatingly. Italian and Spanish women will stab, he had heard, and fishwives are a violent class. Otherwise, he believed all women, however terrible in appearance, to be harmless. This gave him courage. "Miss Stubland, I believe," he said. "These young people, young Stubland and his foster sister to wit, are at present in my charge, under instructions from Lady Charlotte." "Where?" asked Aunt Phoebe. "Our case, Miss Stubland, is that they were not being properly educated in your charge. That is our case. They were receiving no sound moral and religious training, and they were being brought up in, to say the least of it, an eccentric fashion. Our aim in taking them out of your charge is to secure for them a proper ordinary English bringing up." "Every word an insult," panted Aunt Phoebe. "Every word. What have you done with them?" "Until we are satisfied they will consent to continue their training on proper lines, Miss Stubland, you can scarcely expect us to put it in your power to annoy these poor children further." Mr. Grimes's face was wincing much more than usual, and these involuntary grimaces affected Aunt Phoebe in her present mood as though they were deliberate insults. He did not allow for this added exasperation. "Annoy!" cried Aunt Phoebe. "That is the usual expression. We are perfectly within our rights in refusing you access, having regard to your manifest determination to upset any proper arrangement. You refuse to let me know where those children are? Unless you can get an order against us. You mean, go to some old judge?" Mr. Grimes gesticulated assent. If she chose to phrase it in that way, so much the worse for her application. "You won't. You will go on with this kidnapping? Miss Stubland, we are entirely satisfied with our present course and our present position." Lady Charlotte endorsed him with 3 great nods. Aunt Phoebe stood aghast. Mr. Grimes remained quietly triumphant. Lady Charlotte stood quietly triumphant behind him. For a moment it seemed as if Aunt Phoebe had no reply of any sort to make. Then suddenly she advanced 3 steps and seized upon Mr. Grimes. One hand gripped his nice grey coat below the collar behind, the other the looseness of his waistcoat just below the tie, and lifting him up upon his toes, Aunt Phoebe shook him. Mr. Grimes was a lean, spare, ironical man. Aunt Phoebe was a well-developed woman. Yet only by an enormous effort did she break the instinctive barriers that make a man sacred from feminine assault. It was an effort so enormous that when at last it broke down the dam of self-restraint, it came through a boiling flood of physical power. It came through with a sort of instantaneousness. At one moment Mr. Grimes stood before Lady Charlotte's eyes dominating the scene. At the next he was, as materialists say of the universe, all vibrations. He was a rag. He was a scrap of carpet in Aunt Phoebe's hands. The appetite for shaking seemed to grow in Aunt Phoebe as she shook. From the moment when Aunt Phoebe gripped him until she had done shaking him, nobody except Lady Charlotte made an articulate sound, and all that Lady Charlotte said before astonishment overcame her was one loud "Ha!" The face of Mr. Grimes remained set, except for a certain mechanical rattling of the teeth and a wild stare to Aunt Phoebe. Aunt Phoebe's features bore that earnest calm one may see upon the face of a good woman who washes clothes or kneads bread. Then suddenly it was as if Aunt Phoebe woke up out of a trance. You make me forget myself," said Aunt Phoebe with a low sob, and after one last shake, relinquished him. Mr. Grimes gyrated for a moment and came to rest against a massive table. He was still staring at Aunt Phoebe. For a moment the 3 people remained breathing heavily and contemplating the outrage. At last Mr. Grimes was able to raise a wavering, pointing finger to gasp. You have, yes, indeed, forgotten yourself." Then, as if he struggled to apprehend the position, You have assaulted me." Let it be a warning to you," said Aunt Phoebe. "That is a threat." "Agreed," panted Aunt Phoebe with spirit, though she had not meant to threaten him at all. "If you think, madame, that you can assault me with impunity, I shouldn't have thought it before I took hold of you. A bag of bones, man indeed." And then very earnestly, "Yes." She paused. The pause held all 3 of them still. "But why, oh why, should I bandy words with such a thing as you?" she asked with a sudden belated recovery of her dignity. "You," she saw her word carefully, "flibbergib." And forgetting altogether the mission upon which she had come, Aunt Phoebe turned about to make her exit from the scene. It seemed to her, perhaps justly, that it was impossible to continue the parley further. "Legalized scoundrel," she said over her shoulder, and moved towards the door. In that first tremendous clash of the new woman and the terrific old lady, it must be admitted that the new woman carried off, so to speak, the physical honors. Lady Charlotte stood against the fireplace, visibly appalled. Only when Aunt Phoebe was already at the door did it occur to Lady Charlotte to ring the bell to have her visitor shown out. Her shaking hand could scarcely find the bell handle. For the rest, she was ineffective, wasting great opportunities for scorn and dignity. She despised herself for not having a larger, fiercer solicitor. She doubted herself. For the first time in her life, Lady Charlotte Sydenham doubted herself, and quailed before a new birth of time. Upon the landing appeared old Cashel, mutely respectful. He showed at Aunt Phoebe in profound silence. He watched her retreating form with affectionate respect, stroking his cheek slowly with 2 fingers. He closed the door. He stood as one who seeks to remember. "Flibberjib," he said at last very softly, without exultation or disapproval. He simply wanted to have it exactly right. Then he went upstairs to have a long, mild, respectful look at Mr. Grimes, and to ask if he could do anything for him. Aunt Phoebe's return to the Inglenook blended triumph and perplexity. "I could never have imagined a man so flimsy," she said. "But where are the children?" asked Aunt Phyllis. "If all men are like him, then masculine ascendancy is an imposture." "Yes, but where are the children?" So balked tigress might feel. Aunt Phyllis decided to write to Mr. Sycamore. Mr. Mainwaring was the proprietor of a private school for young gentlemen, not by choice, but by reason of the weakness of his character. It was card-playing more than anything else that had made him an educator. And it was vanity and the want of any sense of proportion that had led to the card-playing. Mr. Mainwaring's father had been a severe parent, severe to the pitch of hostility. He had lost his wife early, and he had taken a grudge against his only son, whose looks he did not like. He had sent him to Cambridge with a bitter assurance they would do no good there, had kept him too short of money to be comfortable, spent most of his property, he was a retired tea-broker, in disappointing and embittering jaunts into vice, and died suddenly, leaving, unwillingly, but he had to leave it, about £3,000 to his ear. Young Mainwaring had always been short of pocket money, and for a time he regarded this legacy as limitless wealth. He flashed from dingy obscurity into splendor, got himself coloured shirts and remarkable ties, sought the acquaintance of horses, slipped down to London for music halls and life. When it dawned upon him that even £3,000 was not a limitless ocean of money, he attempted to maintain its level by winning more from his fellow undergraduates. Nap and poker were the particular forms of sport he affected. He reckoned that he was, in a quiet way, rather cleverer than most fellows, and that he would win. But he was out in his reckoning. He left Cambridge with a junior optimy in the mathematical tripus and a residuum of about £700. He was a careful cricketer, and he had liked football at school in his concluding years when he was big enough to barge into the other chaps. Surveying the prospect before him, he decided that a school was the best place for him. He advertised himself as of gentlemanly appearance and good at games, and he found his billet in a preparatory school at Brighton. Thence he went to a big grammar school, and thence came to the High Cross School to remain first as assistant, then as son-in-law and partner, and now as sole proprietor. Mrs. Mainwaring was not very useful as a helpmeet, as she was slightly but not offensively defective in her mind. Still, one must take life as one finds it. She was, at any rate, regular in her habits, and did not interfere with the housekeeper, a worthy, confidence-creating woman, much tipped by the tender sort of parent. Of course, Mr. Mainwaring had no special training as a teacher. He had no ideas about education at all. He had no social philosophy. He had never asked why he was alive or what he was up to. Instinct perhaps warned him that the answer might be disagreeable. Much less did he inquire what his boys were likely to be up to. And it did not occur to him, it did not occur to anyone in those days, to consider that these deficiencies barred him in any way from the preparation of the genteel young for life. He taught as he had been taught. His teachers had done the same. He was the last link of a long chain of tradition that had perhaps in the beginning had some element of intention in it as to what was to be made of the pupil. Schools, like religions, tend perpetually to forget what they are for. High Cross School, like numberless schools in Great Britain in those days, had forgotten completely. It was a mysterious fate of routine. The underlying idea seemed to be that boys must go to school as puppies have the mange. Certain school books existed, God alone knew why, and the classes were taken through them. It was like reading prayers. Certain examination boards checked this progress in a way that Mr. Mainwaring felt reflected upon his honor, and like all fundamentally dishonest people, he was inclined to be touchy about his honor. But parents wanted examination results, and he had to give in. Preparation for examinations dominated the school. No work was done in the school that did not lead towards an examination paper. If there had been no examinations, no work would have been done at all. But these examinations might have been worse than they were. The examiners were experienced teachers and considerate for their kind. They respected the great routine. The examiners in classics had, at best, Babu Latin and less Greek, and so they knew quite well how to set a paper that would enable an intelligent candidate conceal an entire incapacity for reading, writing, or speaking a classical language. The examiners in mathematics knew nothing of practical calculations, and treated the subject as a sort of patience game. The foreign language examiner stuck loyally to the grammar. In drawing, the examiners asked you to copy copies. They did not, at any rate, require you to draw things, and altogether the curse of examinations might have pressed on Mr. Mainwaring harder than it did. Suppose the language papers had been just long passages to translate into and out of English, and that the mathematical tests had been all problems, and the drawing test had been a test of drawing anything. What school could have stood the strain? To assist him in the work of his school, Mr. Mainwaring had gathered about him a staff of 3. He had found a young man rather of his own social quality but very timid, a B.A. Contab, by way of the botanical special. Then there was Noelma, a rather older, sly creature with a large overbalancing nose, who had failed to qualify years ago as an elementary assistant schoolmaster, and so had strayed into the uncharted and uncertified ways of a private school. And finally, there was Khan, an Alsatian who taught languages and the piano. With these 3 and the active assistance of Mrs. Rich, the housekeeper, the school maintained sluggish routines. The boys slept in 2 long rooms that had been made by knocking through partitions in the 2 upper floors and converted into dormitories by the simple expedient of crowding them with iron bedsteads and small chests of drawers. It was the business of Noelma, who had a separate room on the top floor, to rouse the boys at 7 with cries and violence for the business of the day. But there was a tacit understanding between him and the boys not to molest each other until about 20 minutes past. It was a rule, established by Mr. Mainwaring in a phase of hygienic enthusiasm some years before, that on fine mornings throughout the year the boys should go for a sharp run before breakfast. It was a modern and impressive thing to do, and it cost him nothing. It was Noelma's duty to accompany them on this run. He was unable to imagine any more loathsome duty, so that he invented a method of supplementing the rains of heaven by means of a private watering pot. His room was directly above Mr. Mainwaring's, and Mr. Mainwaring slept with his windows shut and his blinds down, and about 7:15 or so every morning the curious passer-by might have seen a lean, sly man with an enormous nose, his mouth wide open and his tongue out with effort, leaning far out of an upper bedroom of Highcross School, and industriously and carefully watering the window and window-sill of the room 2 stories below him. Later, perhaps, a patient observer might have been rewarded by the raising of Mr. Mainwaring's blind, and a glimpse of Mr. Mainwaring, unshaven in a white cotton nightgown, glancing out at the weather. So generally, the morning began with a tedious, sticky, still sleepy hour called early prep in the schoolroom on the ground floor. It was only during Khan's alternate week of morning duty that the run ever occurred. Then it wasn't a run. It began as a run and settled down as soon as it was out of sight of the school to a sulky walk and a muttered monologue by Khan in German. He never spoke any language but German before breakfast, about his Magin. Noelma's method in early prep was to sit as near to the fire as possible in the winter and at the high desk in summer, and to leave the boys alone so long as they left him alone. They conversed in undertones, made and threw paper darts at one another, read forbidden fiction, and so forth. Breakfast at 8:30 released them, and there was a spell of playground before morning school at 9:30. At 9:30, Mr. Mainwaring and Mr. Smithers, the botanical contab, appeared in the world, gowned and a little irritable, and prayers and scriptures inaugurated the official day. Mr. Mainwaring's connection was a sound Christian connection, and he opened the day with an abbreviated matins and the collected lessons for the day. Then the junior half of the school went upstairs to the second classroom with Mr. Smithers, while Mr. Mainwaring dealt tediously with chronicles or kings. Meanwhile, Khan and Noelma corrected exercise books in the third classroom, and waited their time to take up their part in the great task of building up the British imperial mind. By 11 o'clock, each of the 4 classrooms was thoroughly stuffy and the school was in full swing. Mr. Mainwaring, who could not have translated a new satire by Juvenal to save his life, was teaching Greek or Latin or history. Mr. Smithers was setting or explaining exercises on the way to quadratic equations or Euclid Book 2, which were the culminating points of high-class mathematics. Kahn, hoarse with loud anger, was making a personal quarrel of the French class, and Nokley was gently settling the feet of the younger boys astray in geography, arithmetic, or parsing. This was the high-water mark of the day's effort. After the midday dinner, which was greasy and with much too much potato in it, came a visible decline. In the afternoon, Mr. Mainwaring would start a class upon some sort of exercises, delegate Probine to keep order, and retire to slumber in his study. Smithers and Kahn, who both suffered from indigestion, would quarrel bitterly with boys they disliked and inflict punishments. Nokley would sleep quietly through a drawing class on the tacit understanding that there was no audible misbehavior, and that the boys would awaken him if they heard Mr. Mainwaring coming. Mr. Mainwaring, when he came, usually came viciously. He would awaken in an evil temper and sit cursing his life for some time before he could rouse himself to return to a duty. He would suddenly become filled with suspicions about the behavior of the boys or the worthiness of his assistants. He would take his cane and return with a heavy scowl on his face through the archway to his abandoned class. He would hear a murmur of disorder, a squeak of "cave," and a hush. Or he would hear Probine's loud bellow, "Shut up, young Pycroft, shut it, I say, or I'll report you." He would appear threateningly in the doorway. "What's he doing, Probine?" he would ask. "What's he doing?" "Humbugging about, sir. He's always humbugging about." The diffused wrath of Mr. Mainwaring would gather to a focus. If there were no little beast like the young Pycroft, he wouldn't be in this infernal, dull, dreary hole of a school. "I'll teach you to humbug about, Pycroft," he would say. "Come out, sir." "Please, sir." Roar. "Don't bandy words with me, you little hound. Come out, I say." "Please." Young Pycroft would come out slowly and weeping. Mr. Mainwaring would grip him hungrily. "I'll teach you to humbug about. Cut. I'll teach you. Cut. I can't leave this classroom for a moment, but half-dozen of you must go turning it upside down. Cut. Wow! Don't answer me, sir. Cut. Don't answer me. Cut. Now. Sir?" Pycroft completely subdued. Pycroft relinquished. "Now, are there any more of you?" asked Mr. Mainwaring, feeling a little better. Then he would hesitate. Should he take the set work at once, or should he steal upstairs on tiptoe to catch out one of the assistants? His practice varied. He always suspected Nokley of his afternoon sleep, and was never able to catch him. Nokley slept with the classroom door slightly open. His boys could hear the opening of the classroom door downstairs. When they did, they would smack down a book upon the desk close beside him, and Nokley would start teaching instantly like an automaton that had just been released. He didn't take a second to awaken, so that he was very hard indeed to catch. The school remained a scene of jaded activities until 4, when a bell rang for afternoon prayers under Mr. Mainwaring in the main schoolroom. Then the boys would sing a hymn while Kahn accompanied on a small harmonium that stood in the corner of the room. While prayers were going on, a certain scattered minority of the boys were speculating whether Kahn or Smithers would remember this or that task that had been imposed in a moment of passion, weighing whether it was safer to obey or forget. Kahn and Smithers would return to the classroom reluctantly to gather in the harvest of their own wrath, but now for a little time Nokley was free to do nothing. Nokley hardly ever imposed punishments. When he was spoken to upon the subject, he would put his nose down in a thoughtful manner and reply in a tone of mild observation, "The boys, they seem to mind me somehow." Meanwhile, the released boys dispersed to loaf about the playground in the outhouses and playing field until tea at 5. Sometimes there was a hectic attempt at cricket or football in the field in which Mr. Mainwaring participated, and then tea was at 5:30. When Mr. Mainwaring participated, he liked to bat, and he did not like to be bowled out. Nokley was vaguely supposed to be superintended tea and evening prep, and the boys, after a supper of milk and biscuits, were packed off to bed at 8:30. It was much too early to send the bigger boys to bed, but good God, said Mr. Mainwaring, am I to have no peace in my day? And he tried to ease his conscience about what might go on in the dormitories after bedtime by directing Nokley to exercise a general supervision, and by occasionally stealing upstairs in his socks. Wednesday and Saturday were half holidays, and in the afternoon the boys wore flannels or shorts according to the season, and played pickup cricket or football or hockey in a well-worn field at the back of the school, or they went for a walk with Noelma or Smithers. On Sundays they wore top hats and pseudo-Eton jackets, and went to church in the morning and the evening. In the afternoon, Smithers took scripture warily for an hour, and then went for a walk with Noelma. And on Sunday evening they wrote home carefully supervised letters saying how happy they were and how they were all in the best of health and about examinational prospects, and how they hoped they were making satisfactory progress in such like topics. But they never gave any account of the talk that went on during the playground loafing, nor of the strange games and ceremonies over which Probine presided in the dormitories, nor of the exercises of Mr. Mainwaring's cane. There was no library, and the boys never read anything except school books and such printed matter as they themselves introduced into the school. They never read, nor drew, nor painted, nor made verses to please themselves. They never dreamt of acting or singing. Their only training in the use of their hands was at cricket, and they never looked at a newspaper. Occasionally Smithers gave a lesson in botany, but there was no science teaching. Science teaching requires apparatus, and apparatus costs money, and so far as the prospectus went, it was quite easy to call the botany science. In this manner did Highcross School grind and polish its little batch of boys for their participation in the affairs of the greatest, most civilized, and most civilizing empire the world has ever seen. It was, perhaps, a bad specimen of an English private school, but it was a specimen. There were worse as well as better among the schools of England. There were no doubt many newer and larger, many cleaner, many better classified. Some had visiting drill surgeons, some had chemistry cupboards, and some had specially built gymnasia. Some even had school libraries of 100 volumes or so. Most of them had better housing and better arranged dormitories, and most of them were consistently preparatory, stuck to an upward age limit, and turned out a boy as soon as he became a youth to go on to business or medicine or to the public schools. Mr. Mainwaring's school was exceptional in this, that it had to hold on to all it could get. He had a connection with one or two solicitors, an understanding. Mr. Grimes was one of his friends, and his school contained, in addition to Peter, several other samples of that unfortunate type of boy whose school was found for him by a solicitor. Some stayed at Windsor with Mr. Mainwaring during the holidays. In that matter, Highcross School was exceptional. But the want of any intellectual interest, of any spontaneous activities of the mind at all in Highcross School, was no exceptional thing. Life never stands altogether still, but it has a queer tendency to form stationary eddies, and very much of the education of middle-class and upper-class youth in England has been an eddy for a century. The still exquisite and impressionable brains of the new generation came tumbling down the stream, curious, active, greedy, and the eddying schools caught them with a grip of iron and spun them round and round for 6 or 7 precious years, and at last flung them out. Into this vicious eddy about Mr. Mainwaring's life in school came the developing brain of Master Peter Stubland, and resented it extremely. At first he had been too much astonished by his transfer from Limpsfield to entertain any other emotion. It was only after some days at Highcross School that he began to realize that the experience was not simply astonishing, but uncongenial and indeed hateful. He discovered he hated the whole place. Comprehended within his general hatred were particular ones. He hated Newton. The fight remained in suspense. Neither boy knew anything of scientific fisticuffs. Neither had ever won a boxing glove, and both were disposed to evade the hard, clear issue of the ring. But Newton continued to threaten and grimace at him, and once as he was passing Peter on the staircase he turned about and punched him in the back. For Newton, Peter's hatred was uncomplicated. For Probine and a second boy nearly as big, a fair, sleepy boy named Ames, Peter had a feeling that differed from a clear, clean hatred. It had an element of disgust and dread in it. Probine, with Ames as an accessory and Newton as his pet toady, dominated the school. It is an unnatural and unwholesome thing for boys and youths of various ages to be herded as closely together as they were in Highcross School. The natural instinct of the young is against such an association. In a good, big school whose atmosphere is wholesome, boys will classify themselves out in the completest way. They will not associate, they will scarcely speak with boys outside their own year. There is a foolish way of disposing of this fact by saying that boys are such snobs, but indeed they are kept apart by the fiercest instinct of self-preservation. All life and all its questions are stirring and unfolding in the young boy. In every sort of young creature, natural discretion fights against forced and premature developments. Keep to your faith, says nature. The older boys, perplexed by novel urgencies and curiosities, are embarrassed by their younger fellows. Younger boys are naturally afraid of older ones and a little disposed to cringe. But what were such considerations as these to a man like Mainwaring? He had never thought over, he had long since forgotten his own development. Any boy, old or young, whose parents could pay the bill, was got into the school and kept into school as long as possible. None of the schoolwork was interesting. There were constant gaps in the routine when there was nothing to do but loaf. It was inevitable that the older boys should become mischievous louts. They bullied and tormented and corrupted the younger boys because there was nothing else to do. If there had been anything else to do, they would have absolutely disregarded the younger boys, and the younger boys did what they could to propitiate these powerful and unaccountable giants. The younger boys sucked up to the bigger boys. They became, as it were, clients. They were annexed by patrons. They professed unlimited obedience in exchange for protection. Newton, for instance, called himself Probine's monkey. Pycroft was Ames's. Probine would help Newton with his sums, amuse himself by putting him to the torture when Newton was expected to display a dog-like submission, or make him jealous by professing an affection for other small boys. Peter came into the stuffy atmosphere of forced and undignified relationships instinct, though he knew it not, with a passionate sense of honor. From the very beginning, he knew there was something in these boys and in their atmosphere that made them different from himself, something from which he had to keep himself aloof. There was a word missing from his vocabulary that would have expressed it, and that word was cad. But at the school of St. George and the Venerable Bede, they were not taught to call any people cads. He was a boy capable of considerable reserve. He did not, like young Winterbaum, press his every thought and idea upon those about him. He could be frank where he was confident, but this sense of difference smote him dumb. Several of his schoolfellows, old Noakley and Mr. Mainwaring, became uncomfortably aware of an effect of unspoken comment in Peter. He would receive a sudden phrase of abuse with a thoughtful expression, as though he weighed it and compared it with some exterior standard. This irritated a school staff accustomed to use abusive language. Probine, after Peter had hit Newton, took a fancy to him that did not in the least modify Peter's instinctive detestation of the red nostrils and the sloppy mouth and the voluminous bellow. Peter became rapidly skillful in avoiding Probine's conversation, and this monstrously enhanced his attraction for Probine. Probine's attention varied between deliberate attempts to vex and deliberate attempts to propitiate. He kept alive the promise of a fight with Newton, and frankly declared that Peter could lick Newton any day. Newton was as distressed as a caste mistress. One evening the cadaverous boy discovered Peter drawing warriors on horseback. He reported this strange gift to Ames. Ames came demanding performances, and Peter obliged. "He can draw," said Ames. "George and the Dragon, eh? It's good." Probine was shouted to, and joined in the admiration. Peter drew this and that by request. "Draw a woman," said Ames, and then, as the nimble pencil obeyed, "No, not an old woman. Draw, you know. Draw a savage woman." "Draw a girl bathing, like they are an alley slopper's half-holiday," said Probine. "Just with light things on." "Draw a heathen goddess," said Ames, "with nothing on at all." Peter said he couldn't draw goddesses. "Go on," said Ames. "Draw a savage woman." Peter, being pressed, tried a negress. They hung over him, insisting upon details. "Get out, young Newton," cried Probine. "Don't come hanging round here. He's drawing things." Ames pressed further requests. "Shan't draw any more," said Peter with a sudden disinclination. "Go it, Simon Peter," said Ames. "Don't be a mammy-good." "Gah, if I could draw," said Probine. But Peter had finished drawing. No further questions were asked Peter about his father, but on Sunday night, when home letter time came round, any doubt about the soundness of his social position was set at rest by Mr. Mainwaring himself. Home letters from Highcross School involved so many delicate considerations that the proprietor made it his custom to supervise them himself. He distributed sheets of paper with the school heading, and afterwards he collected them and addressed them himself in his study. "You, Stubland, must write a letter to your aunt," he said loudly across the room, "and tell her how you are getting on." "Aunt Phyllis?" said Peter. "No, no," Mr. Mainwaring answered in clear tones. "Your aunt, Lady Charlotte Sydenham." Respectful glances at Peter and a stare of admiration from Probine. After a season of reflection, Peter held up his hand. "Please, sir, I don't write letters to Lady Charlotte." You must begin. Still further reflection. I want to write to my Aunt Phyllis. Nonsense! Do as I tell you. Peter reflected again for some minutes. He was deeply moved. He controlled a disposition to weep. No one was ever going to see Peter blub in this school. Ever. Then Mr. Mainwaring saw him begin to write with intervals of deep thought, but the letter was an unsatisfactory one. Dear Aunt Phyllis, it began, in spite of instructions. This is a very nice school and I like it very much. I have no pocket money. We eat toke. Please come and take me away now. Your affectionate nephew, Peter. Then Peter rubbed his eyes and it made his finger wet, and there was a drop of eye wet fell on the paper. But he did not blub. He did not blub. He knew, because he had made up his mind to not blub. But his face was flushed almost like that of a boy who has been blubbing. Mr. Mainwaring came and read the letter. Come, he said. This won't do, which was just what Peter had expected. This is obstinacy, said Mr. Mainwaring. He got Peter a fresh sheet of paper and stood over him. Write as I tell you, said Mr. Mainwaring. The other boys listened as this letter was dictated to a quiet but obedient Peter. Dear Lady Charlotte, I arrived safely on Wednesday night at Highcross School, which I like very much. I had a long ride in an automobile. Mr. Grimes bought me a splendid bat. Mr. Mainwaring has examined me upon my attainments, and believes that with effort I shall make satisfactory progress here. We play cricket here and do modern science as well as our classical studies. I hope you may never be disappointed by my efforts after all your kindness to me. Your affectionate nephew, Peter Stubland. In the night, Peter woke up out of an ugly and miserable dream, and his eyes were wet with tears. He believed he was caught at Highcross School for good and all. He believed that all the things he hated and dreaded were about him now forever. End of section 10. Section 11 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells, The Highcross Preparatory School, Part 3. From the first, Mr. Mainwaring had been prepared for Peter's antagonism. He had been warned by Mr. Grimes that Peter might prove a little difficult. The letter to Aunt Phyllis confirmed this impression he had already formed of a fund of stiff resistance in his new pupil. I shall have to talk to that young man, he said. The occasion was not long in coming. It came next morning in the general scripture lesson. The boys were reading the Gospel of St. Matthew verse by verse, and in order to check inattention, Mr. Mainwaring, instead of allowing the boys to read in rotation, was dodging the next verse irregularly from boy to boy. Now, Pycroft, he would say. Now, Rivers. He was always ready to pick up a nickname and improve upon it for the general amusement. Now, Simonides, he said. No answer. Simonides. Peter, with his New Testament open before him, was studying the map of Africa on the end wall. That was Egypt and that was the Nile, and down that you went to Uganda, where all the people dressed in white, and Nobby walked fearlessly among lions. Peter became aware of a loud shout of Simonides. It was apparently being addressed to him by Mr. Mainwaring. He returned at a jump to Europe and Highcross School. Wool gathering again, said Mr. Mainwaring, thinking of the dear old Agapemone, eh? We can't have that here, young man. We can't allow that here. We must quicken that proud but sluggish spirit of yours with the usual stimulus. Come out, sir. He moved towards the cane, which hung from a nail beside the high desk. Obliging schoolfellows explained to Peter. He spoke to you 3 times. He's going to swish you. You'll get it. Peter went very white and sat very tight. Now, young man, said Mr. Mainwaring, flicking the cane. Step out, please. Come out here, sir. No answer from Peter. Stubland, roared Mr. Mainwaring. Come out at once. There came a break in the traditions of Highcross School. Peter rose to his feet. It seemed he was going to obey, and then he said in a voice, faint and small but perfectly clear, I ain't gonna be caned. No. There was a great pause. There was as it were silence in heaven, and then, his footsteps echoing through that immensity of awe, Mr. Mainwaring advanced upon Peter. Peter, with a loud, undignified cry, fled along the wall under the map of Palestine towards the door. "Stop him there, Ames," cried Mr. Mainwaring. Ames was slow to understand. Mr. Mainwaring put the cane on the mantel-shelf and became very active. He leapt a desk clumsily, upset an inkpot, and collided with Ames at the door a moment after Peter had vanished. On the landing outside, Peter hesitated, and then doubled downstairs to the boot hole. For a moment, Mr. Mainwaring was at fault. "Hell," he said. All the classroom heard him say, "Hell." All the school treasured that cry in its heart for future use. "Young," said Mr. Mainwaring. It was long a matter for secret disputation in the school what particularly choice sort of young thing Mr. Mainwaring had called Peter. Then he heard a crash in the boot hole and was downstairs in a moment. Peter was out in the area, up the area steps as quick as a scared gray mouse, and then he made his mistake. He struck out across the open in front of the house. In a dozen strides, Mr. Mainwaring had him. "I'll thrash you, sir," said Mr. Mainwaring, swinging the little body by the collar and shaking him as a dog might shake a rat. "I'll thrash you. I'll thrash you before the whole school." But two people had their blood up now. "I'll tell my Uncle Nobby," yelled Peter. "I'll tell my Uncle Nobby. He's a soldier." Thus disputing, they presently reappeared in the lower classroom. Peter was tremendously disheveled and still kicking, and Mr. Mainwaring was holding him by the general slack of his garments. "Silence, sir, while I thrash you," said Mr. Mainwaring, and he was red and moist. "My uncle, he's a soldier. He's a V.C. You thrash me and he'll kill you. He'll kill you. He'll kill you." "Give me my cane, someone," said Mr. Mainwaring. "He'll kill you." Nobody got the cane. "Probine," cried Mr. Mainwaring. "Give me my cane." Probine hesitated, and then said to young Newton, "You get it." Young Newton had been standing up, half offering himself for this service. He handed the cane to Mr. Mainwaring. "You touch me," threatened Peter. "You touch me. He'll kill you." And taking advantage of the moment when Mr. Mainwaring's hand was extended for the cane, he scored a sound kick on the master's knee. Then by an inspired wiggle he sought to involve himself in Mr. Mainwaring's gown in such a manner as to protect his more vulnerable area. But now Mr. Mainwaring was in a position to score. He stuck his cane between his teeth in an impressive and terrible manner, and then got his gown loose and altered his grip on his small victim. Now for it. The school hung breathless. Cut. Peter became as lively as an eel. Cut. There were tears in his voice, but his voice was full and clear. "He'll kill you. He'll come here and kill you. I'll burn down the school. You will you?" Cut. A kick. Cut. Silent wriggles. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, counted Mr. Mainwaring and stopped, and let go his hold with a shove. "Now go to your place," he said. He was secretly grateful to Peter that he went. Peter had a way at times of looking a very small boy, and he did so now. He was tearful, red, and amazingly disheveled, but still not broken down to technical blubbing. His face was streaked with emotion. It was only too manifest that the routines of High Cross had reduced his private ablutions to a minimum. He glanced over his shoulder to see if he was still pursued. He could still sob, "My uncle." But Mr. Mainwaring did not mean this to be the close of the encounter. He had thought out the problems of discipline according to his lights. A boy must give in. Peter had still to give in. "And now, Stubland," he proclaimed, "stay in after afternoon school, stay in all tomorrow, and write me out 500 times. I must not sulk. I must obey. 500 times, sir." Something muffled was audible from Peter, something suggestive of a refusal. "Bring them to me on Wednesday evening at latest. That will keep you busy, and no time to spare. You hear me, sir? I must not sulk, and I must obey. And if they are not ready, sir, 12 strokes, good and full. And every morning until they are ready, 12 strokes. That's how we do things here. No shirking. Play the fool with me and you pay for it, up to the hilt. This, at any rate, is a school where discipline is respected. Whatever socialist agapemone you may have frequented before. And now I've taken you in hand, young man. I mean to go through with you. If you have 100 uncles knobchick armed to the teeth, if you have 1,000 uncles knobchick, they won't help you. If you air your stubborn temper at High Cross School." Perhaps Peter would have written the lines, but young Newton, in the company of 2 friends, came up to him in the playground before dinner. "Going to write those lines, Simon Peter?" asked young Newton. What could a chap do but say, "No fear." "You'll write 'em all right," said Newton, and turned scornfully. So Peter sat in the stuffy schoolroom during detention time, and drew pictures of soldiers and battles and adventures, and mused and made his plans. He was going to run away. He was going to run right out this disgusting place into the world. He would run away tomorrow after the midday meal. It would be the Wednesday half-holiday, and to go off then gave him his very best chance of a start. He might not be missed by anyone in particular throughout the afternoon. The gap of time until tea time seemed to him to be a limitless gap. Abscond, said Peter, a beautiful newly acquired word. Just exactly whither he wanted to go, he did not know. Vaguely, he supposed he would have to go to his Limpsfield aunt's, but what he wanted to think he was doing was running away to sea. He was going to run away to sea and meet Nobby very soon. He was going to run against Nobby by the happiest chance, Nobby alone, or perhaps even, this was still dreamier, Daddy and Mummy. Then they would go on explorations together, and he and Nobby would sleep side by side at campfires amidst the howling of lions. Somewhere upon that expedition he would come upon Mainwaring and Probine and Newton, captive perhaps in the hands of savages. What would he and Nobby and Mummy and Daddy and Bungo Peter and Joan do to such miscreants? This kept Peter thinking a long time, because it was beyond the limits of Peter's generosity just now to spare Mr. Mainwaring. Probine, perhaps, Probine, pedant to the pitch of tears, might be reduced to the status of a humble fag. Even Newton might go on living in some very menial capacity. There could be a dog with the party of which Newton would always go in fear, but Mr. Mainwaring had exceeded the limits of mercy. A man like that was capable of any treason. Peter had it, a beautiful scene. Mr. Mainwaring detected in a hideous conspiracy with a sinister Arab traitor to murder the entire expedition would be captured red-handed by Peter, armed with a revolver and a cutlass, and brought before Nobby and Bungo Peter. The man must die, Nobby would say, and quickly. Bungo Peter would echo, seeing how perilous is our present situation. Then Peter would step forward. Mr. Mainwaring, in a state of abject terror, would fling himself down before him, clinging to his knees, pray for forgiveness, pray Peter to intercede. Yes, on the whole, yes, Peter would intercede. Peter began to see the scene as a very beautiful one indeed, but Nobby would be made of sterner stuff. You are too noble, Peter. In such a country as this, we cannot be cumbered with trade or carrion. We have killed the Arab. Is it just to spare this 1,000 times more perjured wretch, this blot upon the fair name of Englishman? Mainwaring, if such indeed be your true name, down on your knees and make your peace with God. At this moment the reverie was interrupted by Mr. Mainwaring in cricketing flannels traversing the schoolroom. He was going to have a whack before tea. He just stood at the wickets and made the bigger boys bow to him. Little he knew. Peter affected to write industriously. After the midday meal on Wednesday, Peter loafed for a little time in the playground. Coming to play cricket, Simon Peter, said Probine. Got to stay in the schoolroom, said Peter. He's going to write his 500 lines, said young Newton. I said he would. Young Newton would know better later. Peter went back unobtrusively to the schoolroom. In his desk were 2 slices of bread and butter secreted from the breakfast table and wrapped in clean pages from an exercise book. These were his simple provisions. With these, a pencil, and a good serviceable catapult, he proposed to set out into the wide, wide world. He had no money. He scouted Mr. Mainwaring into his study, marked that he shut his door, and heard him pull down the blind. The armchair creaked as the schoolmaster sat down for the afternoon's repose. That would make a retreat from the front door of the schoolhouse possible. The back of the house meant a risk of being seen by the servants. The playground door of the cricket field might attract the attention of some sneak. From the front door to the road and the shelter of the playground wall was but 10 seconds' dash. Still Peter, from the moment he crept out of the main classroom into the passage to the moment when he was out of sight of the windows, was as tightly strung as a fiddle string. Never before in all his little life had he lived at such a pitch of nervous intensity. Once in the road he ran, and continued to run until he turned into the road to Clewer. Then he dropped into a good, smart walk. The world was all before him. The world was a warm October afternoon, and a straight road, poplars and red roofs ahead. Whither the road ran he had no idea, but in the back of his mind, obscured by no means hidden by a cloud of dreams, was the necessity of getting to Inglenook. After he had walked perhaps half a mile upon the road to Clewer, it occurred to Peter that he would ask his way. The first person he asked was a nice little old lady with a kind face, and she did not know where the road went nor whence it came. That way it goes to Peskin Street, she said. If you take the right turning, and that way it goes past the racecourse. But you have to turn off, you know. That's Clewer Church. No, she didn't know which way was the way to Limpsfield. Perhaps if Peter asked the postman, he'd know. No postman was visible. The next person Peter asked was as excessive as the old lady was deficient. He was a large, smiling, self-satisfied man, with a hearty laugh. "Where does the road go, my boy?" he repeated. "Why, it goes to Maidenhead and Cookham." "Cookham? Have you heard the story? This is the way the man told the waiter to take the underdone potatoes. Because it's the way to Cookham, see? Good, eh? But not so good as telling him to take peas, that was. Through Windsor, you know, because it's the way to Turnham Green. Ha ha! How far is Maidenhead?" "Oh, a tidy bit. A tidy bit. Say 4 miles. Put it at 4 miles. When Peter asked for Limpsfield, the large man at once jumped to the conclusion he meant Winchfield. "That's a bit on your left," he said. "Just a bit on your left. How far? Oh, a tidy bit. Say 5 miles. 5 miles and an 'arf, say." When he had gone on a little way, the genial man shouted back to Peter. "Might be 6 miles, perhaps," he said. "Not more." Which was comforting news. So Peter went on his way with his back to Limpsfield, which was a good 30 miles and more away from him, and a pleasant illusion that Aunt Phyllis and Phoebe were quite conveniently just round the corner. About 4 o'clock he had discovered Maidenhead Bridge, and thereafter the river held him to the end. He had never had a good look at a river before. It was a glowing October afternoon, and the river life was enjoying its Indian summer. Highcross School was an infinite distance away, and all its shadows were dismissed from his mind. Both are wonderful things to a small boy who has lived among hills. He wandered slowly along the towpath, and watched several boats and barges through the loch. In each boat he hoped to see Uncle Nobby, but it just happened that Uncle Nobby wasn't there. Near the loch some people were feeding 2 swans. When they had gone through the loch, Peter went close down to the swans. They came to him in a manner so friendly that he gave them the better part of his provisions. After that he watched the operations of a man repairing a Canadian canoe beside a boat landing place. Then he became interested in the shoaling fish in the shallows. After that he walked for a time on past some little islands. At last he was now a little footsore. He sat down on the bank in the lush grass above some clumps of sweet rush. He was just opposite the autumnal fires of the Clevedon woods, amidst which he could catch glimpses of Italian balustrading. The water was a dark mirror over which hung a bloom of mist. Now and then an infrequent boat would glide noiselessly with the measured beat of rowlocks through the brown water. Afar off was a swan. Presently he would go on to Inglenook, but not just yet. When his feet and legs were a little rested, he would go on. He would ask first for Limpsfield, and then for Inglenook. It would be 3 or 4 miles. He would get there in time for supper. He was struck by a thought that should have enlightened him. He wondered no one had ever brought him before from Inglenook to this beautiful place. It was funny they did not know of it. Above that balustrading among the trees over there must be a palace, and in that palace lived a beautiful princess who loved Peter. It seemed at the first blush the most delightful accident in the world that the man with the ample face should ask Peter to mind his boat. He rode up to the wooden steps close by where Peter was sitting. He seemed to argue a little with the lady who was steering and had to back away again, but at last he got the steps and shipped his oars and held on with the boat hook and got out. He helped the lady to land. "Here, Tommy," he shouted, tying up the boat to the rail off the steps. "Just look after this boat a bit. We're going to have some tea." "We shall have to walk miles," said the lady. "Damn," said the man. Something seemed to tell Peter that the man was cross. Peter doubted whether he was properly Tommy. Then he saw that there was something attractive in looking after a boat. "Don't let anyone steal it," said the man with the ample face with an unreal geniality, "and I'll give you a tanner." Peter arose and came to the steps. The lady and the gentleman stood for a time on the top of the bank, disputing fiercely. She wanted to go one way and he another, and finally disappeared, still disputing in the lady's direction. Or rather, the lady made off in the direction of Cookham, and the gentleman followed, protesting. "Anyway, it's miles," she said. Slowly the afternoon quiet healed again. Peter was left in solitude with the boat, the silvery river, the overhanging woods, the distant swan. At first he just sat and looked at the boat. It had crimson cushions in it, and the lady had left a Japanese sunshade. The name of the boat was the Princess May. The lining wood of the boat was pale, and the outer wood and the wood of the rowlocks darker with just one exquisite gold line. The oars were very wonderful, but the boat hook with its paddle was much more wonderful. It would be lovely to touch that boat hook. It was a thing you could paddle with, or you could catch hold with the hook or poke with a spike. In a minute or so the call of the boat hook had become irresistible, and Peter had got it out of the boat. He held it up like a spear. He waved it about. He poked the boat out with it and tried to paddle with it in the water between the boat and the bank, but the boat swung back too soon. Presently he got into the boat very carefully, so as to paddle with the boat hook in the water beyond the boat. In wielding the paddle he almost knocked off his hat, so he took it off and laid it in the bottom of the boat. Then he became deeply interested in his paddling. When he paddled in a certain way, the whole boat, he found, began to swing out and round, and when he stopped paddling it went back against the bank. But it could not go completely round because of the tight way in which the ample-faced man had tied it to the rail of the steps. If the rope were tied quite at its end, the boat would be paddled completely round. It would be beautiful to paddle it completely round with a waggling rudder upstream instead of down. That thought did not lead to immediate action, but within 2 minutes Peter was untying the boat and retying it in accordance with his ambitions. In those days, the Boy Scout movement was already in existence, but it had still to disseminate sound views about knot tying among the rising generation. Peter's knot was not so much a knot as a knot-like gesture. How bad it was he only discovered when he was back in the boat and had paddled it nearly halfway round. Then he saw that the end of the rope was slipping off the rail to which he had tied it as a wary snake might slink off into the grass. The stem of the boat was perhaps a yard from the shore. Peter acted with promptitude. He dropped his paddle, ran to the bows, and jumped. Except for his left leg he landed safely. His left leg he recovered from the water, but there was no catching the rope. It trailed submerged after the boat, and the boat with an exasperating leisureliness, with a movement that was barely perceptible, widened its distance from the bank. For a time Peter's mind wrestled with this problem. Should he try and find a stick that would reach the boat? Should he throw stones so as to bring it back in shore? Or perhaps if he told someone that the boat was adrift? He went up the steps to the towing path. There was no one who looked at all helpful within sight. He watched the boat drift slowly for a time towards the middle of the stream. Then it seemed to be struck with an idea of going down to Maidenhead. He watched it recede and followed it slowly. When he saw some people afar off, he tried to look as though he did not belong to the boat. He decided that presently somebody would appear rowing, whom he would ask to catch his boat for him. Then he would tow it back to its old position. Presently, Peter came to the white gate of a bungalow and considered the advisability of telling a busy gardener who was mowing a lawn about the boat, but it was difficult to frame a suitable form of address. Still further on, a pleasant middle-aged woman who was trimming a privet hedge very carefully with garden shears seemed a less terrible person to accost. Peter said to her modestly and self-forgetfully, "I think there's a boat adrift down there." The middle-aged woman peered through her spectacles. "Someone couldn't have tied it up," she said. And having looked at the boat with quiet intelligence for some time, she resumed her clipping. Her behavior did much to dispel Peter's idea of calling an adult to help. When he looked again, the boat had turned around. It had drifted out into the middle of the stream, and it seemed now to be traveling rather faster and to be rocking slightly. It was not going down towards the lock, but away towards where a board said, "Danger." Danger. It was as if a cold hand was laid on Peter's heart. He no longer wanted to find the man with the ample face and tell him that his boat was adrift. The sun had set. The light seemed to have gone out of things, and Peter had a feeling that it was long past tea time. He wished now he had never seen the man with the ample face. Would he have to pay for the boat? Could he say he had never promised to mind it? But if that was so, why had he got into the boat and played about with it? His left shoe and his left trouser leg were very wet and getting cold. A great craving for tea and home comforts generally arose in Peter's wayward mind. Home comforts and forgetfulness. It seemed to him high time that he asked someone the way to Williamsfield. When Noakley and Probine arrived at Maidenhead Bridge in the late afternoon, it seemed to them that they had done all that reasonable searchers could do, and that the best thing now was to take the train back to Windsor. They were tired and they felt futile. And then, when hope was exhausted, they struck the trail of Peter. The policeman at the foot of the bridge had actually noted him. "Overed about the bridge for a bit," said the policeman, and then went along the towing path. "A little grave chap in grey flannel. Funny thing, but I thought you might be a runaway. Something about him." So it was that Noakley and Probine came upon the ample-faced man at the lock, in the full tide of his distress. He was vociferous to get across to the weir. The boat ought to have come down long ago, he was saying, unless it's caught up in something. If he was in the boat, the kid's drowned for certain. Noakley had some difficulty in getting him to explain what kid. It was difficult to secure the attention of the ample-faced man. In fact, before this could be done, he twice pushed back Noakley's face with his hand as though it was some sort of inanimate obstacle. It was a great and tragic experience for Prabine. They both went across by the lock to the island behind the lead of the lockkeeper and the ample-faced man. They came out inside of the weir. The river was still full from the late September rains, and the weir was a frothing cascade, and at the crest of it they saw an upturned boat jammed by the current against the timbers. A Japanese umbrella circulated in a foamy eddy below, stick upward. The sun was down, a chill was in the air, a sense of coming winter. Then, close at hand, caught in some weedy willow stems that dipped in the rushing water, Prabine discovered a little sodden straw hat, a little half-submerged hat, bobbing with the swift current, entangled in the willow stems. It was unmistakable. It bore the white and black ribbon of High Cross School. "Oh my God!" cried Peter at the sight of the hat, and burst into tears. "Poor little Peter! I'd have done anything for him." He sobbed, and as he sobbed he talked. He became so remorseful and so grossly sentimental that even Noakley was surprised. When next morning Mr. Grimes learnt by a long and expensive telegram from Mr. Mainwaring, followed almost immediately by a long explanatory letter, that Peter had run away from school and had been drowned near Bolter's Lock, he was overcome with terror. He had visions of Aunt Phoebe, doubled, for he imagined Aunt Phyllis to be just such another, as an avenger of blood. At the bare thought, he became again a storm of vibrations. His clerks in the office outside could hear his nails running along his teeth all morning, like the wind among the reeds. His imagination threw up wild and hasty schemes for a long holiday in some inaccessible place in Norway or Switzerland, but the further he fled from civilization, the more unbridled the vengeance, when it did overtake him, might be. Lady Charlotte was still in England. On the day appointed, and for 2 days after, the Channel Sea was reported stormy. All her plans were shattered, and she had stayed on. She was still staying on. In a spasm of spite, he telegraphed the dire news to her. Then he went down to Windsor, all a-quiver, to see that Mr. Mainwaring did not make a fool of himself, and to help him with the inquest on Peter as soon as the body was recovered. His telegram did have a very considerable effect upon Lady Charlotte, the more so as it arrived within an hour or so of a letter from Mrs. Phoebus containing some very disconcerting news about Joan. At midday came Mr. Mainwaring's story, pitched to a high note of Anglican piety. The body, he said, was still not found, but we must hope for the best. When Mr. Sycamore arrived at Chastlands in the afternoon, he found Lady Charlotte immensely spread out in her drawing-room as an invalid, with Unwin on guard behind her. She lay, a large bundle of ribbon, lace, and distresses, upon a sofa. She had hoisted an enormous beribboned lace cap with black and gold bows. On a table close at hand were a scent bottle, smelling salts, camphor, menthol, and such like aids. There were also a few choice black grapes and a tonic. She meant to make a brave fight for it. Mr. Sycamore was not aware how very dead Peter was at Chastlands and Windsor, seeing that he was now also at the Inglenook in a state of considerable vitality. It was some moments before he realized this localized demise. Indeed, it was upon an entirely different aspect of this war of the Guardians that he was now visiting the enemy camp. At first there was a little difficulty made about admitting him. Cashel explained that Lady Charlotte was much upset, terribly upset. Finally he found himself in a large presence. She gave him no time to speak. "I am ill, Mr. Sycamore. I am in a wretched state. Properly I should be in bed now. I have been unable to travel abroad to rest. I have been totally unable to attend to affairs. And now comes this last blow, terrible, a judgment." "I was not aware, Lady Charlotte, that you knew," Mr. Sycamore began. "Of course I know. Telegrams, letters, no attempt to break it to me, the brutal truth. I cannot tell you how I deplore my supineness that has led to this catastrophe." "Hardly supine," Mr. Sycamore ventured. "Yes, supine. If I had taken up my responsibilities years ago, when these poor children were christened, none of this might have happened. Nothing." Mr. Sycamore perceived that he was in the presence of something more than a mere fuss about Peter's running away. A worried gleam came into his spectacles. "Perhaps, Lady Charlotte, if I could see your telegram," he said. "Give it him, Unwin," she said. "Stole a boat, carried over a weir," he read. "But this is terrible. I had no idea." "Give him the letter. No, not that one, the other." "Body not yet recovered," he read, and commented with confidence. "It will turn up later, I feel sure. Of course, all this is news to me, boat, weir, everything. Yes." "And I was ill already," said Lady Charlotte. "There is reason to suppose my heart is weak. I use myself too hard. I am too concerned about many things. I cannot live for myself alone. It is not my nature. The doctor had commanded a quiet month here before I even thought of travel. Literally commanded. And then comes this blow. The wretched child could not have chosen a worse time. She gave a gesture of despair. She fell back on her piled pillows with a gesture of furious exhaustion. In the last 24 hours, she said, I have eaten 1 egg, Mr. Sycamore, and some of that I left. Mr. Sycamore's note of sympathy was perhaps a little insincere. Of course, he said, in taking the children away from their school, where they were least safe and happy, you undertook a considerable responsibility. Lady Charlotte took him up with emphasis. I admit no responsibility, none whatsoever. Understand, Mr. Sycamore, once and for all, I am not responsible for whatever has happened to this wretched little boy. Sorry for him, yes, but I have nothing to regret. I took him away from undesirable surroundings and sent him to a school, by no means a cheap school, that was recommended very highly indeed, by Mr. Grimes. It was my plain duty to do as much. There my responsibility ends. Mr. Sycamore had drifted quietly into a chair, and was sitting obliquely to her in an attitude more becoming a family doctor than a hostile lawyer. He regarded the cornice in the far corner of the room as she spoke, and replied without looking at her softly and almost as if in soliloquy. Legally, no. I am not responsible, the lady repeated. If anyone is responsible, it is Mr. Grimes. I came to ask you to produce your 2 wards, said Mr. Sycamore abruptly, because Mr. Oswald Sydenham lands at Southampton tonight. He has always been coming. This time he has come. If he had come earlier, all this would not have happened. Has he really come? He is here. In England, that is. Lady Charlotte gasped and lay back. Unwin handed her the bottle of smelling salts. I have done nothing more than my duty, she said. Mr. Sycamore began more gentle in his manner than ever. As the person finally responsible, no. Haven't you been just a little careless? Mr. Sycamore, it was this boy who was careless. I am sorry to say it now that I can only hope that at the last, but he was not a good boy. Anything but a good boy. He had been altogether demoralized by those mad, violent creatures. He ran away from the school, an excellent school, highly recommended, and you must remember, Mr. Sycamore, that I was paying for it. The abnormal position of the property, the way in which apparently all the income is to be paid over to these women, without consulting me. Well, I won't complain of that now. I was prepared to pay. I paid. But the boy was already thoroughly corrupted. His character was undermined. He ran away. I washed my hands of the consequences. Mr. Sycamore was on the point of saying something, and thought better of it. At any rate, he said, I have to ask you on behalf of Mr. Oswald Sydenham to produce the other child, the girl. She can't be produced, said Lady Charlotte desperately. That really does make things serious. Oh, don't misunderstand me. The child is in excellent hands, but there are neighbors. She was told to keep indoors, carefully told. What must she do but rush out at the first chance? She had had fair warning that there were measles about. She had had measles explained to her carefully, yet she must needs go and make friends with a lot of dirty little wretches, and catch measles. Exactly. That's why, there again, Lady Charlotte, and again with all due respect, haven't you been just a little careless? At that nice airy school in Surrey there was never any contagion, of any sort. There was no proper religious teaching. Was there any where you placed these children? I was led to believe. She left it at that. Mr. Sycamore allowed himself to point the moral. It is a very remarkable thing to me, Lady Charlotte, most remarkable, the Catholic people and the Church of England people, you must forgive me for saying it, and religious bodies generally should be so very anxious and energetic to get control of the education of children, and so careless, indeed they are dreadfully careless, of the tone, the wholesomeness, and the quality of the education they supply, and of the homes they permit. It's almost as if they cared more for getting the children branded than whether they lived or died. The school was an excellent school, said Lady Charlotte, an excellent school. Your remarks are cruel and painful. Mr. Sycamore again restrained some retort. Then he said, I think it would be well for Mr. Oswald Sydenham to have address of the little girl. Lady Charlotte considered. There is nothing to conceal, she said, and gave the address of Mrs. Phoebus, a most trustworthy woman. Mr. Sycamore took it down very carefully in a little notebook that came out of his vest pocket. Then he seemed to consider whether he should become more offensive or not, and to decide upon the former alternative. I suppose, he said reflectively as he replaced the little book, that the demand for religious observances and religious orthodoxy as a first condition in schools is productive of more hypocrisy and rottenness in education than any other single clause. It is a matter of common observation. A school is generally about as inefficient as its religious stripe is marked. I suppose it is because if you put the weight on one thing, you cannot put it on another, or perhaps it is because no test is so easy for a thoroughly mean and dishonest person to satisfy as a religious test. Schools which have no claims to any other merit can always pass themselves off as severely religious. Perhaps the truth is that all bad schools profess orthodoxy rather than that orthodoxy makes bad schools. Nowadays, it is religion that is the last refuge of a scoundrel. If you have nothing further to say than this secularist lecturing, said Lady Charlotte with great dignity, I should be obliged if you would find somewhere some hall of science, considering what my feelings must be, scarcely in the mood for blasphemies. Lady Charlotte, said Mr. Sycamore, betraying a note of indignation in his voice, this school into which you flung your little ward was a very badly conducted school indeed. It was nothing of the sort, said Lady Charlotte. How dare you reproach me? Mr. Sycamore went on as though she had not spoken. There was a lot of bullying and nasty behavior among the boys, and the masters inflicted punishments without rhyme or reason. How can you know anything of the sort? On the best authority. The boys. But how could he? He was thrashed absurdly and set an impossible task for not answering to a silly nickname. There was no one to whom he could complain. He ran away. He had an idea of reaching Limpsfield, but when he realized that night was coming on, being really a very sensible little boy, he selected a kindly-looking house, asked to see the lady of the house, and told her he had run away from home and wanted to go back. He gave his aunt's address at the Inglenook, and he was sent home in the morning. He arrived home this morning. Lady Charlotte made a strange noise, but Mr. Sycamore hurried on. How this delusion about a boat and a weir got into the story, I don't know. He says nothing about them. Indeed, he says very little about anything. He's a reserved little boy. We have to get what we can out of him. You mean to say that the boy is still alive? Cried Lady Charlotte. Happily. In face of these telegrams? I saw him not 2 hours ago. But how do you account for these telegrams and letters? Mr. Sycamore positively tittered. That's for Mr. Grimes to explain. And he is alive and unhurt, as fresh as paint, and quite happy. That if ever a little boy deserved a whipping, a thoroughly good whipping, cried Lady Charlotte, it is Master Peter Stubland. Safe indeed. It's outrageous. After all I have gone through. Unwin handed the salts. Mr. Sycamore stood up. He still had the essence of his business to communicate, but there was something in the great lady's blue eyes that made him want to stand up, and that little tussock of fair hair on her cheek, in some indescribable way, it had become fierce. To think, said Lady Charlotte, that I have been put to all this unutterable worry and distress. She was at a loss for words. Mr. Sycamore appreciated the fact that if he had anything more to say to her, he must communicate it before the storm burst. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, and began to deliver his message with just the faintest quality of hurry in his delivery. The real business upon which I came to you today, Lady Charlotte, has really nothing to do with this escapade at all. It is something else. Things have arisen that alter the outlook for those children very considerably. There is every reason to suppose that neither you nor the Misses Stubland are properly guardians of Joan and Peter at all. No, one moment more, Lady Charlotte, let me explain. 2 young Germans, it would appear, witnessed the accident to the boat from the top of the Capri headland. They saw Mr. Stubland apparently wrestling with the boatman. Then the boat overset and the 2 men never reappeared. They must have dragged each other down. The witnesses are quite certain about that, but Mrs. Stubland, poor young lady, could be seen swimming for quite a long time. She swam nearly halfway to the land before she gave in, although the water was very choppy indeed. I made enquiries when I was in Naples this spring, and I do not think there would be much trouble in producing those witnesses still. They were part of the, what shall I call it, social circle of that man Krupp, the gunmaker. He lived at Capri. If we accept the story then, Lady Charlotte, Mrs. Stubland's will holds good, and her husband's does not, and Mr. Oswald Sydenham becomes the sole guardian of the children. He paused. The lady's square face slowly assumed an expression of dignified satisfaction. So long as those poor children are rescued from those women, said Lady Charlotte, my task is done. I do not grudge any exertion, any sacrifice I have made, so long as that end is secured. I do not look for thanks. much less repayment. Perhaps someday these children may come to understand. Unwin made a sound like the responses in church. I would go through it all again, said Lady Charlotte, willingly. Now that my nephew has returned, I have no more anxiety. She made an elegant, early Georgian movement with the smelling salts. I am completely justified. I have been slighted, tricked, threatened, insulted, made ill, but I am justified. She resorted again to the salts. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 9th, Oswald Takes Control, Part 1. 1. While Mr. Sycamore was regaling himself with the discomfiture of Lady Charlotte, Oswald Sydenham was already walking about the West End of London. He had come upon a fresh crisis in his life. He was doing his best to accept some thoroughly disagreeable limitations. His London specialist had but confirmed his own conviction. It was no longer possible for him to continue in Africa. He had reached the maximum of blackwater fever permitted to normal men. The next bout, if there was a next bout, would kill him. In addition to this very valid reason for a return, certain small fragments of that Egyptian shell long dormant in his arm had awakened to mischief and had to be removed under the more favorable conditions to be found in England. He had come back, therefore, to a land where he had now no close friends and no special occupations, and once more he had to begin life afresh. He had returned with extreme reluctance. He could not see anything ahead of him in England that gripped his imagination at all. He was strongly tempted to have his arm patched up and return to Africa for a last spell of work and a last conclusive dose of the fever germ. But in England he might be of use for a longer period, and a kind of godless conscience in him insisted that there must be no deliberate waste in his disposal of his life. For some time he had been distressed by the general ignorance in England of the realities of things African, and by the general coarsening and deterioration, as he held it to be, of the imperial idea. There was much over here that needed looking into, he felt, and when it was looked into, then the indications for further work might appear. Why not, so far as his powers permitted, do something in helping English people to realize all that Africa was and might be? That was work he might do and live. In Africa there was little more for him to do but die. That was all very well in theory. It did not alter his persuasion that he was going to be intolerably lonely if he stayed on in England. Out there were the Chief Commissioner and Muir and half a dozen other people for whom he had developed a strong affection. He was used to his native servants, and he liked them. He had his round of intensely interesting activities. He was accustomed to the life. Out there, too, there was sunshine, such sunshine as the temperate zone can never reproduce. This English world was a gray, drafty, cloudy, lonely world, and one could not always be working. That sunshine alone meant a vast deprivation. This sort of work he thought of doing, and which seemed the only thing now that he could possibly do, wasn't, he reflected uncomfortably, by any means the work that he could do best. He knew he was bad-tempered. Ill health intensified a natural irritability. He knew his brain was now a very uncertain instrument, sometimes quite good, sometimes a weary fount of half-formed ideas and indecisions. As an advocate of the right way in Africa, he would do some good, no doubt, but he would certainly get into some tiresome squabbles. He would bark his knuckles and bruise his shins. Nevertheless, cheerless though the outlook was, it was, he felt, the work he ought to do. "Pump up enthusiasm," said Oswald. "Begin again. What else can I do?" But what he was pumping up that afternoon in London was really far more like anger. Rage and swearing were the natural secretions of Oswald's mind at every season of perplexity. He became angry when other types would be despondent. Where melancholic men abandon effort, men of the choleric type take to kicking and smashing. Where the former contract, the latter beat about and spread themselves. Oswald, beneath his superficial resignation, was working up for a quarrel with something. His instinct was to convert the distress of his developing physical insufficiencies into hostility to some external antagonist. He knew of, and he was doing his best to control, this black urgency to violent thoughts and conclusions. He wanted to kick, and he knew he must not yet waste energy in kicking. He was not justified in kicking. He must not allow his sense of personal grievance against fate to disturb his mind. He must behave with a studied calm and aloofness. "Damn," said Oswald, no doubt by way of endorsing this decision. Pursuant to these virtuous resolutions, this tall, lean, thwarted man, full of jealous solicitude for the empire he had helped enlarge, this disfigured man whose face was in two halves like those partially treated portraits one sees outside the shops of picture cleaners, was engaged in comporting himself as much as possible like some pleasant, leisurely man of the world, with no obligation or concern but to make himself comfortable and find amusement in things about him. He was doing his best to feel that there was no hurry about anything, and no reason whatever for getting into a state of mind. Just a calm, quiet onlooker he had to be. He was, he told himself, taking a look round London as a preliminary to settling down there. Perhaps he was going to settle down in London, or perhaps in the country somewhere. It did not matter whichever was the most pleasant. It was all very pleasant indeed. A life now of wise lounging and judicious temperate activities it had to be. He must not fuss. He had arrived in England the day before, but as yet, except for a brief note to Mr. Sycamore, he had notified no one of his return. He had put up at the Climax Club in Piccadilly, a proprietary club that was half hotel, where one could get a sitting room as well as a bedroom, and after a visit to his doctor, a visit that confirmed all his worst apprehensions of the need of abandoning Africa forever, he had spent the evening in the club trying to be calm over the newspapers and magazines. But when one is ill and tired, as Oswald was, all that one reads in the newspapers and magazines is wrong and exasperating. It was 1903, the time when Mr. Joseph Chamberlain returned from South Africa to launch his tariff reform agitation, and Oswald was temperamentally a free trader. The whole press, daily, weekly, monthly, was full of the noises of the controversy. It impressed him as a controversy almost intolerably mean. His imperialism was essentially a romantic and generous imagination, a dream of service, of himself serving the empire, and of the empire serving mankind. The tacit assumption underlying this most sordid of political campaigns, that the empire was really nothing of the kind, that it was an adventure of exploitation, a national enterprise in the higher piracy, borrowing a faded picturesqueness from the scoundrelism of the Elizabethan and Jacobean buccaneers, the men who started the British slave trade and the Ulster Trouble, and founded no empire at all, except the plantations of Virginia and Barbados, distressed and perplexed his mind almost unendurably. It was so maddeningly plausible. It was so manifestly the pathway of destruction. After throwing the National Review into a distant armchair, and then, when he met the startled eye of a fellow member, trying to look as though that was his usual way with a magazine, he sought distraction in Southey's Doctor, which happened to be in the club library. After dinner he went out for a stroll in the West End and visited the Alhambra. He found that more soothing than the papers. The old excitement of the human moth at the candles of vice he no longer felt. He wondered why these flitting allurements had ever stirred him. But he liked the stir and the lights and the pleasant inconsecutive imbecility of the entertainment. He slept fairly well. In the morning, a clerk of Mr. Sycamore's telephoned to say that that gentleman was out of town. He had been called down to see Lady Charlotte Sydenham, but that he would be back and would probably try to get Oswald about 11 in the evening. He had something important to tell Oswald. The day began cloudy and repented and became fine. By midday it was, for London, a golden day. Yet to Oswald it seemed but a weak solution of sunshine. If you stood bareheaded in such sunshine, you would catch a chill. But he made the best of it. "October mild and boon," he quoted. He assured himself that it would be entertaining to stroll about the West End and look at the shops and mark the changes in things. He breakfasted late at one of the windows overlooking the Green Park, visited the club barber, walked along to his tailor, bought 3 new hats and a stout gold-banded cane with an agate top in Bond Street, a pair of boots, gloves, and other sundries. Then he went into his second club, the Plantain in Pall Mall, to read the papers, until he discovered that he was beginning to worry about tariff reform again. He saw no one he knew and lunched alone. In the afternoon he strolled out into London once more. He was, he found, no longer uncomfortable and self-conscious in the streets of London. His one-sided, blank-sided face did not make him self-conscious now, as it used to do. He had reconciled himself to his disfigurement. If at first he had exaggerated its effect, he now inclined to forget it altogether. He wore hats nowadays with a good broad brim and cocked them to overshadow the missing eye. His dark mustache had grown and was thick and symmetrical. He had acquired the habit of looking at himself in glasses so as to minimize his defaced half. It seemed to him a natural thing now that the casual passer-by should pull up for the fraction of a second at the sight of his tall figure, or look back at him as if to verify a first impression. Didn't people do that to everybody? He went along Pall Mall, whose high gentility was still in those days untroubled by the Royal Automobile Club and scarcely ruffled by a discreet shop or so. He turned up through St. James Street to Piccadilly, with a reminiscent glance by the way down Jermyn Street, where he had had his first experiences of restaurants and such-like dissipations in his early midshipman days. How far away those follies seemed now. The shops of Bond Street drew him northward. The Doré gallery of his childhood, he noted, was still going on. He prowled along Oxford Street as far as the Marble Arch. Gillows was still Gillows in those days, and Selfridge had yet to dawn on the London world, and beat back by way of Seymour Street to Regent Street. He nodded to Very's, where long ago he had lunched in a short plaid frock and white socks under the auspices of his godmother, old Lady Percival Pelham. It was all very much as he had left it in '97. That fever of rebuilding and rearrangement, which was already wrecking the old Strand and sweeping away Booksellers' Row and the Drury Lane slums and a score of ancient landmarks, had not yet reached the West End. There was the same abundance of smart hansom cabs crawling in the streets or neatly ranked on the stands, the same populous horse omnibuses, the same brightly dressed people, and, in Regent Street and Piccadilly, the same too brightly dressed women loiterers, only now most of them were visibly coarse and painted. There were the same mendicants and sandwich men at the pavement edge. Perhaps there were more omnibuses crowding upon one another at Piccadilly and Oxford circuses, and more people everywhere, or perhaps that was only the effect of returning from a less crowded world. Now and then he saw automobiles, queer, clumsy carriages without horses they seemed to be, or else low, heavy-looking vehicles with a flavor of battleship about them. Several emitted bluish smoke and trailed an evil smell. In Regent Street outside Liberty's art shop, one of these mechanical novelties was in trouble. Everybody seemed pleased. The passing cabmen were openly derisive. Oswald joined the little group of people at the pavement edge who were watching the heated and bothered driver engaged in some obscure struggle beneath his car. An old gentleman in a white waistcoat stood beside Oswald, and presently turned to him. "Silly things," he said. "Noisy, dangerous, stinking things. They ought to be forbidden." "Perhaps they will improve," said Oswald. "How could that thing improve?" asked the old gentleman. "Lot of dirty ironmongery." He turned away with the air of a man for whom a question had been settled. Oswald followed him thoughtfully. He resumed his identifications. Piccadilly Circus, here was the good old Café Monaco, yonder the Criterion, but everything seemed smaller. That was the thing that struck him most forcibly. London revisited, he discovered to be an intense little place. It was extraordinary that this should be the head of the empire. It seemed, when one came back to it, so entirely indifferent to the empire, so entirely self-absorbed. When one was out beyond there, in Uganda, East Africa, Sudan, Egypt, in all those vast regions where the British were doing the best work they had ever done in pacification and civilization, one thought of London as if it were a great head that watched one from afar, that could hear a cry for help, that could send support. Yet here were these people in these narrow, brightly served streets, very busy about their own affairs, almost as busy and self-absorbed as the white-robed crowd in the big marketplace in Mengo, and conspicuously, remarkably, not thinking of Africa, or anything of the sort. He compared Bond Street and its crowded, inconvenient sidewalks with one of the great garden vistas of the Uganda capital, much to the advantage of the latter. He descended by the Duke of York's steps, past the old milk stall with its cow, into the Mall. Buckingham Palace, far away, was much less impressive than the fort at Kampala on its commanding hill. The vegetation of St. James Park and its iron fencing were a poor substitute for the rich patterned reed palisades and the wealth of fronds that bordered the wide prospects of the Uganda capital. All English trees looked stunted to Oswald's eyes. Towards the palace, tree felling was in progress, the felling of trees that could never be replaced, and an ugly hoarding veiled the erection of King Edward's pious memorial to Queen Victoria, the memorial which later her grandson, the Kaiser, was to unveil. He went on into Whitehall. There was no Admiralty Arch in those days, and one came out of the Mall by way of Spring Gardens, round the corner of an obtrusive bank. Oswald paused for a minute to survey the squat buildings and high column of Trafalgar Square, pale amber in the October sunshine, and then strolled down towards Westminster. He became more and more consciously the loitering homecomer. He smiled at the mounted soldiers in their boxes outside the horse guards, paused at and approved of the architectural intentions of the new War Office, and nodded to his old friends the Admiralty and the Colonial Office. Here they brewed the destinies of the Old World outside Europe and kept the 7 seas. He played his part with increased self-approval. He made his way to Westminster Bridge and spent some time surveying the downriver prospect. It was, after all, a little ditch of a river. St. Paul's was fairly visible, and the red rusty shed of Charing Cross Station and its brutal iron bridge, fit monument of the clumsy looting by private enterprise that characterized the Victorian age, had never looked uglier. He crossed from one side of the bridge to the other, leant over the parapet, and regarded the Houses of Parliament. The flag was flying, and a number of little groups of silk-hatted men and gaily dressed ladies were having tea on the terrace. "I wonder why we rule our empire from a sham Gothic building," thought Oswald. "If anything, it ought to be Roman." He turned his attention to the traffic and the passers-by. "They don't realize," he said. "Suppose, suddenly, they were to have a mirage here of some of the lands and cities this old Parliament House controls." A little stout man driving a pony-trap caught his attention. It was a smart new pony-trap, and there was a look of new clothes about its driver. He smoked a cigar that stuck upward from the corner of his mouth, and in his buttonhole was a red chrysanthemum. His whole bearing suggested absolute contentment with himself and acquiescence in the universe. He handled his reins and drew his whip across the flanks of his shining cob as delicately as if he was fly-fishing. "What does he think he is up to?" asked Oswald. 1,000 times he had seen that sphinx of perfect self-contentment on passing Negro faces. "The Empire doesn't worry him," said Oswald. 2. It was worrying Oswald a lot. Everything was worrying Oswald just then. It is a subtle question to answer of such cases, whether the physical depression shapes the despondent thought, or whether the gnawing doubt prepares the nervous illness. His confidence in his work and the system to which he belonged had vanished by imperceptible degrees. For some years he had gone about his work with very few doubts. He had been too busy. But now ill health had conspired with external circumstances to expose him to questionings about things he had never questioned before. They were very fundamental doubts. They cut at the roots of his life. He was beginning to doubt whether the empire was indeed as good a thing and as great a thing as he had assumed it to be, the empire to which his life had been given. This did not make him any less an imperialist than he had been, but it sharpened his imperialism with a sense of urgency that cut into his mind. Altogether, Oswald had now given nearly 18 years to East and Central Africa. His illness had called a halt in a very busy life. For 2 years and more after his last visit to England, he had been occupied chiefly in operations in and beyond the Lango country against Kabarega and the remnant of the rebel Sudanese. He had assisted in the rounding up of King Mwanga, the rebel king of Uganda, and in setting up the child king and the regency that replaced him. At the end of 1899, his former chief, Sir Harry Johnston, had come up from British Central Africa as Special Commissioner to Uganda, and the work of land settlement, of provisional organization, of railways, and postal development had gone on apace. Next year, indeed, war had come again, but it was the last war in this part of the world for some time. It was caused by the obstinate disposition of the Nandi people to steal the copper wire from the telegraph poles that had been set up in their country. Hitherto their chief use for copper wire had been to make bracelets and anklets for their married women. They were shocked by this endless stretching out of attenuated feminine adornment. They did their best to restore it to what they considered was its proper use. It was a homely misunderstanding rather than a war. Oswald had led that expedition to a successful explanation. Thereafter, the leading fact in the history of Uganda, until the sleeping sickness came, had been the construction of the railway from the coast to Lake Victoria Nyanza. In Uganda, as in Nyasaland, Oswald Sydenham had found himself part of a rapid and busy process of tidying up the world. For some years it had carried him along and determined all his views. The tidying up of Africa during the closing years of the 19th century was indeed one of the most rapid and effective tidyings up in history. In the late 80s, the whole of Africa, from the frontiers of Lower Egypt down to Rhodesia, had been a world of chaotic adventure and misery, a black world of insecure barbarism, invaded by the rifle and the Arab and European adventurers who brought it. There had been no such thing as a school from Nubia to Rhodesia, and everywhere there had been constant aimless bloodshed. Long ages of conflict, arbitrary cruelty, and instinctive fierceness seemed to have reached a culmination of destructive disorder. The increasing light that fell on Africa did but illuminate a scene of collapse. The new forces that were coming into the country appeared at first as hopelessly blind and cruel as the old. The only difference was that they were better armed. The Arab was frankly a slaver. European enterprise was deeply interested in forced labor. The first fruits of Christianity had been civil war, and one of Oswald's earliest experiences of Uganda had been the attack of Mwanga and his Roman Catholic adherents upon the Anglicans in Mengo, who held out in Lugard's little fort and ultimately established the soundness of the Elizabethan compromise by means of a Maxim gun. It was never a confident outlook for many years anywhere between the Zambezi and the Nile cataracts. Probably no honest man ever worked in West and Central Africa between 1880 and 1900 who escaped altogether from phases of absolute despair, who did not face with a sinking heart lust, hatred, cunning and treachery, black intolerance, and ruthless aggression. And behind all the perversities of man worked the wickedness of tropical nature, uncertain in her moods, frightful in her storms, fruitful of strange troubles through weed and parasite, insect and pestilence. Yet civilization had, in the long run, won an astonishing victory. In a score of years, so endless then, so brief in retrospect, roads that had been decaying tracks or non-existent were made safe and open everywhere. The railway and the post and telegraph came to stay. Vast regions of Africa which, since the beginning of things, had known no rule but the whim and arbitrary power of transitory chiefs and kings, awoke to the conception of impartial law. War canoes vanished from the lakes, and robber tribes learnt to tend their own cattle and cultivate their gardens. And now there were schools, there were hospitals. Perhaps 250,000 young people in Uganda alone could read and write. The percentage of literacy in Uganda was rapidly overtaking that in India and Russia. On the face of it, this was enough to set one thinking of the whole world as if it were sweeping forward to universal civilization and happiness. For some years, that had been Oswald's habit of mind. It had been his sustaining faith. He had gone from task to task until this last attack of Blackwater fever had arrested his activities, and then these doubts displayed themselves. From South Africa, that land of destiny for Western civilization, had come the first germ of his doubting. Sir Harry Johnston, Oswald's chief, a frank and bitter critic of the new imperialism that had thrust up from the Cape to Nyasaland under the leadership of Cecil Rhodes, helped to shape and point his skepticism. The older tradition of the empire was one of administration regardless of profit, Johnston declared. The new seemed inspired by conceptions of violent and hasty gain. The Rhodes example had set all Africa dancing to the tune of crude exploitation. It had fired the competitive greed of the king of the Belgians and unleashed blood and torture in the Congo Free State. The Congo State had begun as a noble experiment, a real attempt at international compromise. It had been given over to an unworthy trustee and wrecked hideously by his ruthless profit-hunting. All over the empire, honest administrators and colonial politicians, friendly explorers, and the missionaries of civilization were becoming more and more acutely aware of a heavy acquisitive thrust behind the new imperialism. Usually they felt it first in the treatment of the natives. The earlier ill treatment of the native came from the local trader, the local planter, the white rough. Now, as that sort of thing was got in hand, and men could begin to hope for a new and better order, came extensive schemes from Europe for the wholesale detachment of the native from his land, for the wholesale working and sweating of the native population. Had we defeated the little robbers only to clear the way for organized imperial robbery? Such things were already troubling Oswald's mind before the shock of the South African War, but before the war they amounted to criticisms of this administration or that. They were still untouched by any doubts of the general imperial purpose or of the empire as a whole. The South African War laid bare an amazing and terrifying amount of national incompetence. The empire was not only hustled into a war for which there was no occasion, but that war was planned with a lack of intelligent foresight and conducted with a lack of soundness that dismayed every thoughtful Englishman. After a monstrous, wasteful struggle, the national resources dragged it at last to a not very decisive victory. The outstanding fact became evident that the British army tradition was far gone in decay, that the army was feebly organized and equipped, and that a large proportion of its officers were undereducated men, narrow and conventional, inferior in imagination and initiative to the farmers, lawyers, cattle drovers, and such-like leaders against whom their wits were pitted. Behind the rejoicings that hailed the belated peace was a real and unprecedented national humiliation. For the first time, the educated British were inquiring whether all was well with the national system, if so small a conquest seemed so great a task. Upon minds thus sensitized came the realization of an ever more vigorous and ever more successful industrial and trade competition from Germany and the United States. Great Britain was losing her metallurgical ascendancy, dropping far behind in the chemical industries and no longer supreme upon the seas. For the first time, a threat was apparent in the methods of Germany. Germany was launching liner after liner to challenge the British mercantile ascendancy, and she was increasing her navy with a passionate vigor. What did it mean? All over the world the British were discovering the German, and the German, it seemed, had got this new imperialism that was in the British mind in a still harsher, still less scrupulous, and still more vulgar form. "Wake up, England," said the Prince of Wales, returning from a visit to Canada, and Oswald heard the phrase reverberating in Uganda, and talked about it and thought it over continually. And Lord Rosebery spoke of efficiency. But now when Oswald sought in the newspapers for signs of this waking up that he desired, he found instead this tremendous reiteration of the ideas of the new imperialism, acquisitive, mercenary, and altogether selfish and national, which he already so profoundly disliked. The awakening he desired was an awakening of the spirit, an awakening to broader ideas and nobler conceptions of the nation's role in the world's affairs. He had hoped to find men talking of great schemes of national education, of new schools of ethnology, of tropical botany and oriental languages that would put the imperial adventure on a broad basis of understanding and competent direction. Instead, he found England full of wild talk about taxing the foreigner. A hasty search for national profit he refused to recognize as an awakening. For him, indeed, it had far more of the quality of a nightmare. 3. It is remarkable how much our deeper convictions are at the mercy of physiological jolts. Before the renewed attacks of fever had lowered his vitality, Oswald had felt doubtful of this and that, but he had never doubted of the ultimate human triumph. He had never even doubted that the great empire he served would survive, achieve its mission triumphantly, and incorporate itself in some way with a unified mankind. He himself might blunder or fail, there might be all sorts of setbacks, but in the end, what he called Anglo-Saxonism would prevail. The tradition of justice and free speech would be justified by victory, and the darkest phase of the martyrdom of man end. But now, the fever had so wrought on his nerves and tissues that he no longer enjoyed this ultimate confidence. He could think that anything might fail. He could even doubt the stability of the Victorian world. One night, during this last illness that had brought him home, he fell thinking of Zimbabwe and the lost cities of Africa, and then presently of the dead cities of Yucatan, and then of all the lost and vanished civilizations of the world, of the long succession of human failures to secure any abiding order and security. With this, he mingled the suggestion of a recent anthropological essay he had read. 2 races of men with big brains and subtle minds, the Neanderthal race and the Cro-Magnon race, it was argued very convincingly, had been entirely exterminated before the beginnings of our present humanity. Our own race, too, might fail and perish and pass away. In the night with a mounting temperature, these were very grisly and horrible thoughts indeed, and when at last he passed from such weary and dismal speculations to sleep, there came a dream to crown and perpetuate his mood, a dream that was to return again and again. It was one of those dreams that will sometimes give a nightmare reality of form and shape to the merest implications of the waking life. One of those dreams that run before and anticipate and perhaps direct one's daylight decisions. That black artist of delirium who throws his dark creations upon our quivering mental screens had seized and utilized all Oswald's germinating misgivings and added queer suggestions of his own. Through 1,000 irrelevant and transitory horrors, one persistent idea ran through Oswald's distresses. It was the idea of a dark forest, and of an endless effort to escape from it. He was one of the captains of a vaguely conceived expedition that was lost in an interminable wilderness of shadows. Sometimes it was an expedition of limitless millions, and the black trees and creepers about him went up as high as the sky. And sometimes he alone seemed to be the entire expedition, and the darkness rested on his eyes, and the thorns wounded him, and the great ropes of the creepers slashed his face. He was always struggling to get through this forest to some unknown hope, to some place where there was light, where there was air and freedom, where one could look with brotherly security upon the stars. And this forest, which was life, held him back. It held him with its darkness, it snared him with slime and marshy pitfalls, it entangled him amidst pools and channels of black and blood-red stinking water, it tripped him and bound him with its creepers, evil beasts snared his followers, great serpents put them to flight, inexplicable panics and madnesses threw the long straggling columns into internecine warfare, incredible imbecilities threatened the welfare of the entire expedition. He would find himself examining the loads of an endless string of porters, and this man had flung away bread and loaded his pack with poisonous fungi, and that one had replaced ammunition by rust and rubbish and filth. He would find himself in frantic remonstrance with porters who had flung aside their loads, who were sullenly preparing to desert. Or, again, the whole multitude would be stricken with some strange disease, with the most foul and horrible symptoms, and refuse the doubtful medicines he tendered in his despair. Or the ground would suddenly breed an innumerable multitude of white, thin, voracious leeches that turned red-black as they fed. Then, far off through the straight bars of the tree stems, a light shone, and a great hope sprang up in him. And then the light became red, a wavering red. A sudden hot breeze brought a sound of crackling wood and the soughing of falling trees. Spires and flags and agonized phantoms of flame rushed up to the zenith. Through the undergrowth 1,000 black beasts stampeded. The air was thick with wild flights of moths and hummingbirds, and he realized that the forest had caught fire. That forest fire was always a climax. With it came a burning sensation in loins and back. It made him shout and struggle and fight amidst the black fugitives and the black thickets, until the twigs and leaves about him were bursting into flames like a Christmas tree that is being lit up. He would awaken in a sweating agony. Then, presently, he would be back again in the midst of that vague, innumerable expedition in the steamy, deep gray aisles of the forest, under the same gathering sense of urgent necessity, amidst the same inextricable, thickening tangle of confusions and cross-purposes. In his waking moments, Oswald, if he could, would have dismissed that dream altogether from his mind. He could argue that it was the creation of some purely pathological despondency, that it had no resemblance, no parallelism, no sort of relation to reality. Yet something of its dark hues was reflected in his waking thoughts. Sometimes this reflection was so faint as to be scarcely perceptible, but always it was there. 4. The Plantain, to which Oswald drifted back to dine, was a club gathered from the ends of the earth, and very proud of the fact. It was made up of explorers, travelers, colonial officials, KCMGs, and CMGs. It was understood to be a great exchange of imperial ideas, and, except for a group or so of members who lived in and about London, it had no conversation, because, living for the most part at different ends of the earth, its members did not get to know each other very well. Occasionally there was sporting gossip. Shy, sunburnt men drifted in at intervals of 3 or 4 years, and dined and departed. Once a member with a sunstroke from India gave way to religious mania and tried to preach theosophy from the great staircase to 3 lonely gentlemen who were reading the telegrams in the hall. He was removed with difficulty. The great red-papered, white-painted silences of the club are copiously adorned with rather old yellow maps of remote regions, and in the hall, big terrestrial and celestial globes are available for any members who wish to refresh their minds upon the broad facts of our position in space. But the great glory of the club is its wealth of ethnological and sporting trophies. Scarcely is there a variety, a spear, stabbing or disemboweling knife, blowing tube, bow, crossbow, or matchlock, that is not at the disposal of any member nimble enough to pluck it from the wall. In addition, there is a vast collection of the heads of beasts. Everywhere they project from walls and pillars, heads of bison, gazelles, and warthogs cheer the souls of the members, even in the humblest recesses. In the dining room above each table, a hippopotamus or a rhinoceros or a tiger or a lion glares out with glassy eyes upon the world, showing every item in its dentition. Below these monsters sits an occasional empire builder, in the careful evening dress of the occasional visitant to civilization, seeming, by contrast, a very pallid, little, nicely behaved thing indeed. To the Plantain came Oswald, proposing to dine alone, and in this dining room he discovered Slingsby Darton, the fiscal expert, a little cockney with scarcely any nose at all, sitting with the utmost impudence under the largest moose. Oswald was so pleased to discover anyone he knew that he only remembered that he detested Slingsby Darton as he prepared to sit down with him. There was nothing for it then but to make the best of him. Oswald chose his dinner and his wine with care. Red wines were forbidden him, but the wine waiter had good authority from India, and gastrically very sensitive, for the Moselle he recommended. And in answer to Slingsby Darton's inquiries, Oswald spread out his theory that he was an amiable, pleased sort of person, obliged to come home from Uganda, sorry to leave Uganda, but glad to be back in the dear old country and at the center of things, and ready to take up anything. "Politics?" said Slingsby Darton. "We want a few voices that have got out of sight of the parish pump." Politics. Well, it might be, but it was a little hard to join on to things at first. A fearful lot of squabbling, not very much doing, not nearly as much as one had hoped. That seemed a restrained, reasonable sort of thing to say. Nor was it extravagant to throw out, "I thought it was Wake Up, England, but she seems just to be talking in her sleep." Out flares the new imperialism at once in Oswald's face. "But have you read Chamberlain's great speeches?" Slingsby Darton protests. "I had those in mind," said Oswald grimly. Both gentlemen were in the early phase of encounter. It was not yet time to join issue. Slingsby Darton heard, but made no retort. Oswald was free to develop his discontents. Nothing seemed to be getting done, he complained. The army had been proved inefficient, incapable even of a colonial war. But what were we doing? "Exactly," said Slingsby Darton. "You dare not even whisper conscription." Oswald had not been thinking of that, but of a technical reorganization, more science, more equipment. But all that he could see in the way of a change were these beastly new caps. Those were the days of the hated Broderick. Then economic reorganization hung fire. Unemployed processions grew bigger every winter. "Tariff," whispered Darton. "Intelligent organization," said Oswald. Then education. "Education," said Oswald, "is at the heart of the whole business." "I wouldn't say that altogether," said Slingsby Darton. "At the heart of the whole business," Oswald repeated, as though Slingsby Darton had not spoken. "The people do not know. Our people do not understand." The Boer War had shown how horribly backward our education was, our higher education, our scientific and technical education, the education of our officials and generals in particular. We have an empire as big as the world, and an imagination as small as a parish. But it would be a troublesome job to change that, much too troublesome. Oswald became bitter and accusatory. His living side sneered. It would bother a lot of Balfour's friends quite uncomfortably. The dear old church couldn't keep its grip on an education of that sort, and, of course, the dear old church must have its grip on education. So, after a few large-minded flourishes, the politicians had swamped the whole question of educational reform in this row about church schools and the passive resistance movement, both sides only too glad to get away from reality. Oswald was as bitter against the passive resistor as he was against the church. "I don't know whether I should give quite the primary place to education," said Slingsby Darton, battling against this tirade. "I don't know whether I should quite say that. Mr. Chamberlain—" The fat, as the vulgar say, was in the fire. October 1903 was a feverish and impassioned time in English affairs. From Birmingham that month the storm had burst. With a great splash, Mr. Joseph Chamberlain had flung the issue of protection into the sea of political affairs. Huge waves of disturbance were sweeping out to the uttermost boundaries of the empire. Instead of paying taxes, we were to tax the foreigner. To that, our fine imperial dream had come. Over dinner tables, in trains and smoking rooms, men were quarreling with their oldest friends. To Oswald, the conversion of imperialism into a scheme for world exploitation in the interests of Birmingham seemed the most atrocious swamping of real issues by private interests that it was possible to conceive. The Sydenham strain was an uncommercial strain. Slingsby Darton was manifestly in the full swirl of the new movement. The man looked cunning and eager. He put his pert little face on one side and raised his voice to argue. A gathering quarrelsomeness took possession of Oswald. He began to speak very rapidly and pungently. He assumed an exasperating and unjustifiable detachment in order to quarrel better. He came into these things from the outside, he declared, quite unbiased, quite unbiased. And this Nail Trust Organizers campaign shocked him unspeakably. Here was England confessedly in a phase of inefficiency and deterioration, needing a careful all-round effort in education, in business organization, in military preparation. And suddenly, drowning everything else in his noise, came this demagogue ironmonger with his panacea. Slingsby Darton was indignant. "My dear sir, I cannot hear you speak of Mr. Chamberlain in such terms as that." "But consider the situation," said Oswald. "Consider the situation. When, of all things, we want steady and harmonious constructive work, comes all the uproar, all the cheap, mean thinking and dishonest spouting, the music hall tricks and poster arguments of a campaign." Slingsby Darton argued. "But, my dear sir, it is a constructive campaign. It is based on urgent economic needs." Oswald would have none of that. Tariff reform was a quack remedy. A Zollverein. Think of it. With an empire in great detached patches all over the world, each patch with different characteristics and different needs. A child could see that a Zollverein is absurd. A child could see it. Yet, to read the speeches of Chamberlain, you'd think a tariff could work geographical miracles and turn the empire into a compact continent, locked fast against the foreigner. How can a scattered host become a band of robbers? The mere attempt takes us straight towards disaster. "Straight away from it," Slingsby Darton contradicted. Oswald went on regardlessly. "An empire scattered like ours, run on selfish and exclusive lines, must bring us into conflict with every other people under the sun," he asserted. "It must do, apart from the utter and wanton unrighteousness, apart from the treason to humanity. Oh, I hate this new imperialism. I hate it and dread it. It spoils my sleep at nights. It worries me and worries me." Slingsby Darton thought he would do better to worry about this free trade of ours which was bleeding us to death. "I do not speak as one ignorant of the empire," said Oswald. "I have been watching it." Slingsby Darton, disregarded, maintained that he too had been watching. But Oswald was now at the "I tell you, sir" stage. He declared that the new imperialism came from Germany. It was invented by professors of Weltpolitik. Milner had grafted it upon us at Balliol. But German conditions were altogether different from ours. Germany was a geographical unity, all drawn together, unified by natural necessity, like a fist. Germany was indeed a fist by geographical necessity. The British Empire was like an open hand, must be like an open hand. We were an open people, or we were nothing. We were a liberalizing power, or we were the most pretentious sham in history. But we seemed to be forgetting that liberal idea for which we stood. We swaggered now like owners, forgetting that we were only trustees for mankind. We were becoming a boastful and a sprawling people. The idea of grabbing half the world and then shutting other peoples out with tariffs was, Oswald was losing self-control, a shoving tradesman's dream. And we were doing it, as one might expect a trust-organizing nail-maker, phrase rubbed in with needless emphasis, to do it. We were shoving about, treading on everybody's toes, and failing to educate, failing to arm. Yes, shoving, it was a good word. He did not mind how many times he used it. This dream of defying the world without an army, and dominating it without education. The Germans were at least logical in their swagger. If they shoved about, they also armed, and they educated. Anyhow, they trained. But we trod on everybody's toes, and tried to keep friends all round. So Oswald, under the moose, while Slingsby Darton did what he could by stabbing an objection at him now and again. It became clearer and clearer to Slingsby Darton that the only possibility before him of holding his own, short of throwing knives and glasses at Oswald, was to capture the offensive. "You complain of a panacea," he said, poking out two arresting fingers at Oswald. "That tariff reform is a panacea. But what of education? What of this education of yours? That also is a panacea." And just then, apt to his aid, came Walsall and the Bishop of Pinner from their table under the big, black, clerical-looking hippopotamus. Walsall was a naturalist, and had met Oswald in the days of his biological enthusiasm. The Bishop of Pinner had formerly been the Bishop of Tanganyika, and knew Oswald by repute. So they came over to greet him, and were at once seized upon as auxiliaries by Slingsby Darton. "We're getting heated over politics," said Slingsby Darton, indicating that at least Oswald was. "Everyone is getting heated over politics," said the bishop. "It's as bad as the Home Rule split. Sydenham's panacea is to save the world by education. He won't hear of economic organization." The bishop opened eyes and mouth at Oswald until he looked like the full moon. On that assertion of Slingsby Darton's, they drifted past the paying desk to the small smoking room, and there they had a great dispute about education, beneath a gallery audience, so to speak, composed of antelope, Barbary sheep, gnu, yaks, and a sea lion. Oswald had never realized before how passionately he believed in education. It was a revelation. He discovered himself. He wanted to tell these men they were uneducated. He did succeed in saying that Mr. Chamberlain was essentially an uneducated man. Walsall was a very trying opponent for a disputant of swift and passionate convictions. He had a judicial affectation, a Socratic pose. He was a gray, fluffy-headed man with large tortoiseshell spectacles and a general resemblance to a kind, wise owl. He liked to waggle his head slowly from side to side and smile. He liked to begin sentences with, "But have you thought?" or "I think you have overlooked," or "So far from believing that, I hold the exact converse." He said these things in a very suave voice, as though each remark was carefully dressed in oil before serving. He expressed grave doubts whether there was any benefit in education, any benefit whatever. But the argument that formed that evening's entertainment for the sea lion and those assorted ruminating artiodactyls was too prolonged and heated and discursive to interest any but the most sedulous reader. Every possible sort of heresy about education seemed loose that night for the affliction of Oswald. Slingsby Darton said, "Make men prosperous and education will come of its own accord." Walsall thought that the sort of people who benefited by education would get on anyhow. He thought knowledge was of value according to the difficulty one experienced in attaining it. Could any sane man really believe that? "I would persecute science," said Walsall, "and then it would be taken care of by enthusiasts." "But do you know," said Oswald, with an immense quiet in his manner, "that there is a British Empire, an empire with rather urgent needs?" Suppressed murmur from Slingsby Darton. "Then I don't see what your position is at all." Walsall disputed these needs. Weren't we all too much disposed to make the empire a thing of plan and will? An empire was a growth. It was like a man. It grew without taking thought. Presently it aged and decayed. We were not going to save the empire by taking thought. Slingsby Darton disregarded, now disagreeing with Walsall. "Germany takes thought," Oswald interjected. "To its own undoing, perhaps," said Walsall. The bishop's method of annoyance was even blander than Walsall's, and more exasperating to the fevered victim. He talked of the evils of an educated proletariat. For a stable community, only a certain proportion of educated people was advisable. You could upset the social balance by over-educating the masses. "We destroy good, honest, simple-souled workers in order to make discontented clerks." Oswald spluttered. "You must make a citizen in a modern population understand something of the state he belongs to." "Better faith," said the bishop. "Far better. Faith. Teach them a simple catechism." He had visited Russia. He had been to the coronation of the Tsar, a beautiful ceremony, only a little marred by a quite accidental massacre of some of the spectators. Those were the days before the Russo-Japanese War and the coming of the Duma. There was much to admire in Russia, the good bishop declared, much to learn. Russia was the land of Mary, great-souled and blessed. Ours, alas, was the land of bustling Martha. Nothing more enviable than the political solidarity of Russia. After our warring voices, time after time I asked myself, aren't we Westerns on the wrong track? Here is something great and growing greater, something simple. Here is obedience and a sort of primitive contentment, trust in the little white Father, belief in God. Here Christianity lives indeed. About 11 o'clock, Walsall was propounding a paradox. "All this talk of education," he said, "reminds me of the man who tried to lift himself by his own ears. How, I ask myself, can a democracy such as ours take an intelligent interest in its destiny unless it is educated, and how can it educate itself unless it takes an intelligent interest in its destiny? How escape that dilemma?" "A community," said Oswald, grappling with this after a moment, "a community isn't one mind. It's a number of minds, some more intelligent, some less. It's a perpetual flow of new minds." Then something gave way within him. "We sit here," he said, in a voice so full of fury that the mouth of the bishop fell open, "and while we talk this half-witted, half-clever muck to excuse ourselves from getting the nation into order, the sands run out of the glass. The time draws near when the empire will be challenged." He stood up abruptly. "Have you any idea," he said, "what the empire might be? Have you thought of these hundreds of millions to whom we might give light, had we light? Are we to be a possessing and profit-hunting people because we have not the education to be a leaderly people? Are we to do no better than Rome and Carthage and loot the provinces of the world? Loot or education, that is the choice of every imperial opportunity. All England, I find, is echoing with screams for a loot. Have none of us vision? None. The bishop shook his head sadly. The man, he thought, was raving. "What is this vision of yours?" sneered Walsall. 10,000 professors. "After all," said Slingsby Darton with a weary insidiousness, "we do not differ about our fundamental idea. You must have funds, you must endow your schools. Without tariff reform to give you revenue—" But Oswald was not going to begin over again. "I ought to be in bed," he said, looking at his watch. "My doctor sends me to bed at 10. "My God," he whispered, as he put on his coat under the benevolent supervision of an exceptionally fine Indian buffalo. "What is to happen to the empire?" he cried, going out into the night and addressing himself to the moon, to the monument which commemorates the heroic incompetence of the Duke of York, and to an interested hansom cabby. "What is to happen to the empire when these are its educated opinions?" End of section 12. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, November 28, 2021.